I got banned. I got banned for calling Grosscore a cock. No. I got banned for watching him for hours when he's a banned Twitch streamer. I think. I don't know. What the fuck was that? Twitch, do better. Let's not let that happen again. Alright. That's strike 4 for you guys. One more and I'll leave the fucking... You want me to leave? Fucking leave this website. I feel so hurt, man. But I like the Twitch reduced it to half the amount of time for the ban length. I like that they heard me out. But don't let that happen again. Because getting banned in the first month of the year, come on, dude. I'm trying to be, come on. Do better, Twitch. Do better. This is the last time I will be banned. Because if it happens again, I don't know what I'll do. That's the way, Zherkologist. Anyways, I'm not mad. I'm seething. I just looked at the calendar. It's the 23rd. Wow. Wow. seething. Fucking throw me off, man. They throw me off from my first month. Everything else was going great. I'm thinking of the fucking pussy that banned me. That fucking little. I'm kidding. It's a stand-up routine. You know, like. Anyways, I'm not mad. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. It's bullying. It's bullying. Like, you know, it should have been. It should have been. It should have been something less scary. You know? There's fucking people like Heel Mike who get banned 40 times a week. I haven't been banned in. Appreciate that, you. I haven't been banned in so long, and they slam a 14-day on me to what? Just to like make me feel unwelcome to this website? Why would they do a 14-day? You know? They're fucking with me. And it's like, dude, enough time has passed to where I want to feel like a little more protected. 14 days? Yeah, the appeal works, but like, don't give me that message of, hey, these other streamers get 40 bans a week and they never get a 14-day. They never. Never. You copying Z's teeth, bro. Bro, honestly, Z's movement is filled with, like, the gayest fucking people, bro. Like, you guys are, you know, rest in peace to Az, but his movement's filled with the cringiest fucking losers. Like, you guys... Dude, I used to go to festivals, and I'd be like, why do they walk around with their shirts off? These guys are so skinny. You know what I mean? Like, the juice heads, yeah, I get them, but it's like, the movement's filled with some cringe-ass, pussy-ass bitches. You know what I mean? I like him and his brother, but I don't like their movement. And, dude, I can say that for a lot of people. You know what I mean? I can say that for... Who's someone you love, but their fan base you think is so cringe? That pretty much everyone. Yeah, that's everyone. No, that's not everyone. There's some fan bases that are just... No, there's no flat earth. It's been fucking 3 years of that. There's no flat earth content here anymore. Okay? I didn't even know I'm converting fucking retards. Like, people making the worst arguments. Hey, John, I'm on your side, and I'm on TikTok making you look like an idiot. Why am I converting people if I convert 10 people a day, and they make horrible arguments that go viral, then they're like, they're counter converting millions of people by getting laughed at. There's no fucking point to that shit. It's not a shtick, though. Like, let me tell you something, right? You can tune in 40 years, and I'll never be like you. I will never, ever believe in the moon landing. I will never believe in any of that stuff, because that's That's stuff I believed when I was 14. Okay? So it's like been, what, 4 fucking years almost? And people still asking, hey, are you still a flat earther? Yes. Yes, I am. What is there new evidence of a fucking Mars rover? What do you mean? How are you not on this side? So, but I'm not doing that content anymore because one, there's no point. There's billions of people on Earth, and I'm kind of arguing for. I'm making their case really. Every time I spawn people on my side, they make me look bad. You know what I mean? That's why I was like, I gotta master those arguments because I don't want someone like Eric Dubé tuning in and being like, "Oh, John's making our movement look bad." So I was like, I'll master the arguments. I'll take some time. But yeah, I'm not doing that anymore. And hell, even if it's big views and stuff like that, even if it was like that, like the good old days, it's a headache, man. It's like you believe you're on a spinning ball and you're an adult. Just think of that. You believe you're on a spinning ball. A spinning ball. Gravity is what you believe in. The model that was it 85 to 90% of that model is dark matter. And then they ask the scientists, what is dark matter? And they go, we don't know. Well, you don't know 80 to 90% of your own fucking model? Listen, man, I'm never talking about flat earth again. Because if you think you're on a spinning ball, what about all the religions saying the earth is a ball? Which one? I cannot name one religion that talks about a ball. Quran says it's flat like a carpet. Bible says flat with the firmament. Norse mythology says it's flat. Old Testament, flat, obviously. Well, that is the Bible one. And even later in the Bible, it says 4 wings of the earth. Egyptians, flat. Sumerian, flat. Mayan, flat. Arab scholars say it's flat. We already reacted to that on stream. We're not pulling up that clip again. That's on Arab TV, actually, on mainstream television. Yeah. I don't even get how I don't get how anyone who does a little research can think they're on a fucking spinning ball. Like, you have to be retarded. You're a monkey. You evolved from a monkey and you're on a ball. You're like in the circus. Some Freemasons convinced you're a monkey on a ball. Oh, man. It pisses me off. And then a great man once said, Google average IQ, right? Most people are actually retarded, and most people think it's a ball. And most people believe in aliens too. Oh, I hate this topic, man. It's so like we had over thousands of people on my Discord, randoms for years, jump in to defend their ball, and they always leave saying, look, man, it's not a ball, but I'm not a flat earther. And I'm like, bro, why do they always come? You know, they come to our side. We never go to theirs. You should start doing roids. Roids age you, bro. I'm too good looking for that. Yeah, no more of that. That topic has drove me insane. And I hate that Tristan Tate was leaked being a flat earther, and Andrew too, and then Andrew walked it back. That could have been a good boost for us, right? But then I guess they thought of their like Hustlers University, and they're like, we're gonna lose subscribers if we come out as flat earthers. Am I too close to this fucking stream? I feel like I'm too close. Is this better, this Sony camera, or should I go back to that webcam? I feel like I'm really close, bro. Yeah, I don't do pickup. But YouTube's going good, yeah. I actually wonder how many people would be flat earthers if Andrew Tate didn't walk it back, if he just doubled down and said, yeah, fuck it, I'm a flat earther. I wonder how many of his people would actually convert. That would have been big. Still in your entanglement, or are you searching for next wife? No, bro, I don't want to be. Listen, the truth is, I want y'all to get married. I think it's a good path for everyone on earth, but I never want to live with a woman, and I want to live alone. I want to grow up old alone, and I don't want to be. I won't be lonely, because when I'll just go out when I need to go out, I'll just go out. But I don't want to live with a woman. Okay, just don't want to do it. I tried it, and I just spent all my time at work years ago. I just stay at the fucking picking up extra shifts so I don't have to go home. Divine feminine healing. I believe it. I'm not shitting on it. I think everyone needs that. But you should see what I do when I'm alone. Like, I get a lot done. It's like a lot of people think, oh, John with a wife, he'll just, maybe you can have sex all day. Maybe it's not, dude. I literally follow her around the house talking shit till she's like on the brink of tears, and then I'll be like, oh, my bad. Because like the trolling is not like for stream. Like, you know how people turn on the troll to be like entertaining? No, I do it like offline to entertain myself, because like I don't know, I'm weird. So yeah, like living with someone like me is weird. It's fun, but then when it's not, I kind of ruin the mood. And yeah. Yeah, no, I'm fucked up, dude. I used to chase my brother around the house, trolling him until he'd be like, "Get the fuck away from me!" And I'm weird. I mean, it worked out. It definitely helped me, that attitude. But like in my personal life, it's hurt me. That's for sure. And I can't live with people. You know what I mean? Yeah, I can't do it. Can't do the marriage, cannot do the unity, can't, like, I like to pretend, I like to fantasize, but I can't. It's just me and the beanbag. You're living in a house full of strangers right now. No, I'm not, dude. I haven't seen these roommates in 2 weeks. I'll see like Nina for 8 minutes a day when she walks by to feed her dog or whatever, downstairs. But really, this is the most quiet place I've ever. I thought I was staying here 2 months. I'm never leaving, bro. I love it here. I'm always alone, and I don't feel guilty because I'm like, oh, I can be with people. But yeah, everyone's always at work or like with their friends or something. But it's just me and the dogs and the cat, and yeah, that's how I know I can't live with people, because it's like, imagine if this house was busy. I don't mind a Friday or Saturday if they throw a party, if they start doing that again. But if this house was busy on weekdays, I would be like, fuck this. Yeah, everyone's to themselves. I like it. Even when they're home, they're not in their rooms. They're like in offices and shit on the other side of the house. So it's like, I'm telling you, bro, I could walk around naked all day. No one would see me. It's the strangest place I've ever lived, because I'm like, dude, that's the whole house to myself. That's feels great. I didn't even buy that fucking house. Feels great. Just need to rent a car, and if I stay here more than 2 months, I actually have to buy something. But I don't know. I'll probably rent for 2 months, and then I'll be complete. When I have the car, I can do gym streams and IRLs and all that. But yeah, way better than Canada. It doesn't rain here. I get sun every day of my life. I'm super happy here. That's not convincing. I am. I'm not happy. Just not mad. Well, today I'm mad, but what do you know about 33 degrees of Freemasonry? Not to be cocky, but I read over like I want to this is a lie. I think I read more than 20 for sure. More than 20 books on, they're not all masonry. A lot of them are ancient practices, which pretty much is masonry. And it's mind-boggling to me how much I know about that topic. And when I YouTube all the people who talk about it, and it's not like a lot of views or anything. It's not like people do it it's not like Steven Crowder talks about that shit. Hell, Andrew Tate, Alex Jones, they don't even talk about it, because that actually requires you to use your brain. You can't, it's the Matrix, right? But I know a little too much, man. I even made connections that every connection I make myself, I'll thirst for more books until the connection makes sense. So, like all the Greco to the Roman connections, to the Egyptian connections, to the Oriental connections, to the Hindu connections of ancient practices, which is all encompassing the universal architect, right? They're one God of everyone in Masonry. And I'm thinking to myself, like, holy fucking shit, I know too much about this topic. Wait, I'm not on the front page of Twitch? And you didn't get it? Who got a notification? Okay, some people did. Huh. Anyways, so my year's going perfect, right? Last time I talked to you guys, I said I'm not gonna be I'm not going to be letting any resistance stop me. I'm not going to have thought loops. I'm just going to be open to what God has in store for me. And which is crazy because I got a DM from Fresh Fit and Adam22. And I never like DM or like email people. So I'm like, oh, that's great. You know, as soon as I open myself up to this good energy, you know, connections start to form and shit. And that's always been my case where I'm like negative for months. And then when I'm positive for a few weeks, good stuff starts to form. So I got invited to 2 of those podcasts, which kind of sucks, Florida, LA, but whatever. So I might do that. And I'll definitely go on one for sure, if not both. Which is nice. It's so nice to be invited to shit when you're a small time creator, because it shows like if you get invited to big shit when you're a small time creator, they're really, you know, it's really like most people need like fucking 500,000 on YouTube subscriber count to even get invited and shit. So yeah, it shows how overpowered I am, really. And anyways, so I finish a lot of these Masonic books. I read about theosophy. I read about magneticism and all that. And you know, like everyone knows about this. What's that book? What's that book that everyone knows about the law of attraction? The Alchemist. Yeah, that book is so weak, right? Read about real alchemy and what it's about. And you do it subconsciously too. It's actually nuts. It's not just it's not transforming lead to gold, right? It's a representation. You would be the lead, and you transform your soul into gold. Like you transform yourself, and you become the philosopher's stone, which lines up with masonry and all that stuff. And a lot of it really lines up with witchcraft. So I finished this book. Man, I forget who, some fucking genius. I finished this book last night. And man, these books, when I'm doing just walking, just go out for a walk for 3 hours, I'll listen to a whole book. And I forget the genius's name, but this is not masonry, but this book is talking about how thoughts become the world, right? Or thoughts form your world. And then that's how everything in my life happened. All the bad stuff too. Like, you know, it's like every time I hated myself, I brought the bad shit. And as I'm halfway into this book, the book says, by the way, do not study occult, witchcraft, or theosophy. You will be successful. It's kind of like a ancient self-help book, but it says you'll be successful without going there. It's not an ancient book. It's like newer, but talks about all that old stuff too. And I'm like, wow, even a non-Masonic book is talking about like witchcraft and all that shit. And just 2 years ago, I didn't even believe in none of this shit. I was like, witchcraft? Are you fucking joking me? But check this out. Right, I take notes because I'm a fucking genius. What is witchcraft? Someone give me the definition on Google. This is going to blow your mind. Hold on. Let me grab some drink. Okay. Good old. Don't scratch me. Look at them. Oh. Hug. You can tell I've never had a pet before, but I definitely know how to get them to stay with me, right? I wonder if this thing, how do you know it's going to strike? Okay. Oh, shit. Claws. My bad. Yeah. Whoa, what the fuck? Hey, come back here. Yeah. Um. What was I saying? Dude, I like cats more than dogs, man. I'm not gonna lie. There's this neighbor. He has this cat who acts like so friendly. Like follows me around. I posted on my Snapchat story, and yeah, I think I like cats more than dogs, bro. The older I get, the more I follow the cat around the house. You know, we have good dogs. We have good dogs that cuddle us, like corgis that actually just like they're like the perfect de-stress dog, right? But every now and then, well, I don't like cats except good cats like this one. You know, like cats that are social. Like this one doesn't scratch or any of that. And it's because I'm lazy. Like, I don't think I'm ever going to pick up dog shit, bro. That's not me. Like, if I had a dog and I had to pick up dog shit, like, I'm paying to pick up. I have to pay for the dog's food and shit to pick up its shit. And dogs kind of gross me out sometimes. I'm not going to lie. Like, since dogs love me, they get all slobbery with me and shit. And cats don't gross me out as much. They don't. Yeah, dogs smell and cats like never smell. But most cats suck, you know. You meet a good cat once every 10 years and then you're like in love and shit. But yeah, I like a cat, you know, a cat calms me down. You know, a dog turns me like kind of makes me a weirdo. You know, when I have a dog or when I hang out with people's dogs, like not like Nina fucking yelled at me because like, bro, I got her dog so fat in a week because I would like secretly feed them, and you're not supposed to feed them when they've already ate. But I bought like a bunch of pepperoni for myself. And then you know when the dogs follow you around, I'm like, bro, I'm not a fucking pussy. You can't puppy dog face and like I feel bad for you and I'll just feed you. That'll work once or twice, but I'll be over it when the dog is being greedy. So I'm like, I don't have a big heart. I don't want to feed you. And they're just looking at me. And then just for fun, I threw a piece of pepperoni. And dude, these dogs, they catch it in midair. They go in midair. Like they don't miss. And they're corgis. So you wouldn't think a small dog can do something that a big dog can. And it's so much fucking fun feeding them because it's kind of like a video game. Like whoop, every time. And then I realized, bro, I spent like $30 on my second day here on just the food that I was supposed to eat for myself. I looked at my plate. I had nothing left because I gave it all to both of the dogs. I was having so much fun just throwing food. And I didn't even make a mess because the dogs kept catching it before it touched the ground. And I was having like a fucking blast because that's what like big dogs do, you know? They do like catch in midair. I didn't think corgis can do it because corgis are like sausages, you know, like but they're fast, man. They're not out of shape dogs. Like they're fast and shit. And yeah, I like corgis a lot actually. These are the first two corgis I met, and I like. Should I bring one? Yo, hold up, hold up. Who the hell's calling, man? Wait. Ooh. Who's this? What the fuck? Anyways, I can't find the fucking dogs, but yeah, I like dogs and all that, but I wouldn't get a cat because I know I wouldn't be lucky enough to have a cool cat. But if I could just go to that neighbor has this cat named like Rambo. If I could just be like, hey, here's some money, give me your fucking cat, easily, easily, I would have a cat over a dog if I got a cool cat, which is rare. Like, yeah. But yeah, it's good for de-stressing, you know? Like, this is the first time in my life where I'll go chill in the living room alone. It'll be empty, dead silent. And, you know, I like to stay in the silence and, like, really feel the silence and hurt myself. And, you know, because I'm so used to social media and technology. So I'm like, okay, I can't be a fucking pussy. I just got to stay in the silence. And then the fucking dog jumps on me. And I'm trying to, like, meditate and shit. And the dog jumps on me and cuddles me. And I'm like, whoa. This is why people have dogs. Because I'm so used to going to someone's house and seeing the dog. I'm not used to living with a dog. So at 3 a.m., they just know I'm coked out. And they just cheer me up. And I'm kidding. But anyways, what was I saying? I'm glad to be back, dude. Like, this is so... This week, we're going to have podcasts. We're going to have people yelling at each other. Like, we're going to have a lot of the good stuff back because I need that. Anyways, I was talking about, witchcraft, right? Okay, so if you're wondering why this fucking Jack Chad beautiful guy like me is into, like, witchcraft, which is, like, Harry Potter gay stuff, it's not like I grew up with Harry Potter. I actually never watched Harry Potter. I never read it. I don't know anything about it. I'm not into that stuff. I'm not into witchcraft. I'm not into witches. I'm not into... fantasy, or not like that. But why I'm into it, why I've finished so many books on it, is because it kept showing. I kept seeing it in politicians' homes. And in my head, I'm thinking, these are some powerful people. Why do they all have this thing, this witchcraft thing connected to them? Like, why? And how does Destiny and, let's say, Steven Crowder and Ben Shapiro, how come none of them talk about the witchcraft part of politics? They like to talk about it for Hollywood, which is like, oh, Hollywood. It's kind of stupid. So I'm like, all right, let's Google. Let me show you something crazy. Anyways, hold on. The books I read are useful for me, and if I could explain it to you guys, if I could remember all of it, I have to be triggered to remember all of it, but they are useful, right? Most of what Freemasons and these people talk about is useful knowledge, right? Yes, Manny P. Hall and stuff. But, man, you get so much reading done when you are guided correctly. So I didn't have someone telling me what books to research. So I said, I'm not going to lie, men love power, right? When you think about why you want money, why you've ever wanted real money in your life, it's like a status and power thing. And for me, it's power, like move out of my way type energy, So I was like, okay, these are the most powerful. Who are the most powerful people in history? And what the fuck do they talk about in their books? So I started reading these books, and they kept mentioning witchcraft, but it wouldn't be like, it would be like 10% of the book would be witchcraft. Most of it would be psychic initiation, or soul architecture. Trance-like states and weird kind of shit like that. So anyways, this is all I read. I'm pretty sure everything involving Manny P. Hall I've read, and like 3 or 4 times, because so easy to read Manny P. Hall or listen to. Manny P. Hall, Blavatsky for theosophy and all that satanic garbage. Okay, so Manny P. Hall, over 25 fucking books, 3-4 times each I've read them, and the authors are Manny P. Hall, the Blavatsky bitch, I forget her name, the theosophy lady, Albert Pike, the Kabbalion was good, but fuck that one. The Bible, yeah, a lot last year. Wait. Fuck, there's more. Hold on. Let me see here. Actually, you know what? These are good starting points, because it'll take you months. It'll take you months to finish most of these. But anyways, they all talk about the same stuff, kind of. They all talk about ancient mystery schools, hermetic practices, and how there's 2 paths. You know that duality, that black and white checkerboard that is in Freemasonry? That's their gods. So here, I wrote a note here. Look, I write notes, and because I want to know what the fucking billionaire elites actually, because I know they don't go to church. Also, another thing, if I'm looking like a tinfoil retard to you, Nancy Pelosi hired an exorcist to come work on her home, because she reads Manny P. Hall, and Manny P. Hall says there's psychic rays that can come out of someone's fucking mind and kill another person. Like, someone can actually hex you. Like, if you constantly have bad luck, someone's fucking with you maybe. And he also talks about how The most dangerous thing you can, the thing people suffer from most is not the most evil. It's creating demons by accident, right? So if you're a very negative person, you create demons and then they rule over you. But here, hold on, look at this shit. Ancients claimed that there was a hierarchy of demons that incarnated through the sins of man. So these demons only exist in more than a Carl Jung archetype form. They're like forces, and basically this is the way they explain it. Think of a human and a river of infinite impulses going through the human, right? A river of infinite impulses are going through the human. The more impulses the human denies, the closer he is to achieving purity, right? So abstaining from sex and blah, 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 all does great things for the soul. All right, let's keep going. Hold on. Ancients claimed that there was a hierarchy of demons that incarnated through the sins of man. It's all man's fault. On the lower planes of the astral world, that's that lower vibration, right? These are strange creatures. Some are like animals. Few are debased human beings. But most are lizards, snakes, and other reptiles. But they're in the invisible world. You can't see them. But we talk about like, reptilian overlord and serpent worship, Ophites, Canaanites in the Gnostic Christian days. All right. The power of black magic is to direct these sin manifestations and soulless beings. So the black magician directs his or other people's sins that manifest these soulless beings, right? Reptilian, subhuman, whatever the fuck. And he uses them to do his bidding. But every single time, he's conquered by his own slaves. So this is actually really interesting that these geniuses, right? These are considered, Manny P. Hall is considered a genius, right? Albert Pike spoke 16 fucking languages. And he was like a racist Confederate. He didn't like black people, but he loved Native Americans and would defend them. And it's because he liked their shaman practices that he wanted to learn from. But 16 fucking languages, and if you've read his books, he has a 500-page book that's just poetry. You know how people have struggled with like a 15-bar haiku or whatever the fuck it's called? He does 500 pages of poetry. Like there's never be a break. And it's kind of intense to read. Like it's too much to read actually. But clearly that guy's not human. How the fuck do you know 16 languages and write like all these books and stuff? And Albert Pike is like noted to have wrote a letter predicting in his dream, because these guys who are contacted by Luciferian forces, they have visions, whether day or night. They have visions. But he had a dream, and he predicted World War I and World War II and all that, just like Nostradamus and those kind of figures. And but some people say that's fake. Who knows? Anyways, hold on. Look at this. Okay, so the power of the black magician is to direct the sin manifestations of soulless beings. This is Manny P. Hall, I'm pretty sure. Reptilian or subhuman. Those black magicians of chain... I wrote this note and it doesn't make sense. Those black magicians that have put chains on these demons always fall victim to their own reptilian slaves. And by reptilian, I guess they just mean beast-like. Like it's a beastly energy, right? And really that's what human is, right? You're a beastly guy watching porn all day, and you have to overcome that. And, go into the spirit. The black magician launches these invisible demons in the world through his own astral body. Listen to this, okay? Here's the soul contract, okay? This took me years to find out, okay? Because when you read this, you have to like compare it to other literature and see if it makes sense. So I'm positive he's talking about soul contract here. He says the black magician launches these invisible demons into the world through his own. Shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up. Think positive. It's 2023, not angry. Okay. One in the chat. Let's reset. The black magician launches these invisible. Ever since I got these teeth, the lisp is forever. I don't remember my tongue hitting teeth this much in my life. Maybe you're not supposed to pick the biggest fucking teeth. Anyways. Okay. Can you remove them? Yeah, let me fucking pull it out. I think the lisp is here to stay unless I speak slower. Oh, you didn't notice? Okay. So anyway, all right. Holy shit, this is the last time I'm reading this. All right, but remember, who here believes that you can sell your soul? And remember, you have to be open to selling your soul before the devil comes. The devil doesn't just come to you. You have to be on the market first. Okay? And we see that all the time. Okay? Unless you believe it's chemicals in your head, then you've been watching Destiny too long, and your life's gonna suck, bro. Your life is gonna... Prayer changed my life. I don't know why you guys don't pray. Pray. Your lives fucking suck, and praying keeps you good looking. I swear it does. Okay. The black magician launches these invisible... Fuck, man. This subscription's throwing me off. I can hear it from the... Anyways. The black magician launches these... The black magician Hey, man. Okay. It's from the top. I feel like Tom Cruise. All right. Okay. The black... The black guy. All right, hold up. All right. I haven't streamed in a while. I haven't streamed in a while. Anyways. Sorry. I keep thinking of, I guess only my brothers live with me, really. So he knows, like, they call me the Joker because I have these days. And now that I can be loud at night, I'm not in my old home. I feel like you'll see the real me now. Yeah, but sometimes when I get the giggles, people get insecure because they're like, is he laughing at me? I can't go to parties because people will be like, is he laughing at me? Why is John laughing? They get weirded out. And sometimes I just laugh for no reason, man. It's the voices in my head. Anyways, the black magician launches these invisible demons into the world. It's a fucking blooper reel, man. All right. Sorry. I haven't streamed in a while. The problem, I'm going to close chat. I feel like I'm being watched. On a fucking dead channel. Okay. Let's do a long stream today. Oh my god. 2023, no anger. My anger is gonna be laughter. Let's go. This up one more time. Okay. They took it off. All right, ready? What was I talking about? That's the problem. Let me reread this, bro. Because I've done this book 3 times and I hate doing it on stream because then I have to actually break it down. To me, it all makes sense, but to you guys, it won't. Okay. All right, here it is. All right. Sweaty. The Dark Magician. Okay. All right, but no. Okay, so I was talking about serious stuff. All right, let's get serious. We're talking about soul contracts. This is what I think. He's talking about a soul contract here. This is what Manny P. Hall, 33-degree Mason, is talking about. Right? I didn't do a year of these fucking books for no reason, man. I know he's talking about selling your soul. He says the black magician launches these invisible demons into the world through his own astral body. Remember, astral is a fire, your soul, astral fire, astral body. So he launches demons through his own body in exchange for the powers these demons will give him. So let's do that again. This is Manny P. Hall, the genius, okay? Multiple languages, just like Pike and all that. Genius guy. Why is he talking about this? I don't know. He's got a whole book on it. He says the black magician launches these invisible demons into the world through his own astral body in exchange for powers these demons will give him. Now, who believes in that? Because there's been Rosicrucians who talked about conjuring up certain archetypes and having visions and hallucinogenic states where when they come out of it, or sometimes during it, the man who was never instructed by an artist becomes a Da Vinci level painter and fucking just does a Mona Lisa when he's never painted before. And it's the demon working through him. And this really talks about choosing the immortal soul with God or mortal glory, meaning you're an amazing artist and rich and famous in the mortal world. Like you have a good life here. You're Will Smith of Earth. The white magician dedicates his soul to the immortal light. The black magician sells his for immortal glory. So it's the left hand, right hand paths. Just like witchcraft, why are all these Masonic practices identical to witchcraft? And why don't they just call it witchcraft? Why is the initiation like witchcraft? Why is everything they do? The real question is, what the Okay, I was just told I'm not allowed to talk about this topic on Twitch anymore. Fuck, I had so much planned. And I was going to go through the whole book with you. So am I even allowed to say the book's name? Text. I can't say the book's name? Alright, we'll switch. Damn, bro, this is a good book. It is on YouTube. Is it Secret Teachings of All Ages? No, that's like level 1 beginner shit. Like shit I did last year. Fuck it, I'm doing the book. I don't care. I didn't read the whole thing to fucking listen to the voices in my head. Maybe I won't say the book's name. How about that? It's hard to find anyway. Like 4,000 views. So here I have a timestamp of Satan and Lucifer being a Mason's largest forces and powers. He says they aren't evil. So they say duality, yin and yang, solar, S-O-L, which is soul, and lunar, luna, right? Male, female. This is the duality that they work in. Alchemists work here. Witchcraft is more one-sided. And Masonry is more about the light. Apollo, 66th floor of Donald Trump's home. Trump had a Kabbalah teacher. Every politician, everyone who makes millions and millions of dollars have a Kabbalah bracelet. Search up Lionel Messi, Hollywood stars. This is not a conspiracy. And it's very close to witchcraft. But again, it's either the sun or the moon, meaning the moon is satanic. It's the coldest thing. If the sun were to disappear today, the man in this book says would crystallize, and the man would fall into the into a being of just matter. And if the moon were to disappear, then the man would burn up and become his astral flame, the soul, right? So they say you need both, and which is interesting because in Masonry, Satan and Lucifer are opposite forces. So a lot of Christians say it's the same thing, but what the fuck do Christians know? They can't even decipher their own fucking book. I'm pretty sure they are different forces because think about it. Their loving force is Lucifer, right? Oh, peace, inclusivity, we're all liberals, blah, blah, blah. That's Luciferian, right? It comes through a broken cross that's upside down, right? Search up the peace symbol from the 1960s sexual revolution. That's a Luciferian revolution. A satanic revolution would be a feminine one and not masculine, and a Luciferian would be masculine. That's the difference in Masonry. So when they say there's good and evil, what they're really hinting at is they're both evil. To me, that was mind-blowing, and I figured this out. I remember I did a stream about this. This is how I know I'm a genius. I did a stream about this like 6 months ago, and I said, wait, there can be no good without evil? Why do they want us to believe that? Why does everyone who tries to sound smart say, you can't have light without darkness? Of course you can have good without evil. That's what God is. It would be ultimate goodness, the good. Like Plato said. But the human works with these two hands, the left hand and the right hand, the solar and the lunar. And it's funny that these people print money. Like they have the power to, they're in the Federal Reserve, they're in the Treasury, they're in Hollywood, definitely in politics, and very few of them are satanic. Most of them are like Luciferians. The satanic ones are a lot more forceful, like Marina Abramovich and stuff. And that comes from the Masonic apron. So Masonic apron is 4 sides. It is the pentagram star, the regular star, and one of the flaps points downwards. And that what the apron in Masonry is, why it's so important, is it's showing an illuminated figure, meaning someone who's achieved purity. They don't use their penis, right? That's why it's covering their genitalia. That's why it's an Egyptian thing, right? The Masonic apron. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? And why there's an eyeball on the apron is that's the life force, generative principle, the sperm. That penis that is covered by the purity of the apron, right, is the eyeball winking at you saying, hey, some of us Masons are not pure. Some of us do sex magic. And remember, blood magic bends space, time, and the universe, right? They say, you sacrifice children and you get all the worldly riches. Manny P. Hall talked about this. Geniuses wrote about this. Destiny didn't write about this. Destiny doesn't know shit. Destiny thinks there's a conspiracy theory. Why would billionaire geniuses write about this shit? So, and what is sperm, right? Sperm, again, focus. It's the serpent and the egg. Your girlfriend, your bitch, she's the egg. And you're the serpent snake. You sin and come inside of her. Focus. It's, again, biblical. Right? But what is sperm? It's blood plasma. So it is a blood magic ritual when you come on a girl's face. And a lot of people tune out of my stream here because they go, dude, you've ruined sex for me. And sometimes I double think. And dude, sex opens up portals. Okay? All your problems come from having casual sex and all that. And a lot of you guys are like, oh, John, like, how do you like leave it alone and shit? Dude, you're not a horny guy. You've just been watching porn since you were 12. If you take a break from porn for like a month, maybe 2 months, and try and click on it, you'll kind of laugh and be like, whoa, what the fuck was I into? You'll snap out of it. Right now, you would never believe me because you're like deep down there and addicted. But it's 2023, and if you're still watching porn, you got to ask yourself, how's your life going, bro? And you're doing weird shit. You're in your room covered in cum. That is fucking pathetic. And yeah, a lot of people are like, oh, John, you're just not a horny guy. Bro, I had 18 to 19 times human testosterone in me injected at one point in my life, and I still didn't fuck the ugly chicks. Everyone on trend fucks. People on trend go gay. Most people who go gay are on steroids or cocaine. I was on all that, and I didn't even fuck ugly chicks, right? I still fucked. The worst I did was like a 7. And I was shaking horny. I was like, oh. So people are like, oh, you're just not a horny guy, John. That's why you're more pure. No. I was more pure than you when I was on gear. But I'm not going to lie. I was jacking off like 8 times a day on gear. It was weird. It was like, imagine more than high school days. Yeah. 8, 9 times a day. You think it's crazy, but remember, you'll have like 10 to 15% more blood volume on your biceps, your chest, your dick. So your dick heals very fast after you stroke it. Yeah, it was weird. But puberty was fiery for me, though. I'll never say gear was... Obviously, it's worse than puberty, but it kind of makes puberty look overpowered because you're like, oh, it's natural, it's not synthetic, and it keeps up with gear. But anyways, yeah, I always was like paranoid about who I sleep with and shit like that. Like I made a ton of mistakes. I'm not like a pure guy, but I'm so pure compared to the fucking demons flowing through my blood at that time that were trying to get me to do very impulsive, stupid things. And look, let me just word it like this, dude. If you have a stepsister and you're going through puberty, or you're on gear, or you're down on your luck, or you're on cocaine, or you're allowing bad demons in your life, or you're watching too much porn, you're going to fuck her. You're going to bang your... it happens to the best of us, man. I bent over my step and I said, forgive me. And she said, no, forgive me, because we knew we were sinning. But I started it. I was like, hey. And she's like, hey. And so I'll take the blame. I initiated the sexuality. But yeah, so if you watch porn, you become a lot more beastly. Also, I want to say something about like who's circumcised in my chat. So I'm circumcised, and the sensitivity is not all the way there. So we lose stiffness a lot faster. If you have the skin, it feels better to you. Like piping feels better. But if you don't have the skin, you are way more beastly, meaning you're piping in a beastly form. And if you have the skin, it's warm on your tip, and you're more I love you. But if you don't have the skin, you are and so I read a lot about circumcision making men a lot more beastly. Like, it makes you. I love how my dick looks. I hate foreskin. I hate talking about this, but I have to talk about this. I hate how it looks, but dude, imagine the feeling if you did have the skin. You know, when she's just on your tip, just when she's just making the tip all hot and spicy. You know, when it's getting hot, when she's just on your tip, hot, making your tip hot. That's how it feels like when you have the skin and you're just banging, right? Read what I said. What did you say? Just retype it. Oh, knowing you, it's going to be defending his dick. I hate when people get personal here. Actually, John, it feels better if you cut the skin because there's this imam who told me this and I have to protect my religion. Like, bro, why are you pretending? Circumcision is a sacrificial ritual for masculinity. Do what you must regardless of how you feel. I don't get it, you. Are you circumcised or not? What are you trying to say, dude? I don't get it. You are circumcised, but you're saying it's bad. No, I'm saying it's a ritual. It's a rite of passage for men. Well, in the conspiracy realm, they don't want humans to be loving. They want men to be beastly and fuck their wives like angry and shit like that. That's what that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is a Jewish thing. But I'm circumcised, and I know for a fact if I had a foreskin, it would feel better. I know. It's like if you have, when you fap with a sock on, it feels better. I know for a fact, I know for a fact those guys are enjoying it more and they're more loving than our side. I know it. Like, I kind of have to force being loving and stuff when I'm piping because I'm like, yo, what, I don't want to be described as beastly. You know what I mean? I want to be beastly. But anyways, look at this. So we saw some Arabs doing black magic and they got caught by Elmi showed us this video. It had 40,000 views on YouTube, and it was these Arabs who were practicing. No, well, one dude. No, it was a group of Arabs practicing black magic, and they put a sword in the guy's stomach, like one of those needle swords, and they take it out. Then they put it through his mouth, and they're not acting like weird cannibals and stuff. They're just doing a ritual. You know, they're acting very normal. And so I'm watching this, and I take it off the screen because I'm like, I'm not showing my chat this. And the guy freezes because he has, like, I guess, jinns inside of him and demons. So he freezes like this because the sword's in him. And the hole that they pierced in his stomach leaked feces and bile and vomit. And the elder of the group, the Arab practicing black magic, he grabs a bit of it and he eats it. And it's not like he was hungry and cannibalistic. He just a piece. Then he grabbed a little more, and only the leader ate it. And it's one of those, like, that, is this really on YouTube? Like, am I? Because I know normally I would puke to something like that, but I didn't puke because it was on YouTube. So I was like, I don't even believe this. What the fuck did I just see? And then I'm pretty sure they got arrested and all that. But all their rituals they do, you see the Ukrainian, and I'm not saying the Russians don't do it, right? I could see Wagner doing rituals like this, just like Hitler and them did it, and the Ukrainian Azov battalion does it. They all do this black magic before they go to war, where it's something to do with dirt and earth, blood, air, earth, water, and fire, right? Like the fucking Avatar. And now look at this. In this book, it talks about air is the body. The air body gives power of thought. So all the mental plane is air. We breathe it. The mental plane is air. Fire body gives the power of motion and emotion. So the orgasm. There's an astral fire in you. So when you get angry, you get hot. So air is the mental plane. The motion and emotion is the fire body, right? That is the emotional aura, right? These are the four auras of the human. And then the water body gives the power of reproduction and growth. That was interesting to me. So I'm like, whoa, the water body is semen and all that stuff. I was like, huh. You know, circulatory system, all that. That's kind of crazy. And this guy talks about in magic, there's karmic learning of 800 earthly lives. Manny P. Hall talks about this. And a lot of people believed in this stuff. And the definition of magic, according to Manny P. Hall, is art of manipulating unseen forces of nature. Unseen forces of nature, okay? And I'm thinking to myself, okay, this guy's way more famous than Destiny. Why should I write him off as a kook? Like, he's one of the most famous authors of all time. He says, a magician is one who can juggle the four elemental bodies. And an alchemist transforms through them, right? A magician is one who is capable of consciously molding the substances of matter and the 3.5 worlds of material substance. The two demons of creation are Satan and Lucifer, or according to Greeks, Mars and Venus. That's really interesting. Okay. Which that one actually confused me because Mercury is Hermes, and he's sometimes seen as the light bringer. Venus is seen as the morning star, Lucifer. And this one's talking about Mars, right? The pagan god of war, right? And Venus, which is the fertility goddess. So this one's kind of confusing to me, actually. Okay, let's keep going. One in the chat to keep going. Black magic versus Christ consciousness, Brahmic splendor, universal awareness, whatever you want to call it, which is well-being and gratitude and prayers of the old. That is the state the Mason tries to awaken. And the black magician is not going inward. He is selfish. And he's all for his passions, and he sees himself as God. But ultimately, they're always destroyed by their own magic manipulation, right? And even Manny Hall, who talks about the seething powers of Lucifer, bro, this guy got murdered. Like, that's how he died. So I wonder how good of a guy he was, because he said, don't practice any of this shit. So he talks about Lucifer, love and peace, satanic forces, two paths. Well, that's what I got from that. He didn't actually talk about that part. Definition of alchemy is symbolic representation of the entire process of universal activity. So let me get this straight. Alchemy is the symbolic representation, okay, so we draw it on a board, just symbols, of the entire process of universal activity. Proof of immortality is in The Alchemist. Okay, so there's some alchemists who lived like 400 fucking years. He talks about that too. Psychic power of soul achieved by Platonic mystics, right? We study Plato and all those guys. Apparently, they had some psychic knowledge. Rocks and stars all have invisible meanings, meaning even a stone has a vibration and an invisible meaning to it that you can't see. You have to unveil it. And when we learn how to read signs and symbols, this stuff will be easier to us. But they don't teach us. They teach us A, B, and C and all that stupid shit. Okay, alchemists / Rosicrucians. Manny P. Hall doesn't talk about this, but I made the connection. Okay, because I don't want to like misquote the guy, because then people will be like, Zherka's making up shit. Okay, so alchemists believe the same thing as Rosicrucians, but he's talking about alchemists only. Must purify the body and negate all living powers flowing through it. So I think he's talking about sexuality here, right? That is living power flowing through you. Must purify the body and negate all living powers flowing through it. All the ancient mystics, Gnostics, sages, saints, stop. They practiced no nut, and they stopped. They never had sex and purified their body. So they were alchemists and achieved new states of consciousness. Once pure, this self-meditation enhances energy of emotion to divine, the fire of life, magnetic field. Okay, weird. Then he talks about there are 7 chakras, 7 seals of revelation. Also, there are 7 metals of alchemical transmutation. The alchemist is looking to quiet his nature and achieve peace of mind. Right? Remember, a lot of Freemasons say they're about this path, but they end up doing rituals instead. The alchemist is looking to quiet his nature and achieve peace of mind, not a psychic revelation. So I guess that would be devilish and satanic. He's not looking for a psychic revelation, but a lot of people said psychic revelations can mean God is talking to you, which I don't know about that. 7 seals of revelation are also the vital organs. You have 7 vital organs that they don't talk to you about anymore. Just like Rosicrucians, alchemists must be in tune with these chakras and receive this heart energy up the spinal ladder to the cave of Brahma. So that's what Manny P.L. talks about, but that's not a quote. That's how I interpret it. And it is accurate. Like, you go ask any scholar what I just said, they'd say, oh yeah, Zherka is accurate. Even though Manny P. Hall said it differently, I softened it up so it's easier to digest. But that's exactly what he meant. And I promise you, it doesn't have to be a perfect quote from him, but I bet I could find a quote that close to that one. Lunar works for maintenance of body, right? Just like your girlfriend, she maintains you. You feel loved, blah blah blah. So that's what the moon is, and the peace of the flesh. Okay, and remember, the sun, right? Every human is like a solar capsule, right? Of sunlight that you hold even when you're sleeping, and that's that masculine and active force, and the moon is passive. Just like and here's how I know I'm going fucking genius mode, right? So as I'm finishing this book, it hits me. I'm like, wait a minute. If the opposite of spirit is matter, and this is not the genius part, this is like Plato. I'm just stealing right now. If the opposite of spirit is matter, and spirit is just inverted matter, right? I was thinking to myself, that makes a lot of sense of why the moon is feminine, because the moon is matter and passive. You can see the moon, you can see fucking the designs on the moon, everything, but you can't see the sun. You look at it and you're like, I can't see it. That's exactly spirit. You can't see spirit, invisible world, right? And to me, I was like reading the book and I'm like, holy shit, that makes a lot of sense. So when I made that connection, I'm like, yo, I'm actually a fucking genius. It's so weird to me how like geniuses are never spoken about in the mainstream. Like, they won't talk about Manny P. Hall, but they talk about Jordan Peterson. I'm like, dude, this guy's talking about electromagnetic auras in the human body. And that the only time you get sick is when you lie, cheat, steal, do bad things, and your aura gets weak. Which, yeah. There's like a universal principle that if you're a bad person, you just become weaker to the same evil you're doing in the world to happen to you. Not like karma of like afterlife, but karma during your life. Human soul must ascend 7 spheres, okay? So just like Jewish people with their 7 candles, I forget, Hanukkah or whatever, to arrive back to God, 7 heavens, 7 planets of antiquity, wandering stars. The Holy Bible, square, and compass are the greatest lights in masonry. Okay, so this is a really good, this is why people say the Bible is real, because the most evil guys, the Masons, they need it to invert its spiritually charged energy. 3 sublime lights of masonry are the sun, moon, and the master of the lodge, which is to them the eye of Horus, which is usually Osiris. Sun is generative power of deity. So again, solar worship, sun worship. I've been talking about this for so long. Most of you guys are heliocentrists, so you guys are already thinking you revolve around the sun, you're going to hell. A lot of you guys are going to hell, I'm not going to lie. Just putting that out there. God is the source of its light, right? So generative power of deity. That's why they say the sun spews the sperm onto the womb of the earth, right? The sun rays. God is the source of its light, and I'm just tripping because there's this girl that you never suspect she watches these streams, but she said her mom loves my streams, and I'm like, I haven't done normal streams in so long. What the fuck? Your mom watches this stuff? You know, it's like mind blowing. It's like, I gotta stop talking about nasty stuff because, you know, I gotta stop talking about. No, there's like 4 moms who watch my channel, and I thought it was for my old content, but I'm talking about like recently. They told me, well, months ago they told me, and 1 recent. That's why I don't want to talk about fapping and stuff like that. I'm like, wow. It's making me look crazy. God is the source of its light. Moon represents passive capacity to produce in nature. Horus, Osiris, and Isis, right? Again, look in the Vatican, right? Search up the Jesuit order and you'll see what I'm talking about. Horus, Osiris, and Isis. Vatican, Israel, or Mercury, Sun, and Moon, okay? So these are their trinity. The blazing star that was Anubis or Sirius, as we call it, but then in Masonry became Horus, which is just Hermes, Apollo, Lucifer. It's all the same sun deity. And Osiris is the first. So Osiris, Horus, Ra, different times of the day until the sun fucking sets. But yeah. Now look at this. Every billionaire believes in this shit. Even Donald Trump, my guy Trump, on the 66th, that's a Masonic number. Well, that's a biblical number. 6 is east, south, west, north, right? Which is also like fire, earth, water, air. And as above, so below. So the 6 dimensions of reality, the material world, the devil's world. Even Donald Trump on the 66th floor, Google it. It's just a golden room of Apollo sun worship. So every time I want to let go of this as just like crazy schizo posting, every time I want to say this just schizo posting, someone will tell me, hey, look at Trump's room, do this. And it'll blow my fucking mind. Because I'm like, dude, I don't do conspiracy, bro. I do the truth, bitch. You want to explain what the fuck that room is? But Trump is the good guy. Rosicrucians and Masons all talk about giants living with mankind, and they also talk about Atlantis, which I don't even want to fucking research, but every genius throughout history talks about Atlanteans, and they were the Egyptians, and blah, blah, blah. I don't research that part because I'm like, it's getting fucking ridiculous, bro. But the mitochondrial Eve, Adam, and Eve. Where does thought and reason come from? Is it chemicals? No. A lot of people say it's supercharged by lucifuge. This one's Plato. What happens after death, rebirth? So he believed that a lot of Gnostics back then believed that you could be, if you fail, you get reborn as a woman, then animal, then plant, then mineral. They talked about that. Let me see. Are you enjoying yourself, chat? Okay. This took a year for me to read and compile. It's going to be all in a video with pictures, so it makes more sense. But every time I share this online, someone goes, hey, you missed something, and I add. So Albert Pike says, there is no book so little understood as the Bible and the Zohar, right? Which is like a poetic Jewish mysticism book. Masonry jealously conceals it and misguides people on purpose. He also said that. Okay, but conceals what? Right? Remember, these people are pedophiles. This one's Trinity explained, detailed in gold. Demonic Trinity. Remphan. The Star of Remphan is... Does anyone know what the Star of Remphan is? I know a lot of conspiracy guys are going to say what I think they're going to say. But if you've read anything of Albert Pike's... Well, he only mentions it, I think, once. But Albert Pike explains what the Star of Remphan is, which every YouTube channel tries to explain it. They try to understand the Bible. Go ask the bad guys. Go ask the fucking elites what the Star of Remphan is. Go search for it in their scrolls. They'll tell you what it is. So, and you are right that it's unification of masculine and feminine, but I'm asking you, where does it come from? Which masculine and feminine would be as above, so below. The Star of Remphan, according to Albert Pike, is the Sumerian star. And a Jewish star. The true name of Yahweh, Satan explained, and light, gold, and Lucifer. Plato, diamond, God take. Oh, this is diamond tier. I put diamond tier, gold tier, silver tier, and bronze tier depending on how important the information or the notes are. But this is all diamond tier. This is like all good shit. Okay. This is a book. Oh, right. So another author would be Plato. I've been reading a lot of Plato, and there's something calming about these audiobooks, man. Like ever since I quit all music, hip hop, EDM, everything, wow, life is so much better. You think life sucks without music, but it still seeps in there at the mall, and you still sometimes at the gym, but yeah. I can't follow audiobooks. I have to read the words. Believe it or not, you learn way better if you read the words instead of audio. Like, you become genius level if you read it. But I'm the opposite. I need to hear it. I need to go for a walk, and then I need to write it down. God made the world of matter, soul, intellect. Plato's thought on father, primitive matter, mother. So mother would be primitive, the matter, materialistic world. Cosmos, the sun, and the Indian Trinity. Okay, next is my ex-girlfriend's nude. Why is this here? What the okay, my notes were fucked up here, but deleting this, because I guess it just backed up onto my phone. Mysteries of Church Initiations, Secret Teachings, the Ark, right? The Ark of the Covenant is like really hard. That's, man, I took a break from that one. That one's really hard to understand through these guys' point of view. And here's another picture. The fuck am I doing? And then there's more notes on top. This is so dorky. So Manny P. Hall, Aleister Crowley, Plato, Carl Jung is all I read about. The least is Aleister Crowley, especially because a lot of fucked up shit happened when I went deeper in that. The weird shit starts happening to you, dude. And you know, I'm really glad that the world is affected by thoughts, prayer, and meditation. Because, man, when I was a materialist, there was this thing called depression, and it was real. And now I realize how gay depression is. Like, depression is illness of the illness of spirituality. It has nothing to do with the chemicals in my head. I wish my grade school or high school teachers could see what I'm like now, right? Because everyone would be like, what happens if you get some money in your life, you know? Are you going to party, Zherka? Are you going to do this? As soon as the money calmed me down a bit, I started reading and becoming like old man. I'm like a sage, bro. I'm like an old man. And I know what I'm reading is not going to be useless. Because remember I told you guys I'm going to ease up on reading this kind of shit and focus more on the present and the task at hand. Well, I can't let go of it, dude. Like, as soon as I said that to you guys, the next day, I think I finished like 4 books in one day and did a couple of them twice. I'm not even bragging. They're interesting books. If they're interesting, it's not hard at all. And name them. I'll never remember the names, but they're all Manny P. Hall. So not like Secret Ages or blah, 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 like the deeper stuff. Oh, one of them I should have posted on the Discord. I think I did. Magic. Something magic. That one was fucking mind-blowing. I talked about a bit of that today. But, I'm this close to doing audiobook streams. Like, I'm about to become an old man. And I need gifted subs. Like, my channel has died since I devoted myself to books, bro. So, like, I know if I package it up for a YouTube video, I can do good views. But it's not sustainable. I still need to focus on my regular stuff, too. Man, if I had, like, $2 million, I'd just disappear and fucking read until I... Although one book I read today, it's like 2.5 hours audiobook, it said, if you read enough of this stuff, you get too tempted. Like, I'm so not tempted to do a blood magic ritual, but I do think about it. Like, I think about, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think, because each one of these books say it's so fucking easy to get what you want through one of these rituals. Each one of these books they talk about, don't do it. And I'm thinking to myself, like, the Azov Battalion does this. The Wagner Group does this. The Nazis used to do this. High levels of CIA Jesuits, which are all CIA, 80% are Jesuits, do it. Every one of them do it. I'll never do it, but I do think, I'm like, remember that girl on my podcast who said, all right, I want to tell you something. Don't fuck up your life when I tell you this. But we had a girl on my podcast who said she would wish for millions of dollars, like wish fulfillment, as she's masturbating. I forget the bitch's name. Some LA fucking retard bitch, right? And I laughed, and I'm like, I'll take it serious because I know the truth is stranger than fiction, and there's some truth to that if she read that somewhere. You know, LA bitches know a lot about Wicca and witchcraft, but a lot of it is like commercialized. And then it came up on these books I read. I forgot which book, but it said, like, if you focus on what you want as you're orgasming, Don't do it. I don't do it. I've never done it once. But when it came up in the books, I was like, damn, that dumb blonde said that. What the fuck? That blew me away. Next is this chapter is about spirit and matter are just different degrees at which people vibrate. I don't believe that. Hermeticists transmute alchemic process of lead to gold, light, right? Gold would be the sun, and in this would be Lucifer's gnosis and knowledge. And then it says polarity chapter is boring. Please skip this. Okay, I'm going to skip this. Next, it says, oh, this is a good one. Ophites are people who thought Jesus was the serpent. So Gnostic Christians. Ophite were serpent worshippers, just like the Knights of Templar, that think serpent blessed Adam and Eve with gnosis. Alchemy, to turn gold, is to turn to light inward. Golden snakes were seen as idols to pagans and star worshippers, symbols of divinity. What the fuck does that mean? I don't know. I don't pretend to know everything. This one's about necromancy, blood sacrifice. So anyone who cuts their wrist or does any of that self-harm stuff, that's a blood magic ritual. And it's going to open portals, demons, and bad things, unless you stop. If you stop, in this book, I think it was Manny P. Hall, he says, one prayer of gratitude is stronger than all devils on earth. That doesn't mean a year of prayer, just one prayer. It could be even like bedtime prayer. So, yeah. Working through God is way more overpowered, even according to Masons. This one talks about ritual sodomy. So fucking someone in the ass, especially if they don't like it. Now, that's not a quote. That's how I worded it. And this one I got from BX Bullet. She's really good with Aleister Crowley. She sent me some stuff, and I was like, oh, shit, you know your shit. The evil eye is... According to Aleister Crowley, the eye is the anus. Because remember his sex magic, right? Before he became famous and rich and all that, he started fucking in the ass. I don't know how I'm going to package this for YouTube because my dad's going to see that. My dad sees all the... Yeah, I got to reword some of this stuff. Like if you ever get frustrated when you're like, oh, Zherka's talking cryptically, I'm doing it so I don't get embarrassed. Like I don't... see my dad at dinner time and he goes, oh, your video is good. So I'm going to use like different words sometimes. It's not like I'm a pussy, but I get awkward when... I got so awkward when my dad saw me pick up those fucking blondes in Miami. Because he just laughed at I think it was like Christmas, or was it Christmas dinner? And he's like, he just giggled with his friends. And he's like, your YouTube's great, but... you should farm more girls or something like that. Like if he said more girls and you'll pop off. And I'm like, how does my dad know the algo strat? But yeah, I was like, hey, thanks, man. And then I looked at my plate and I'm like, what did I do in that video? And the bitches are on their fucking knees. And I said, which one are we baptizing? Which everyone knows what that means, like a liquid type of a joke. And then I got so shamed because I'm like, in my culture, we don't talk to our parents about that stuff. And if you do, you're considered like a liberal freaking pedo. So I got embarrassed and I'm like, I can't even do that kind of content without heavily editing it. Because I didn't think it would show up on my dad's recommended, but I guess he's Googled my name before. So, and it sucks because the more I pop off, the more he'll see. So I have to kind of tone that shit down a bit because it's so awkward. You know, randomly I get guilty and I go... Like I'm eating my peas and I go, hey mom, you know, like some stuff on the internet is like for views, right? It's not me. And my mom will be like, honey, I'm proud of you. What are you talking about? And I'll just look at my plate and I'm like, fuck, man. How do I explain to my mom, like when I make deep throat jokes, that's not who I am. It's like, it's not who I am. It's like who when I got on the internet, I was desperate for clickbait because I'm not going back to my job, dude. And like me and my boys never spoke. We have locker room talk, but we never got like that raunchy and shit. Like we're still men. And so sometimes when I meet people who know me or I'm around my family, I get really ashamed. That's the Muslim energy in my home. Like we're not Muslims, but we got that cultural energy from back home. And it's tough because I remember I first coped by asking Slicker, I'm like, yo, how do you deal with it? And it turns out Slicker just makes deep throat jokes in front of his mom. And I'm like, what? Slicker is a liberal? So I really got confused when I got on Twitch. I'm like, wait, dude, do you ever like pull back on the jokes? Because like it's not locker room talk, but the world is going to see it. And, you know, yeah, I got sad when I'm like, I'm the only. I swear my chatters know what I mean, dude. I swear my chat doesn't make those jokes in front of their parents, but every streamer does. I can go crazy on jokes, but just not liquidy jokes and semen jokes. I can't do that stuff. Will your mom ground you? No, she'll pretend it never happened, which is even worse. I'd rather be grounded. This one's about invoking fallen angels, which are fallen stars, right? That work for Lucifer, right? And Lucifer, again, is an archetype, a force, and fuck, I have a better definition. This is a chapter on Kabbalah. Before I die, I'm gonna write a book. So I'll be the only dude to write a book that isn't going to be as viral as these guys' books because these guys are fucking using spirits. They're cheating. This one's about astral vision, okay? So here's the weird thing. Everyone in this chat who thinks I'm schizo about the stuff I talk about, my question to you is, what is dreaming? When you dream, what is it? The dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life is people who say dreaming prepares you for if a predator is going to come kill you and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you're not hearing the question, you fucking retard. This one's about God's kingdom in gold, the stonemason's cube, blah, 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 stupid. The World Cup, right? FIFA. Okay, we got stuff on that. Azazel. I think this is a Quran devil name. Azazel. It's also in Marvel, I think. Azazel is wrath. Mammon, which Albert Pike talks about too, is the pre-Christian deity of greed. Asmodeus is lust. Leviathan is envy. What the fuck? And Lucifer is pride. And this is how all these geniuses and saints and sages, sage coming from the word saint, this is what they all talk about. Beel is gluttony. Beelzebub is Beelzebub is gluttony? What the fuck? The fly, the second prince of darkness, or second in charge compared to Lucifer. Well, some say he's more powerful and stuff. By the way, greed is real, okay? The demon of greed is real. It's not just a word. It's like a force that penetrates you. A lot of fucked up shit in my life happened to me to make me think like this. Where I'm like, I can't do regular psychology. Because, dude, how many, no offense to like my family, but how many therapists do you know that are fucking retards? Like, people who try and explain psychic states as, oh, it's just evolution and shit is just so stupid to me. You know why I'd bet all my money I'm in the right? If billionaires didn't have these books, they don't have any other books, they have these books that I'm talking about, then I wouldn't give a fuck. I'd say this is all fake ghost mumbo jumbo shit. I'd still believe in God, but I wouldn't even fucking look into it that much. This one's about Eye of Horus and the Ritual, Diamond, Unholy Trinity. And dude, this is what I mean by you can't run from who you are. I said I'm going to stop reading these books. As soon as I got banned, I jumped on the beanbag and I finished all of them. Like, I'm actually Blavatsky's the last bitch, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna skip Crowley because his shit is just fucking evil. But it does make me think that it's like, why do these guys talk about there's two paths, either solar or satanic? And that, like, why? Like, sometimes I think, do we have to go with Lucifer? Why only two choices? Why can't we go with God? And it's like, the God path is a faithful, simple life. And these books also talk about anything you obsess over is going to hurt you. And I'm like, I'm really obsessing, dude, because everything I thought last year, my biggest fear is getting involved with someone. I didn't have friends by choice, but getting involved with someone, I kept seeing them take me to jail in visions. So I kept preparing myself to destroy their life if they ever turned on me, which is sad. You know, like, if you care about someone, why would you prepare to go to war with them? But that's how I am. And I kept seeing visions of them take me to jail off a lie or off a mistake. Not like I slapped the shit out of her and I go to jail, but like, let's say if I fucked a bitch and cheated, that she just take me to jail and say this guy fucking is a rapist, or, you know, whatever. Because I know, like, the people I deal with are just as intense as me, right? All the girls I've dealt with in my past, I don't know what the fuck it is about me, but, like, you know what I choose. So anyways, I kept thinking she'll take me to jail. And then she got locked up because of me and said nothing to the police about me. She could have really took me down. About other things too. And I'm thinking to myself, holy fuck, I spent a year reading about all this fucking spirits and satanic shit. And they say you manifest everything you're wishing. And you don't believe that because you don't know you're wishing for the worst. And I'm like, why would I wish for the worst? Because I fucking hate myself. Like you fucking guys hate yourselves. Right? It's fucking gnarly how accurate these books are. Like, it's when I read Manny P. Hall, it's like he's reading 2022 to me. And not on no like, oh, I relate to this book. I mean, it's accurate. All right. Oh, this is the good stuff. This is political. This is about King Solomon's temple, which Solomon is soul of man. It's talking about the universal temple, which is you, your body is the universe. I'm not saying that's reality. Hold on to your holy book. They're saying that. I'm just reading it, okay? Don't ever fucking DM me and say Zherka taught me cosmic consciousness, and I'm reading it to you, bro. What toothpaste do you use? $25,000, bro. I have anti-fluoride toothpaste back home, but here I use Colgate for the time being. And yeah. Jeez. Okay, next. Where is it? Aha, here it is. This one talks about the tabernacle. Da-da-da-da. Hold on. This one talks about Saturnian Satan worship. Saturn being coldest light from the sun, according to heliocentrism, but that's not correct according to Masonry. Lucifer administrates different princes to each planet. Okay, this is weird. Because in some of these practices, they say there's some good archetype and energy. What the fuck is that? Some good energies you can get from these wandering stars and some bad ones. So think of the world as, you know how all the stars move like a blanket? That would be civilians on Earth, right? They all move in one. They're just sheep. And then there's guys who stand out. Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Saturn. So those would be like the top G's of the star system, right? And so to be good in the material world, you have to be like Mars, you have to be like Jupiter, you have to be like Venus, like you have to be like you have to get the energies from that. Or you could just be a simpleton and be like the rest of the stars that move in unison. That's what I got from it. So a lot of people draw their energies from that, and the worst one is obviously Saturn, which is Kronos, right? The father of evil. Baal, Beel, Baphomet, the ox, the goat of Mendes, all the same thing. And remember, that goat comes from the crescent moon. When it's upside down, it's the horns. I think that Vitka talked about it. What the fuck was his name? I can't wait to do a change my mind on a campus and start bringing all this content to the students' fucking face. Like, you didn't learn about this in college? Okay. Walter Veet, yes. This one's about Moloch and Beel, Book of Enoch, Fallen Angels, blah, blah, blah. Okay, skip this. This is stupid. Okay, now look at this dude. What's his name? Life of the Rocket Scientist. Fuck is this guy's name, dude? Who's the guy who invented the rocket? This is going to blow your mind. Jack Parsons, right? Not only is this guy a Mason, he studied occult, witchcraft, and Satanism before he created the rocket. What the fuck? Another one? Like, what? Why this guy? I don't get it. This is why it's called NASA's Saturn V rocket in 1969. This man was a head of NASA after he worked for Hitler. This man joined the Nazi Party in 1937. America harbored Nazi war criminals. Everyone knows Operation Paperclip. And this talks about Days of Noah, 36, Saturn worship, and the hexagram. Okay. Then there's Led Zeppelin. Yo, this is going to blow your mind. Led Zeppelin, 666, OTO, and Zoso societies. Jimmy Page, disciple of Aleister Crowley. Okay, there's another fucking multi-millionaire top of the industry. Led Zeppelin, follower of Crowley and OTO, Ordo, Templo, whatever. Jimmy Page, a disciple of Crowley, known Luciferian Satanist. This is what's bothering me. It's like, can you be both? Can you be a Saturnist, Satanist, and a Luciferian at the same time? And I'm really pissed when people say, yo, it's the same thing, Zherka. No, it's not. Manny P. Hall says it's not. I don't think it is, bro. Look at this book they have, man. This is mind-blowing. Oh, I should really show you guys the pictures. Fuck. Ancient Egyptian, Roman, and Greek fallen angels are considered gods, always half man, half beast, and evil, like the Baphomet, Sphinx, all that stuff, and the Roman and Greek ones. That's in the movie 300 as well. Extraterrestrial equals star demons. Okay. Every single Hollywood movie is about genetic manipulation and beasts. Is that true? Satanic band Black Sabbath. Holy fuck. I forgot all rock music is satanic. Is that to be edgy, though? You think that's just to be edgy? Or do you think it's demonically charged? What else we have? This is what made me schizo for real. Hillary Clinton, go on Reddit, Hillary Clinton email. Bitch talks about sacrificing chickens to Moloch. Why? Why would a politician want to be edgy? You know, you can say the fucking Black Sabbath was trying to be edgy, but not Grandma Hillary. That's stupid. This video contains all CIA members who are Skull and Bones or Jesuits, mostly Jesuits. Travis Portal, Travis Scott, the Portal of Death. Jeez, this is like an iceberg of conspiracy. I've got a shit ton written here. This is a year's worth, I think. It's got to all go into one video. I need you guys' help with this. I want to go into VC and like start putting some guys together for this. Right, we're about to take over this game, bro. We're about to Alex Jones it hard. Switzerland is Sisters of Isis. Knights of Templar is the flag is Phoenician. Assyrians and Babylonians and Greeks hated the Phoenicians because they were way more evil. And the Phoenicians are in Eyes Wide Shut, which is shot in a Rothschild mansion. Good evening. If you're late to the stream, you missed a year's worth of gnosis. Also, another thing. You're ruled by the serpent. Put the money sign in chat, and you'll see what I'm talking about. It's the staff and the serpent. The river of sexual energy is the number one energy in humans. Masons call it generative principle. You can control it for a time. If you do not give it a creative expression, it will find a less worthy outlet. That means if you're no fapping, you better be working hard or you'll explode. Gaseous substance finally shoots up to the pineal gland through meditation. So it shoots up the spinal column. For the Rosicrucians who believe in Osiris and the rose, the lotus, it would be the heart, the etheric energy from the heart going into the mind. And that's like their third eye, clairvoyant awakening. Another thing, this will blow your mind. Search up reptilian third eyes, like frogs and snakes. They actually have a third, frogs have a third eye right here. So theirs is not in the cave of Brahma, in their fucking skull. It's outside. Like, it's kind of weird. And it's like a bluish eye. So Google that if you think I'm lying. Fourth dimension is not space-time, according to Einstein. It's spirit realm, according to Manny P. Hall. So Manny P. Hall critiques Einstein. Truly I tell you, anyone who will not receive the kingdom of God like a little child will never enter it. So a little child is primitive, meaning you have to be more primitive to go to God, more innocent. Okay. Children are still living in the spirit world. That's why that growth is so, that you feel like everything's changing when you're a child. Now the snake was wiser than any beast of the field which the Lord God has made. And he said to the woman, there's a Egyptian sphinx or a pharaoh and the serpent's right here. So even they were serpent worshippers. Then you have the Vatican with the serpents, and then you have all these geniuses talking about the seat of the soul. Jesus said, your whole body will be full of light. Siddhartha Buddha said, intuition and clairvoyance. Buddha also said spiritual awakening, realm of thoughts. They all talk about the same thing. And Jacob's ladder is penile in different cultures, as explained. I forgot what it was. The true meaning of Jacob's vision in the Bible, Jacob's ladder to heaven, penile. What was it called? Pineal? Yeah, it's a little different, but you get where that's coming from. Okay. What else? Are you guys cozy, or should we switch to showing the pictures now? think that's enough to hype you guys up for this documentary I'm making. I told you I'm not lying when I said I'm working on this. I got thousands of pages, and I'm obsessive about it. And that way, if I die, no one can say I'm a Chad who just had all the bitches. They'll say, no, this guy knew what he was talking about. You know, like if I died today, I don't want my legacy being, Zherka, my girl liked Zherka. She thought he was cute. I want people to say, yo, my girl learned witchcraft because she watched Zherka and then went to Crowley, and my girl was a fucking satanic bitch, and Zherka exposed her, and Zherka's in heaven. I had someone say to me, do you look at this stuff because you're like 28 now? Dude, I looked at this stuff when I was 17. I just never bought into the chakra thing. I thought the chakra thing is the gayest fucking shit on earth. When people were telling me, I remember in high school, I'd ditch class and watch like those spooky videos, and I'm like, chakras and kundalini is so fucking stupid. But then you see geniuses like Manny P. Hall say, no, those are your organs, your endocrine system, your ethereal body, your mental body, your astral body, your liquid semen reproductive body, your physical body, your earth, fire, wind, air, water. And I'm like, whoa, what the fuck? Even the geniuses are talking about this shit. And you ask me like, well, what do I gain by learning this? Dude, I can't catch a cold because I'm close to God every day of my life. I can't catch a cold. I can have a cold for like maybe 20 minutes, but I'm OP as fuck, dude. I'm OP as fuck. I'm OP as fuck, dude. I can't catch a cold right now. Like, you know, when humans are depressed, they catch colds. Like, is it bad to say depressed people are little bitches? I know that's bad to say, but if you read enough of the good stuff, I'm not saying it cures you, but I'm saying having the materialistic perspective for depression is the dumbest way to fucking look at it. Did you see Dana White firing Francis Ngannou? Look, I know I'm going to get a lot of hate for this, but fuck Francis Ngannou. Fuck him. Fuck him. Fuck him. Fuck Ariel Helwani. Fuck anyone who says he's like a G and he's sticking up for his... Bro, what fucking business could you go to where you say, Dana, I want to be the highest paid heavyweight of all time, and I want to be allowed to move out of my contract into a boxing match after I'm done taking your money? That got to be the greediest fucking shit I've ever heard in my life. Bro, if you say Dana scams people, I don't give a fuck. I'm not arguing you. You know, you win, whatever. But Francis got a hell of a deal. At the peak of his age, like at the peak of his physical fitness, he's blowing his fate, his destiny on a money boxing match in his head that he thinks is going to happen, which it probably will, right? I don't know if it'll be with Tyson Fury, like you said. I seriously doubt that. But since anytime these guys go into boxing, you can't predict that shit, you know, because like if people want to see it, they want to see it. But goddamn, any other fighter doing what Francis did wouldn't bother me that much. But if I could just talk to Francis one-on-one, I'd say, you are such a fucking idiot that you think you're not battling time. You know how long it takes to get a fight going? You know this is the best God gave you these powers, dude. And you're actually going to piss them away for money. And dude, let me tell you this. Conor McGregor is literally the most embarrassing fighter of all time. He has the greatest Faustian story I've ever fucking seen in my life. If he stayed in the UFC after he fucked up Alvarez, he would have been the MMA legend of legends, especially if they could get Khabib away from him for a few years, which they could have. But going into boxing, making all that money to kill his career and make him the laughing stock of the division, I don't care how big the boat is. You know what you're doing on that boat. You're watching your good old days when you were a fighter. You're on your phone on the boat trying to relax, and you're looking at yourself and going, wow, I'm losing every striking exchange with Dustin. I'm losing at what I'm good at. I'm asking for fighters like Diego Sanchez when I used to ask for Jose Aldo or anyone. You can't tell me money makes Conor sleep easy at night. You can't tell me that yacht is worth it for him. The fact that he can't come back to MMA because everyone will fuck him up, literally anyone in the division will fucking shred him. I know the athletes are like, man, God gave me powers and I chose money. And you guys look at me like, well, Zherka, you would have chose that boxing match with Mayweather too. Yeah, I'm a fucking retard as well. I would. But Francis Ngannou doesn't even have the deal on the table. He's just kind of like, maybe. Francis let me down big time, right? Because what happens when Francis and these guys fight? They lift our spirits and inspire. That inspires millions of people, especially poor people. Francis Ngannou has the ability to save millions of poor people. But now he wants to do it in a way where he goes, I'm a high-paid boxer. And I guess I sound like a fan, but Francis Ngannou has to be the biggest ungrateful piece of shit I've ever seen in my life. That he thinks he's going to get better over time. Really? You know when Dana said that he was offered the highest paid heavyweight of all time deal, you know that wasn't the first deal. They've been negotiating for years. Dana didn't even respond to his fucking DMs. It's all through lawyers. So there's no way he wants to let go of his MMA status to be another Conor boxer. There's no way. And why are we pretending like Tyson Fury wouldn't kill Francis in the boxing ring? Francis is the greediest piece of shit of all time. He's not making a stand. He's cringe as fuck. And it comes down to, do you believe in God or not? If you believe in God, the money doesn't look that appetizing to you. Right? Conor McGregor, he was acting like he did when he believed in himself and was grateful of his skills, but eventually Conor's story is pretty satanic, right? As soon as he chose the money, everyone started kicking his ass. And now Francis is going down the same path. And you can see Dana White is probably like, man, letting Conor do that. Yeah, Dana got like $100 million off that because he didn't let him. He followed him. You know, he's still under contract. But now Francis is like, oh, there's more money out there. But I'm looking at it through as like a fan's lens. There's no one I was looking forward to fight more than Francis. And he did that to me. So fuck him. Fuck him. Honestly, fuck him. Okay? Fuck him. Yeah, fuck him. I don't give a fuck. Fuck him. Right? And if I ever do what he does, then fuck me too. But yeah, fuck him. Fuck Francis. Fuck him. Fuck him. Fuck him. As soon as he came out with I really think that I made the right choice by standing on 2 feet and knowing what I am worth. And I'm like, dude, you're offered the highest paid heavyweight title of all time, or money of all time. You're offered the fattest contract of your life it's not even a contract that you want to negotiate because he said yes to it. All he wants to do is be a free agent to a boxing match as well, which is like, why the fuck would any business allow that? Why would I sign you as my fighter if you're going to go fight for someone else? Why would I fucking spend all this money on a giant promotion machine if you're just going to my competitors and backstabbing me? If it was too little money, I would be on Dana's ass and call Dana a bitch. But Francis likes the money. He says it's a good, like you can tell, he says it's a good deal. He just wants to be a free agent. Which is like, there's a shot that Francis pisses away his fucking legacy. There's a big shot here. Okay? 9 times out of 10, he'd lose to someone like Tyson Fury. We all know that. No. I'm mad at Dana as well because Dana could just shorten the fucking contract. But yeah. Jon Jones a legend, dude. He's ready to go. He's ready to fight anyone. Like, that guy does not. That guy's in it for legacy. Like, holy shit. I don't remember Jon Jones ever being like, hey, I guess because he's always fighting demons and shit. You know, he's like always doing dumb shit and crashing cars and stuff. But I don't remember Jon Jones ever thinking of talking about boxing and all that stupid shit. So Jones' legacy is tarnished as fuck. How? He's the greatest of all time. There's never been a higher level martial artist on earth. Ever. Literally never. Ever in history. Khabib is not even 1% of Jon Jones. Resume-wise, skill set-wise, fight IQ, not even close. Jon Jones is literally the greatest of all time. Jon Jones is and it's really weird because he's like also, he's also like satanic as fuck. You know, like he does a lot of harm to himself and shit. But yeah, Bones Jones is the greatest of all time, and I'm glad he's not talking about boxing and stupid shit like that. Francis is gonna be forgotten. I mean, he's gonna have what, a super fight with who? Who's the boxing guy he wants? Tyson Fury? You think he'll get that? And then what? He just loses? Oh, Francis lost. I don't know, man. I think of how much money I've spent watching UFC because I don't want I don't stream that shit. I spent all this money watching UFC just to watch this fucking bitch leave. This fucking bitch Francis. How the fuck can you leave when I spent so much fucking money hyping it up, building it up, waiting for your return? The fucking bitch, bro. Fucking snaked me so hard. He thinks I'm gonna watch his fucking shit boxing. The fucking shittiest boxing. Francis, Francis Ngannou. Francis, you're not even a good fighter, bro. The great equalizer is your knockout power. Because you're not even that good. That's the fucking truth. Your wrestling got great, but you're not a great fighter, dude. Your equalizer is your power. Doesn't mean you're the greatest of all time. Not by a long shot. Plus, you got kind of like destroyed by Stipe's little tiny ass. So, Francis, you're not allowed to be leaving the UFC. You've got shit to do. You're not like, if Jon Jones said he's leaving the UFC, I'd be like, yeah, you kind of did everything. You can leave. You can go for a money fight. But Francis, you're fucking loser, bro. You lost to fucking Stipe. You're a fucking loser fighter. You're a loser. When you got good, you pussied out of the biggest contract out of your life because you want to be a free agent to, I want the double contract. I want the double contract. Saying you can tell Francis has this fucking ego about him where he goes, I will be the first fighter to fucking stand up to Dana White. And it's like, dude, do you know how many people stood up to Dana White and their legacies just got destroyed and they're forgotten? Do you want to be that? I don't make a penny. I don't make a penny saying this. So I'm just telling you, like, dude, you're going to be an old man with a bunch of boxing money and you're going to be thinking to yourself, I wonder if I would have been the greatest MMA fighter of all time. So yeah, don't distract me with that. That question is satanic, bro. I never want to see Francis Ngannou in my chat ever again. That shit pisses me off, man. Like, I've been waiting so long for him to return. That guy is a fucking bitch, bro. Like, let me pull this up. Hold on. Where is that? Yeah. Where's the message? Francis Ngannou leaves. Oh, it's only reacts. Does anyone have... Why can't I find Francis's video? What the fuck? I don't want to... Shit. Oh, here it is. Why I left the UFC. Here it is. Look at this guy.
Hello everyone. I want to thank you for being so patient with me during this time. From my last fight, my surgery, and my negotiation behind the scene with the UFC. I want to thank the UFC fans who have supported me during this time, and thanks to the UFC for the past 7 years. I want to share my excitement for the heavyweight fight between Jon and Zherka. It's going to be a very exciting fight. I'm going to be watching that fight. But we all know the term undisputed means nothing here. Yes, it really means nothing. But I will still be excited watching that fight.
You're going to fight arguably the greatest fighter of all time. You'd be the highest paid heavyweight ever in UFC history. Or you think there's more money out there to fight somebody who isn't the greatest of all time, somebody who is a lesser opponent. I mean, you'll have to ask Francis that question, but in my opinion, that's what it is.
They have also said that I'm scared of fighting Jon Jones or somebody else, which I don't know where they came from with that one. That sounds very ridiculous, in my opinion, with all due respect, because I've been calling for this fight for over 2 years. I've been waiting for this fight forever. And I've been fighting guy even with one knee, with injury. And now, why do I be scared of them? Why I feel even more confident? No, I'm not scared. The only thing that I'm scared of is to be trapped. It's not to lose my freedom, which I value very much. You guys know how the UFC contract can be restrictive, and as an independent contractor, you don't really have a say in that contract. You don't even have a right. So I can't do that.
If you don't want to be here, you don't have to be here.
Anyone who doesn't have to be here doesn't have to be here. You know that's not true, right? You know how restrictive the UFC contract can be for a contract that's supposedly for independent contractor. So there's not really a lot of things that you want or you can do when you are in that contract. They decide for you. I signed my last contract in December 2017. Even at the time, I knew it wasn't a good contract, but I know I have to earn my position, become a champion, have more value. In order to negotiate a better deal for me, I need to add more value to myself. And that's what I've been doing in the past 5 years, you know, and which is okay. I never really complained with that contract, no matter what happened. The only thing that I wanted is the right to deliver that contract, to terminate that contract as I should, and move on into the next one. I do believe that I have that right, at least. I mean, that's called freedom, to be able to terminate a contract in order to start another one. And if the new one doesn't suit your condition, you're also free not to sign without going into a bad blood, So that's how I feel about it. It's just unfortunate that we didn't come to a term.
2 years and you don't come to an agreement, but you're offered highest paid heavyweight of all time. Dude, you're not being exploited. The UFC wants you to do MMA fights. That's why they want to lock you down. We, the people, want you to do MMA fights. Nobody gives a fuck about boxing. It's cringe. It was cringe when Conor did it. It's always been cringe. What are you, fucking Jake Paul? You are tarnishing your legacy. It took you 2 years and 1 million offers and you still walked away. Who in their fucking right mind, who in this chat would sign a fighter who is free to go into promotions that are your competition, even if you're beating them? Who the fuck would ever? That's like if I sign someone to work on if I sign someone and I host them on Twitch and then they say, nah, bro, I'm going to take my stream after you host me to Rumble. And I'll be like, no, you got to circulate the host back to me. And he goes, no, I want to be on Rumble after you host me, Zherka. I'm just going to tell everyone I'm going live on Rumble. And I'm thinking to myself, like, if there is no return on investment in this business deal and I let you slide with it, that means every single one of my fighters can do that to me. If you let one guy slide like that, they're all going to do. Who the fuck would actually say, hey, you can be a free agent and get the promotional UFC promotion machine behind your back and be the highest paid? Is it crazy that I'm saying it's fucking greedy what he's doing? Because I'm like, yeah, Dana White's a greedy guy, but no one in this chat would allow Francis to do this to them. If you guys were in Dana's shoes, nobody in this fucking chat would allow Francis to do this. Nobody. And the idiot in chat who said Conor would, dude, Conor never left the UFC. He got paid $200 million, but half of it went to Dana White because he's under Dana's contract. Yeah, Dana got $100 million off that Floyd boxing match. Yeah, there's no one in this chat who would say to Francis, hey man, you're being reasonable. Okay, that's the truth.
Which I wish we could have, but it is what it is, But as an independent contractor, I have to look up to myself and do what's right for me. And everyone out there should do the same for themselves. Now, it's very crucial for my future. I have to take a time, decide what's my next move. And so I'm gonna speak to people, some people out there, and see what's possible.
He hasn't even spoken to anyone, so he's just kind of doing the whole, hey, I've got options, bro.
Hopefully, I want to start do some boxing at first before step into MMA.
You realize 99% of the population would not do his job. I hear this take all the time. Most of the population would just be too afraid to get in a cage. No, they wouldn't. 99% of people would do this job if they were in that fucking body, you fucking idiot. Okay? If you were in Francis's body, is it that hard to be a fighter? Like, are you fucking stupid? 99% of people would join MMA if they had his fucking power. Okay? So stop with that fucking take.
Because regardless, I still have so much excitement and so much love with MMA that I feel like I haven't delivered everything regarding MMA. But I also want to do some boxing match. So yes, maybe explore a possibility to do one boxing match and come back into MMA with another organization, promotion, or my own promotion. Everywhere that I feel respected, everywhere that I feel value, I'll be happy to do that. You know, free agency is something that no many fighter in their prime, in the very top, has a chance to experience. And then now I have it. I fight for it.
It's intelligent what he's doing if he makes it work. But the only way he gets the money is if his MMA career takes a long break. And that's just sad, dude. That's just... It's like seeing a painter saying they're only in it for the money. I don't know. I'm those kind of guys that, like, I love when fighters say they love to fight. I go, okay, I'll fucking buy your merch. I'll support you. If you say you love to fight, I'll watch. That's inspiring. But if you're like fighting for money and... Dude, you're getting offered the biggest contract.
I fought for it for the past 3 years. I have it. And I really want to do a better use out of it. And remember...
Yeah, what's that quote? There's nothing sadder than wasted potential.
A lot of things.
By the way, that's why I don't like Khabib, right? Khabib got out early. That's wasted potential. Khabib got out when his striking got good. That's just sad. Like, in the beginning, he looked like shit on the feet. And then when he got good, when he was always safe and cozy, even against Gaethje, that's the Khabib we're paying for. We're not paying for early Khabib. And, yeah, he got out and, yeah.
He's trying to bash me, to devalue me. But no matter what, you have to remember who the real king is. The best heavyweight in the world. I'm the best heavyweight in the world. And I don't care what they say out there.
No, you're not. You ran away for money because you know in your head that if you're the best in the world and you KO Jones in the first round, you're going to go to superstardom. But you don't want to risk it because you're a fucking pussy. You have the KO power to kill people and you're afraid like a small little child. Imagine if Francis believed in himself more, he would get the money he wants with the legacy. He'd do it all. He would do all of it. But he's just obsessed with Jake Paul and boxing.
Hey man, I'm the man. You know, I'm the best.
Yeah, you're trying to convince yourself there, champ. Yeah, you don't deserve that belt. You're a fucking joke. How about that? Wasted all that fucking money on you to pussy out like a greedy little bitch. You know, people are like, oh, John, you would sell out fast. Bro, it took me 3 fucking years to get checkmark because I can't bite my tongue. It's not my nature to be as fake as these fucking pussies. It's his nature to fucking focus on money when he... Bro, if you don't have KO power, that's fine. Go for the money. But you're Francis Superhero Ngannou. You can literally make any clip happen. You could get 100 million views on your next fight. Like, you can do crazy shit and you don't want to risk it? Why the fuck did I pay for your fights, you fucking pussy? Fucking scammed the shit on me, you and Dana. Why the fuck did I watch your story, your legacy, so I can see you fucking box? Why don't you golf, bro? That's the same thing as you golfing. Like, nobody gives a fuck about that shit. I spent all that fucking money building up this hype train so you can pussy out like a bitch. Yeah, since you greedy fuck, I spent all that fucking money on you and building up this Francis hype train for you to get greedy and give us dog shit boxing matches for money that you are getting for being the highest paid heavyweight MMA fighter of all time. Anyway, you want to be a free agent in the promotion that made you? There is no business on earth that runs like that. You are so powerful, you can be the biggest star in the UFC easily, but you do not want to risk it because money is a more secure path for your greedy pussy bitch ass. If you see me in person, I was joking about this. If we never cross paths, you're a bitch. Touch me and I sue fast because I got good lawyers. Don't be mad. I am the one who got scammed as a fan of yours. I wonder if I'll regret that, because I've ran into every celebrity every time I'm in the US, I run into one of these guys, and then I go, uh-oh, what did I do live? Is there anyone who remembers that?
Pat, as a CEO, because right now we're having a conversation with a certified badass fighter, UFC heavyweight champion. Boom, there he is. But you're CEO. You run a company with how many thousands of general independent contractors? Just like he's an independent contractor. He's an employee of UFC. Put yourself in Dana White's shoes as the CEO, as a person that's bringing the brand together. And now you're Dana White, and you're sitting here talking with the Francis Ngannou's of the world, the Conor McGregor's of the world, the John Joneses of the world. How do you process what Dana is going through as a CEO, saying, sorry, Francis, here's what we're willing to do, here's what we're not willing to do, through the mind of a CEO?
Well, first of all, UFC is not UFC without Dana White, period. Whether people like this guy or not, it doesn't matter. I have so much respect for the guy. He has got a very hard job, hands down. So to me, whatever they're paying Dana, they're not paying him enough, period. That's not a $20 million a year guy. He's worth 350, 400, whatever the payout was when WME bought him at $3.5 billion. I think it was
Jeez, I want to say that, but I'm worried I'll go to hell if I say that. They're not paying Dana enough. I don't know if I want to go that far.
10% guy.
I know that Dana is the UFC, but geez.
I looted a little bit. He got $300 million. Dana's a $50 million a year guy. He needs to make that money, period. That's that guy, okay? Maybe I would even vouch for him being a $100 million guy. Some people may disagree. That's that. So let's set Dana aside. Let's set Dana's value aside. You don't find people like Dana. Dana's a once-in-a-lifetime, generation type of a promoter and a guy like a commissioner. So you put David Stern there. You put even Godel, that's not liked, but he is getting the money for the right guys there. There's only few people like him there, right? Okay, so now let's set that part aside. The next part is, I don't know. I mean, if you got 48% as the EBITDA, give or take, their margins are 35 to 50%. You got the margins to be able to afford to.
If they get what? The margin.
The margins
EBITDA.
are EBITDA. Their EBITDA. Their EBITDA margins are very high. They make They make a lot of profit. Very profitable. UFC.
You say how much?
48% is the number we saw when we looked at our reports.
Jeez.
48%?
48%.
Explain EBITDA real quick. Just
if you have to look at the margins, it's 35 to 48%. It's public information.
No.
You're saying it's higher?
You mean what the UFC is make or the fighter?
No, not fighter. What UFC makes.
Oh.
Yeah, what UFC, not what you make. So, for example, your fight with Gane, what did you make? You made $500,000?
The margin, pay the statistic that's going on now, like they make between 80 to 85%.
They
EBITDA?
made 85.
Yes, they made between.
But the number I looked at is I looked at their financials where it shows 48%. So let's just say you do $1, they're keeping 48 cents. That's the margins.
No.
But not on the fights. This is after employees, staff, home office, compliance, lawyers, legal.
Okay, here's why the UFC is kind of they are snaking the fighters. Not just the Reebok deal, but dude, let's say you want to buy Jon Jones merch, he gets pennies off his own merch because he's not allowed to sell his own merch. Like those lion shirts with the Jones thing. He talked about that. It doesn't even go to him. It's kind of like, that is brutal, dude. Because are you really promoting the fighters or what are you doing? But you can tell what the UFC is because they don't even promote the names of the fighters. They UFC 271. Bro, nobody's keeping track of the fucking numbers.
Well, all of that. Maybe not on the event staple, but I mean the whole.
This guy says idiots run the UFC. No, geniuses do. Like evil geniuses run. Dude, UFC used to be like $1,000 a year business, right? Before it was with Dana. It used to be a piece of shit.
Whole organization on the amount of money you can see their balance statement too.
Where do you find it?
It's public information. It's not hard to find.
it's a formula. Earnings before depreciation, interest, and amortization, EBITDA.
Taxes.
Taxes,
But the point is they have room to pay more. They have room to pay more. So let me ask you, the strategy you see, because even for somebody like you may say, well, I want to follow this guy's playbook to get paid what I believe I'm worth. Who do you think has used the best strategy in UFC to make the most money outside of Conor?
It's really hard to use a strategy in the UFC. I think the way that the business is set up, like they pay you whatever they want to pay you. They let you pretend that you're negotiating while you're not negotiating, because either way, you'll stay in the contract. Like you will have a, let's say, 40 months contract. By 20 months, they will come to negotiate. A little bit more money. If you say yes, yeah, then they are giving you a new 40 months, which means they start over because of the money that they added. But because by that time, your value is like maybe 2 or 3 times what they're offering, you know. But I mean, you're kind of like broke, you're struggling, and then you're seeing your next fight, okay, 50,000, you have to pay this and pay that and get away with maybe 20,000, and you have to pay your loan and all the stuff, and they have a new contract, 100,000. It's really hard to turn that down when you're in that position.
Yeah.
You know, even though you know that that's not your value, but it's a
you're cornered. You're cornered almost.
You're cornered.
So then let me ask this other question. Then
and I think everybody in the UFC been in that position. They always have a step ahead.
So what if you go on strike? I mean, you
don't want to do that, because that's not the right strategy. Okay.
Hold on. If Francis gets a big money fight in boxing, I'll take back what I said and I'll say that was an intelligent move. But if he gets some like if he gets anyone under an iconic name like Fury or whatever, then I'll be like, ooh, shit, you fucked up.
You can go on strike. If you want to say that, go ahead and finish your thought. Yeah.
Well, no, I was going to say you had the MLB strike, the NFL strike. Yeah. It's not the best way, but if you're backed into a corner, what other option do you have?
I don't think that's the strategy.
What do you mean go on strike?
Like he's saying, 50 of you guys say, I'm not fighting until you pay me better. That's what he's saying, going on the strike.
Protest.
Yeah.
Protest. The top guys in the UFC say, we're not going to fight, we're not going to do any events, we're not going to do anything until you meet what we're asking for.
Okay, so this is the thing. Because you were struggling, you were expecting your fight for the $50,000, which is what a lot of people in the UFC, they do, and even for less than that. And they have even borrow money for finance their training camp or whatever. So they are expecting that money to pay back. And if you tell this guy to go on strike, why he has a $50,000 coming up, who can like save him from the guillotine, like release his neck a little bit. Come on.
$12,000 is a lot of money.
You're about to piss off Francis, bro. You're about to get knocked out over here trying to go on strike.
It's not me. I'm just trying to explain you how he works. So therefore, a lot of people will not go on strike. Not because the UFC has the power to cut you. I'm going on strike. Oh, really? You're doing that? You're out.
Not the right move.
No, you're doing that. You're out. Yeah. Then you don't even have that 50,000 anymore. What next? So a lot of fighters, they don't want to compromise that, because that's only what they get. You know, they don't have a saving. They live day by day, fight, and that's why, like, when they don't fight, they go dry.
Yeah. So for me, what I think about is how you can add. So the game plan, what Conor did. Conor has a drink, Proper 12. They sell for $600 million. I don't know what percentage he owned, a third of it. He got a couple $100 million, and he was able to get a fight to be sponsored by Proper 12. So his drink's out there. He always sits there. So that means there is some way to leverage your brand. So
yeah, but Conor's a star. Francis is boring. Like when you think of dumb reality shows and how much people get paid just for personality, you see what Conor's worth. And then you see someone like Francis who's like, he's got the fight skills, but he's boring when he talks. And you go, oh, shit. He's like definitely not worth Conor money, because he's not generating that kind of clickbait. So Conor, Floyd Mayweather, they're stars even if they were golfers, bro. They're stars even if they were like in a different sport. Francis is not that. I would never compare him to that.
So maybe a Francis Ngannou may not be get sponsorships from Nike or Adidas, but maybe your camp is going to come out with a product that you're going to say, hey, let me build equity around my product and let me leverage UFC to increase the value.
See, I kind of love that Conor sold at 600. I kind of thought, I thought that was the greatest. That was such a genius move, because he knew he was going to get fucking raffle stomped in there.
This product that I have.
Appreciate you, Dad.
$50 million or $100 million or $300 million.
Maybe, and that's what I'm sure that's what almost everybody in the UFC is doing, because everybody at that point you understand that you need another source of income, but not everybody has a chance to be in that position and to get things work. That's
true. You're right.
I might underestimate the sponsorship that I'm having today. Not underestimate, but believe that I could have better. But there's a lot of people that I just...
looking back, Conor's a retard. He should have done what Francis is doing right now. But, he He's like had money signs in his eyes.
For me to have what I'm having as far as sponsorship, because they don't even have that, you know. So they have even less power, not even to negotiate, even just to talk about it.
Francis, are you getting more money from sponsorships than fights right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it 4, 5, 10 times more? Is it 10 times more? Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, got it.
It could be.
Yeah. Like, can I hire? Like, let's just say, if I'm a company, can I hire you to do a commercial on TV? Can I do that?
Yeah.
Okay. So then there is. So then it means. Then that means that there's an opportunity to have better managers to manage talent to get things on TV. If you enjoyed the short clip, click over here to watch another short clip. And if you want to watch the entire episode, the entire
Conor's doing just fine. No, Conor could have had an extra $100 million if he cut away from Dana before getting on primetime. And another 100 mil means, like, you know, when it rains, it pours. He can easily triple that. 100 mil is like big difference to someone who is close to $1 billion. It's still a lot of money. But you think 600 or 700 matters? Of course, yeah. I'm not a fucking retard. The fuck? You think it's smart to fight Floyd Mayweather and give Dana White $100 million? Are you fucking stupid? Dana didn't even promote that one. It was like on Showtime, wasn't it? All right. What is this?
Francis Ngannou, I know you're out of contract with the UFC.
Red.
Want to earn some big boy money? Come see the Gypsy King and let's do a big fight for the baddest MF on the planet. And let's kick it up spicy in a cage, 4-ounce gloves, under Queensberry, and let's have a badass referee like Iron Mike Tyson.
Okay, that sounds like a joke. Minus the referee thing, dude, Francis will get paid 10 times. Maybe 15 times what he's worth in the UFC if he fights Fury. So I hope he gets that done, but his legacy in MMA is over. But since he has so much knockout power, he could come back and just knock someone the fuck out and still be good, maybe. Because he's not like a featherweight where it's like high durability and stuff. He's in the game of power. Okay. What's happening with Andrew Tate? I'm not even following. Is anyone following that? Is Andrew Tate innocent or guilty? I saw something. I was watching Ethan Depression. What the fuck?
A Romanian judge has granted prosecutors' request to keep Andrew Tate and his brother in prison for an additional 30 days. The social media personality has been detained in the country for weeks on charges of human trafficking, rape, and being a part of an organized crime group. The 36-year-old is a British U.S. citizen who was initially detained December 29th after a social media spat with climate activist Greta Thunberg about his cars, where he seemingly gave up his own location, leading to his arrest.
Make sure that these boxes are not recycled. Thank you.
The Romanian government has since seized several of Tate's vehicles and other items and cash, amounting to $3.9 million. His brother Tristan and 2 Romanian women were also detained in the same case. All 4 have denied the charges against them. Speaking to reporters, the Tate brothers' attorney, Ioan Glia, said he thought the decision was totally unjustified and that they came to it far too quickly. Late last week, prosecutors requested a second 30-day extension to keep all 4 detained while investigations continue. The judge's decision comes after all 4 lost an appeal last week at a Bucharest court, which upheld the judge's December 30th move to uphold an earlier decision to extend their arrest from 24 hours to 30 days. For Inside Edition Digital, I'm Stephanie Officer.
Second 30 with no evidence? That is really weird.
Okay, Aiden Ross thinks Twitch ban hot.
Flat out say it, bro.
I love this, dude. Aiden Ross going through the steps individually of like of radicalization and like doing like NoFap and all this other dumb thinking that it's actually making him better as a person is pretty funny. He is now going back on it. Mr. I have a porn star in every episode that I've ever had is now like, actually I decided like no more hot tub streams, bro.
We're gonna back me on this. Twitch, I believe heavily. I saw one person that lost a lot of money to gambling. You guys banned gambling. You guys moved on quick. I think we have a problem with Twitch. I think there's the hot tub streams, bro. I think it should be banned from Twitch. I think
this is such a funny take, dude. This is like, first of all, are people even still doing hot tub streams? I feel like that meta is over. Why the are you complaining about like a dead meta? Is it? Are they still doing it? I feel like it's not as popping as it used to be. Is he like running out of content, so we just hitting the incel note? Is that what it is? He's just like, what can I say, bro? You idolize not only like an alleged trafficker who's currently in prison. Even if he didn't do and he just operated at like a webcam business, how do you still not see that inconsistency there? You know what I mean? Which he did. You know what I mean? He didn't run like an ethical webcam business. But even if he had, and he wasn't prison right now, entertainment right now over it. If you just like ran a totally above board, normal, consensually conducted amongst adults webcam business, you still idolize them. It's just such a funny experience because it's like, you are so clearly, it's just misogyny. That's it. When you love the pimp, the guy that's doing the sex cam business, but you hate the women that are doing it on their own site, on their, with their own control over their own lives. You're like, those people, they shouldn't be able to do that. But like, I also do love the the GOAT, Mr. Andrew Tate himself. Hot Tub Streams at 4.7K viewers right now, lower than Football Manager 2023. There you go. Has Aiden ever actually listened to you? Yes, he does. He listens to me for 3.5 seconds. And he understands what I'm saying. And then immediately after, he listens to someone else and forgets everything I told him. Aiden Ross is like, yo, we need to ban hot tub streamers. Also Aiden Ross. But remember, this is him doing it. I think it's more like he's fine with like, when he says like, I want to ban hot tub streamers, he's saying like, it's only me that you should get the hot tub content from. You know what I mean? Only me. Only me. Only I get to do the hot tub content. You shouldn't be able to do the hot tub content on your own. And here, I'll use terms that Aiden will understand. If he keeps going down this pipeline, he's going to turn into like another Sneeko. He's just going to be banned from everything. He just needs to save himself. It's good that he's working out. It's good that he's like bettering himself. These are concepts that I'm on board with. But this like no-fap, weird right-wing shit is not good. It's rotting his goddamn brain even further when it was already a crevice for the most part. You know what I mean? It was hollowed out, and now it's like there's just moss.
When I was Aiden's age, I never watched hours and hours and hours of porn stars on live streams or YouTube videos. At the most, it was like a few minutes on a porn website actually having sex. And a few minutes is all I needed. But dude, Zoomers watch hours and hours and hours and hours of porn stars. Every joke is about dick sucking, and it's on Aiden's stream. And there's like this creepy pedo vibe to someone as small looking as Aiden talking to porn stars. Something really creepy about it. It's cute, it's funny, it's creepy. It's a little creepy, dude. I'm not going to lie. I don't remember doing that when I was young, bro.
In there, you know?
We had some Cass and G, though.
Choosing to listen to them more than people telling him they're wrong. He ultimately agrees with the taste of that more. That's why he listens to them more. Yeah. It's just a very funny take to just be like, yeah, dude, on God, we got to ban hot tub streams. I said, little bro just wants to corner the market. The way I see Aiden is like a vector. In the same way that I see Bradley Martin, who I think ultimately has like a much kinder heart, I would say, and is older, so he's a bit more mature than Aiden, like a lot more mature than Aiden. Like me and Ethan look at guys like this as like as not like an individual, but a person that is representative of broader perspectives. This is not one person. This is millions of people. There are a lot of young men who feel exactly the same way, who operate with the same mindset, who don't even think about it. Okay, so if you can convert some people by individually constantly trying to engage in this war of attrition, trying to actively de-radicalize people, especially when they are when they're listening to you. I mean, I still shit on them. You know, it's not like I don't criticize them. I do. There are a lot of consumers who feel this way. There are a lot of men who feel this way, and this is a decent way to try and tackle the problem. How do you not get tired of his dumb deaf ears? What do you mean, brother? I repeat the same thing 1,000,000 times every single day. It is probably one of the most important parts of what I do is the repetition. This is all I do. Anyway, it might not be for you, but this is what I do. This is coming from the dude who has countless porn stars, OnlyFans girls on the stream. Make it seem like bait unless he plans on changing that up. Definitely still fine line that a lot of these hot tub streamers write on Twitch though. Like, dude, come on, Jake Lucky. It doesn't matter. The hot tub meta is dead already to begin with. But ultimately, what is unethical about the hot tub meta? Like, who's it hurting? Here, Andrew Tate's Secret Society.
Chances are that 6 months ago you didn't know who Andrew Tate was, and the chances are that now you do. Andrew Tate's a former kickboxer. He's now a social media influencer. Last year he was more Googled than Donald Trump or Kim Kardashian, and his content's amassed hundreds of millions of views. His enthusiasm for misogyny, cars and wealth has delivered fame, thousands of fans, and many thousands of dollars. He's also being held in Romania as part of an investigation into people trafficking. Tate denies all the allegations.
Do you ever wonder why some people...
Did we ever watch that Vice documentary on Tate?
You've never heard of before, all of a sudden appear everywhere.
And that clip we just heard, well, that was the journalist Matt Shea, who gained access...
How are we still milking Angry Tate? That's my answer to you. The only people that get this bent about like Andrew Tate coverage is like literally Andrew Tate fans who are just like, dude, come on, just stop. He got owned already, please.
...to Tate's compound in Romania.
To get inside, I agreed to...
Yeah, I don't know what the Saturn necklace means, but I know that when you engage with demonic spirits, demonic symbols just come to you, right? And make no mistake about it, Hassan Piker, by accident, is like the most demonically charged streamer on the website. You think I'm trolling, and then you hear him say, man, what's wrong with children watching bikini streamers all day? Well, I mean, they're addicted to porn, grow up and kill themselves, or get into marriages where it's nothing like porn, and so they watch porn and their wife leaves them because they're watching porn and being weirdos, and then they kill themselves. Like, I'm not even being dramatic to be like, oh, this is my side of politics and we're God-fearing, you guys are godless. It's not a political thing. Watching bikini streamers for hours every day as a Zoomer will 100% make you addicted to porn. 100%. Because these guys are already watching a lot of porn. When they're not watching porn, they're watching porn stars in bikinis on Twitch. And Hassan's the kind of guy that goes, don't platform that. You don't want it in the minds of millions. So you want children to watch bikini streamers all day? That's what you want in their minds? I've never in my life seen someone defend every corporate position, but with the confidence of, I'm doing it for women, bro. I'm like the women's champion. Deep down, every girl in the hot tub meta, if you talk to, I've talked to all of them offline, they all admit that it's pedophilic. Offline, when you guys think I'm saying this so I can like, oh yeah, I'm ending the meta. I'm not doing shit with this small channel, bro. Trust me, I'm not gaining anything saying this. But there is multiple girls I've talked to offline years ago and recent, like 6 months ago. They know children are watching it. They just pretend they don't know that when they're live. But they know. They laugh about it offline. They know. Everyone knows.
Under a professional cage fight in Romania.
I know he's gonna lose. I'd rather milk this shit than talk about Ukraine not getting potentially German tanks. Okay, this is like at least closer to my plane of existence, but it's also kind of fun at this point because he's in jail.
Wow, he's actually in there. Along with 100 Tate superfans.
Matt Shea, welcome to the Media Show.
Thank you.
You made this film.
This is the guy who snaked the brothers.
It's called The Dangerous Rise of Andrew Tate. I wonder when you first decided to try and make contact with him.
Well, I was actually first brought to this story by a brilliant journalist and producer called Jamie Tozin, who's been following Andrew Tate for years before he became famous. So by the time we were filming in his compound in Romania, we were positioned in such a way that he was just, the calls for him to be deplatformed were just happening. We had a kind of inside view of him and his inner circle dealing with that.
And how do you go about requesting access to Andrew Tate's compound and requesting an interview?
Well, I think Andrew Tate was and his team are quite aware of the fact that any publicity, even bad publicity, would help them. And that was perhaps one of the reasons they decided to let us in. I think what they didn't realize was that we were also simultaneously doing an investigation into him that ultimately led to us speaking to, for the first time, some of the women from his past who alleged that he raped and abused them.
And
He's a Fed. Not like a police officer, like answers the call every time the police call for information.
When he and his colleagues agreed to let you into his compound and to film, did they give you conditions? Did they say, well, you can do this, you can't do that, you can ask this, you can't ask that?
Well, we were always upfront with him that we would be making an objective documentary and telling all the facts as we saw them. But yes, when we were there, there were attempts to control our access.
We're moving on from the pointing and laughing phase to the dancing on his grave phase, and let me tell you this shit. Thank you. Leftists are like permanently concerned about like enjoying things. Like, why can't you just like, this is perhaps the most ethical way to consume it, because it's like, he already is like facing legal consequences for his like horrifying.
A better question. I'm not going to ask you guys, is Andrew Tate innocent or guilty? I'm going to ask you guys, would you defend Andrew Tate right now? Let's say you're at a party and someone says he's guilty. Would you say innocent until proven guilty, or would you actually get angry and be like, no, he's innocent? Because I'm actually having a lot of trouble doing the whole. You see a lot of right wingers just do the whole, they'll just go out of their way to defend Andrew Tate, and I've never really been like that. You know what I mean? Like I found that like dick ride energy, bro. I'd rather like obviously I want our side to be innocent, but I find that weird that it's like grown men are going out of their way. All my best friends are going out of their way to defend Andrew Tate. And in my head, I'm thinking like, let's just look at it from a Freemason point of view, not to make this a meme. You chill with hoes, and hoes are demons. Won't demonic shit always be around you and happening? Even if you're innocent, wouldn't that area, that room, that house you're in, wouldn't demonic like, how you expect me to defend demonic energy? Dude, I love the Tate brothers so much. They remind me so much of me and my broskies when we're joking around, stuff like that. I love them so much. They're so relatable compared to Logan Paul and those fucking weirdos. But again, if you tell me you live with hookers for years, I don't want to defend you at all. I'll defend you like if it's true, like what I feel, but I don't want to like be the guy jumping in to defend before I have all the information, because it's like, I don't imagine if my chat defended me and I filled this house up with hookers for 5 years, right? If I filled up this house with hookers for 5 years, you guys would be like, holy shit, is Zherka really the holy warrior we want to defend? You guys would hesitate. You guys would be like, what the fuck? I guess I'm bitter because like I saw our own guys turn on Trump for DeSantis, but they won't turn on Andrew. And I'm like, dude, why did everyone turn on Trump? And Trump's a lot more yeah, I don't know. That just bothers me. That's like, I guess that's the power of charisma and entertainment, right? Like, I guess Andrew Tate would be more than Trump. Yeah, Andrew Tate is the new MAGA. Yeah, exactly.
Actions. Like, what are you now mad that like we're having a little enjoyment out of this? You know, it was infinitely worse. It was infinitely worse months ago when he was not in prison and he was just like running around and doing all this shit.
Chaperones constantly. We were told, don't go in there. That door's locked. If you try and go in there, someone will put a gun in your face. We had, sort of tall, scary, intimidating, strong men behind us when we were interviewing everyone, monitoring our questions and all of that. So,
okay, look, another reason, like I want Tate to be innocent and stuff like that, and I think they got nothing on him so far. Besides that audio, I guess the Fresh Fit guy said it was a deep fake. So, which I saw some deep fakes and I'm like, oh shit, those things exist nowadays. But yeah, what was I saying? Fuck, man. What was I saying? No, I don't know if it's a deep fake. I'm just that's what I saw from Fresh Fit. What the hell was I saying? There's something. What's wrong with me, man? Damn. It'll come to me.
To speak about your film, and Andrew Tate's story more broadly connects directly to how media content is made, distributed, moderated, and consumed. And
oh yeah, demonic energy. Yeah. As much as I like Andrew Tate and his brother, it's hard to really go up and defend someone who lived with hookers, like in paradise with hookers for years. It's really hard to defend a pimp. And this is not a hit piece where I'm like, I'm jealous of Andrew Tate. I'm saying I had so many chances to live with porn stars and stuff like that. And I remember turning it all down. And I remember saying how the world would... In my head, the world would laugh at me if I did that. But the world loves Andrew Tate because he did that. And he's Mr. Spirituality of today. That's a fucking knife in my heart if I've ever seen one. You know what I mean? But those girls do seem like liars. Like, I researched those girls. They seem like 99% fucking liars, bro.
To spend today's edition of The Media Show understanding that with the help of Matt Shea, but also with Helen Lewis, who's staff writer at The Atlantic, also presenter of the recent BBC podcast series, The New Gurus, which looks at online personalities with big followings. Hi, Helen. Would you consider Andrew Tate a form of guru?
Oh, it's going to be fun. He gets proven innocent, Lamau. Yeah, that'll definitely mean that he was definitely proven innocent. If anything, it'll be funny because, like, he literally said he could bribe his way out of a Romanian prison, and that'll just be the truth again. But, like, if you actually unironically think he didn't do any of the shit that he's, like, locked up for, I don't know what to tell you. He has literally admitted to things and has also, like, tried to educate others on doing similar things for years and years and years. So I don't know what else you need, but I guess you don't really need anything. You're just at that point, you know what I mean? Chris can admit to all this shit on camera, and his fan base will still be like, nah.
Absolutely, he fits very fine.
Not to be a snitch or anything, but wasn't Hassan Piker, like, didn't he admit to going to, like, a hooker house that got closed down for human trafficking? Like, why is Hassan talking about this case? Isn't this one too... Like, if I was him, I'd be like, ooh, this one's too close to home. I think I'm going to skip this topic.
Into what's known as the kind of manosphere. So these are a suite of gurus who attempt to tell young men how to live. And, you know, there's a very strong ideology behind them, which is a form of masculinity has been lost. And, you know, having watched Matt's excellent documentary, the thing that strikes me is it's very much like a 13-year-old boy's idea of what it means to be a man. A guy goes...
No, man, it was closed for tax evasion. Well, they say every single hooker house has, like, human trafficking going on, even the cleanest ones on earth. So they say every single house. Like, you can't do a hooker house morally. You just can't.
And she says, my name's Alpha Wolf. And how Matt did not laugh at that point. But it's like so much stuff on the internet now where it is both ironic and not ironic in the sense that they're saying...
That was one of my favorite moments, dude. I swear to God. It was when the guy, like unironically, like a 50-year-old man, a whole ass adult, you know what I mean? Just this accountant looking ass I'm Alpha Wolf. Like, bro, are you... What? Something has failed in your life so...
Right. Oh, now I remember what I was going to say. Andrew Tate doesn't know shit about Freemasons when he talks about it, but his dad was CIA. And that's kind of spooky. And another thing is he has a master hypnotist as his second in command, which is identical to those hermetic practices of hypnosis. Look, what are the why would he pop off and have a hypnotist at the top of his cult? Like the highest level hypnotist. I forget the guy's name. That's kind of crazy to me.
Severely for you to behave this way.
I'm a misogynist. You know, of course, everyone calls me a misogynist.
Also, you know what I'd love to know? I'd love to know if you have millions of dollars and say outrageous shit and you say all good stuff like Andrew Tate, can you really... Would you go viral or would you take over the whole algorithm? Because a lot of people say that he's a plant. That's why he's like being viral is like, yeah, on a couple of platforms, but being viral on everywhere you go as Andrew Tate, that is a plant. They always say that's a plant, right? And then you think of his political message and you go, oh shit, he could be a plant. I don't know. I don't know. I could see someone going hyper viral, but not the most Googled and take over the whole game. I can't see that without being a plant. But I go back and forth on that because sometimes in Andrew's eyes, I see fear. Like he doesn't know what's about to happen. Or maybe he thinks it's like a burn notice. Like he's a plant, but they might burn him. So sometimes the CIA does shit like that. Who knows?
You know, and there's understood to be a performance there.
By the way, leftist people who are like, why are we doing this still? Me, are feeding into the same exact...
Thinking he's not a plant means you think anyone can really do that on their own, which we know isn't true. Wrong. If you had a Bugatti, a fighting background, and you are smart when you speak, and you take over the vacuum of MAGA, and you have a bunch of employees pushing your content for you, you giving them millions of dollars, pretty sure anyone could go viral if they have these attributes, right? Like, didn't that Mo Vlog guy, he just got some nice cars and then he popped off? Like, a lot of people do that, right? Appreciate that, Wes. I can see someone going viral, but taking over the whole internet means it has to be a plant. Especially the banning and unbanning part.
Shit that like Andrew Tate stands are doing in here by being like, bro, you're riding his dick so hard, so enjoy that. Enjoy your moment when you get upset about this coverage.
Because check this out. Hassan Piker at his biggest wasn't even close to Andrew Tate, right? Because when you think of how fast Andrew's rise is, that's the alarming part, where Hassan's is more spread out, and you can't see Hassan on every media. You have to find him. He's not just going to pop up on everywhere you see Hassan. Oh, I open Snapchat, I see Hassan. So, like, Hassan is like a weaker plant. Right, he's a TYT YouTube plant, but Andrew Tate is like, feels like a CIA plant, you know. But then again, Andrew Tate's 1,000 times more entertaining than Hassan, so he would be bigger. You know what I mean? But I go back and forth on that, because if I say he's not a plant, someone always comes to my chat and goes, "See, I told you, bro," and I go, "Damn." I mean, they always give you heroes, right? Order out of chaos.
You and the Andrew Tate Stan fan base is in unison, operating in the same way at that point.
But it is also serious at the same time. And that's something I think journalism really struggles to grapple with. It's saying that someone is putting on a show for you. But
all right, let's watch that fucking documentary. Is it good? I saw bits and pieces. I saw the hypnotist part. Andrew Tate, Vice.
Do you ever wonder why some people who you've never heard of before all of a sudden appear everywhere?
Okay, that's exactly what I mean. Did you hear what he just said?
Do you ever wonder why some people who you've never heard of before all of a sudden appear everywhere? Andrew Tate! Andrew Tate is an Anglo-American kickboxer turned influencer whose extreme misogynist videos have helped make him the most viral man in the world.
Bang out the machete, boom in her face, and grip her up by the neck. Like, shut up, bitch!
On December 29th, he and his brother were arrested by Romanian police as part of a rape and human trafficking investigation.
The Matrix has attacked me.
A few months before their arrest, I was in Romania trying to get access to their so-called secret society, the War Room.
The War Room is the most powerful network on the face of the planet today.
Andrew Tate. To get inside, I had agreed to endure a professional cage fight in Romania.
I know he's gonna lose, but wow, he's actually in there.
Along with 100 Tate superfans.
We shouldn't be slaves, we shouldn't be working 9-to-5 jobs.
I need to grow, I need to get better, I need to evolve.
I'm not tough on myself. Nobody else will be. That's what I learned from Andrew Tate.
This shiny hole, hold on to it.
What I found out.
My plan was...
Yeah, there's the hypnotist. Okay? That's not a therapist, that's a hypnotist.
This shiny hole, hold on to it.
What I found out.
When was the last time I saw a hypnotist? It was the right-wing 2016 movement. I know there was one for Charlottesville, but lower level. And yeah, it feels like an operation.
Out.
My plan was to sow anarchy.
Is that this recent arrest appears to be just the tip of the iceberg.
This is definitely a hit piece.
I don't care.
The real story
We've clearly conquered the internet.
began years ago.
There's not a single female complaining.
Do you think there's not a single female complaining?
Have you seen one? Tell me.
My ex-boyfriend was radicalized by Andrew Tate. He was sweet and I guess vulnerable to being brainwashed by Andrew Tate and his cult.
People don't know what he's done.
I have like two rules. One, I never believe hoes. And two, I never believe men who live with hoes. So I'm conflicted. You can tell I'm like the worst populist. You know, I'm supposed to ride or die right now for him, like everyone else in my movement. But I never trust people who live with hoes, man.
If you haven't heard of Andrew Tate yet, it's only a matter of time before he pops up on your newsfeed. His videos have been viewed over 11 billion times, and in July he was more Googled than Kim Kardashian and Donald Trump. He's been called the king.
No. This video's obviously garbage. This is Vice. This is fucking garbage. Vice, actually, interesting enough, was it was co-founded by Gavin McGinnis, who interviewed Kanye and Fuentes. That Gavin. So Vice took a weird, crazy left turn. I like Vice as like, oh, it's entertainment, but I've never watched one Vice video where I said this is the truth in my life. Even before, you know how now it's too obvious? Even when woke stuff wasn't that obvious, I never took it serious. Ever in my life. It was always CNN to me. CNN was garbage before Trump for me. Way before Trump. Mainstream media was always garbage for me. The only time I feel like I'm getting less programming and more kind of like population control truth. You know, they give you truth to keep the population kind of at bay, is from Tucker Carlson. Right? People hate Tucker Carlson, but there's a lot of truth in what Tucker says. And I just can't believe people say Tucker is the guy riling people up for crazy shit. He's not the guy.
of toxic masculinity.
He has said that rape victims should, quote, bear responsibility.
Now, Tucker does kill me for the 9/11 take, right? He says rape victims should bear responsibility. Okay, I don't think anyone in their right mind would say that unless in the context of it saves more lives if you look at it that way. Hey, daughter, don't go to a rave and do drugs. They are going to rape you. And she goes to the rave. Bad stuff happens. She comes home. The next time she's invited to a rave, she goes, oh, wait, there's demons out there. You don't just say, go to the next fucking rave, right? That'd be creepy. Like, hey, daughter. Is that, if I had a daughter, I'd call her, hey, daughter. I wouldn't say her name. I come from a weird home where we call our parents by their first names. We shorten them, though. Like, Albanians don't do that. So, like, even Albanians look at me like, bro, you guys are some military, man. Isn't that weird? Like, that is the least, from all my trad energy, that's the most lib energy, I guess, right? Like, I call my mom by a kind of like a nickname and my dad nickname. That's very weird. When I see I've never seen Albanians do that. Just my family's strange like that.
For being raped.
We're about to enter his compound in Romania, which was raided earlier this year as part of the rape and human trafficking investigation that led to his arrest in 2022.
Is that true that you sequestered an American girl?
She's not even pretty. This girl's average. She's ugly. I don't have time for this bullshit.
What about the rape accusation?
That's not true at all.
See, sometimes I'm like, Andrew's a political operative, but he doesn't know how to answer some questions. Like, I don't think anyone in this chat would say, yo, she's ugly, bro. That's the last thing I'd say if she asked that question, right? I'd make it like, hey, man, there's a narrative, right? You guys are going with a narrative, and I don't appreciate that. But I would never say she's ugly because it's... Yeah, I just don't get it. He's sometimes such a good political operative, and sometimes he's like a frat boy. Little frat boy, like Marco Rubio.
Hello.
Look at this snake.
Is this Andrew Tate's house?
By the way, dude, never trust someone who looks and sounds like a little bitch, because it's not that they're evil. The pressures of the world make them bite and backstab you because they can't take it, right? A caveman will hurt your feelings to your face, but a little bitch will always backstab you. You understand? You'll have more security staying with gangsters in prison that you earn their respect than liberal friends. I'm telling you that. Like, eventually those guys will have your back. The liberals will never. I have liberal friends in my life who like they know, they know, everyone knows in the room that they never back me up. So we don't talk about it. I think it's horrible if you pretend like they got your back. I think that's a weird way to live. This Vice guy is what I'm talking about. This guy's a snake.
Yes, I'm Matt.
Okay.
Hey, hello.
Just a second to have a confirmation from Mr. Tate.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you just let me know when we're allowed.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yes.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, that's like 1 out of 10.
Hello, hello.
Good to see you.
This place is giant.
Yeah, I can give you a quick tour. I can't show
Okay.
you a lot of it. A lot of it's like off limits, but I can show you some of it. G, come bite them. Show them how scary you are.
Is this the...
I think Andrew Tate's house is almost as ugly as Cristiano Ronaldo's. Like, all this money, and you hire some atheist designer. And if you're going to go with this kind of a house, like, it's a fun house, then put a fucking water slide or some shit. How's this like, he went for the whole, like, hey, this is a recreational kind of, like, after-school special house for the special kids. And it's like, dude, put some fun shit. Put a basketball court. Do something. If I was some rich dude, I'm pretty sure I would have, like, pillars, like Greco-Roman pillars, and I would do what rappers do, actually. Rappers actually get the right guys. I would have like a Gucci Mane type villa or something. Or what the fuck is this Romanian shoebox? This looks like a Nike shoebox. That bothers me when someone spends so much money on the ugliest shit ever. Cristiano Ronaldo's house is actually a fucking mall kiosk. It's so fucking stupid looking. It doesn't even make... Hold on. This guy's worth $1 billion fucking dollars, by the way. Ronaldo's worth $1 billion. Okay? When you pretend to be a straight guy, you kill it in life. Hold on. Here it is.
Endorsements and investments haven't the world, and with that number is trophies. The living and dining area boasts some dazzling...
Look at this. Bro, this is actually your aunt's house.
Interior decor of vibrant green...
This is my rich aunt's house. Exactly.
Bold leopard prints and a chic round
Look
table.
at that fucking IKEA table. What the fuck is that? And look at the artwork. What is that? Like some mafia art?
The dining room is probably his second favorite in the
Look at that. What is this, dude?
entire house. The first, of course, is the expansive master bedroom, where he spends about half a day recuperating.
That's the smallest room ever.
Room is probably his second favorite in
Look
the
at this
entire
shit.
house. The first, of course, is the
This is the smallest room I've ever seen in my life. You have $1 billion, dude.
expansive master bedroom, where he spends about half a day recuperating from
That's
a
a
match.
queen
Once he has
size
bounced
bed,
back,
too.
he goes for a refreshing workout session in the
Look at his gym. Look, it's a fucking Planet Fitness. Really?
state-of-the-art home gym. This is a highly private and secure area as well, so the paparazzi have no hope of catching a glimpse of him lounging by the massive swimming pool or soaking in the hot tub on the deck. There's even a small
Gorgeous.
football pitch on the
Look at
property.
him.
Security cameras are positioned all around and even on the road leading up to the house. And for added security, the metal fences surrounding his mansion go up
That's
to 8
his
feet in
fence.
height. From quiet and secluded to slap bang in the middle of the concrete
That's a
jungle.
Home Depot
Cristiano Ronaldo
fence.
also has a home in New York City and in Trump Tower, no less. The $18.5 million
That's his other home. This is like an Airbnb you get when you finally date a 7 out of 10 and want to celebrate and fuck her in different positions. Like, what the fuck is this?
dollar loft in Fifth Avenue spans 2,509
And now this is your rich aunt's place. Even shittier, actually.
square feet. The unit is located in one of the L-line spaces in the tower, making it a special category of apartments, giving him a view of the Hudson River, Empire State Building, and panoramic views of Central Park. The interiors are done by Juan Pablo Molino, whose expertise lies in maximalism, so there's no shortage of
Molino.
opulence. Every single area looks classy, and the pieces of furniture are just sublime. The apartment has 3 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms.
Look at that. That's depressing.
And 2 of them boast large marble bathtubs. The gourmet kitchen is fitted with Michelin star.
Look at the kitchen. Dude, you have $1 billion. Now I get why Trump did the all gold shit. I get it.
Our restaurant grade equipment too. Interestingly, the same home was the inspiration
That's nice, but that's not even... Oh, it's from 50 Shades of...
behind Christian Grey's bachelor pad. There have been rumors that Ronaldo might buy another unit in the same tower, one that's a lot bigger with marble floors and wood paneling. It has a price tag of $23 million. It hasn't been confirmed yet, but we're sure it's not a lack of funds stopping the deal from going through. But you can't really holiday in New York. To get away from routine life, he also has a holiday house worth
It's not even his house. This is a random house.
$1.7 million in the sunlit shores of Marbella. Set along the Costa del Sol coastline, this beautiful vision and white mansion
Okay, this one is legit.
features a built-in theater, an LED driveway, and an infinity pool. Inside, it's completely modern and minimal with an open-plan living kitchen and dining area and an outdoor dining area. The marble bathrooms have floor-to-ceiling windows by the shower, so you can enjoy the tree-lined property and still have privacy. The home resides in an area referred to as the Superstars cul-de-sac, thanks to its uber-famous residents. Among them is UFC star Conor McGregor. Maybe one holiday house in Italy wasn't enough because Ronaldo went on to buy 2 more. The interconnecting villas sit on a hill, offering spectacular views of Turin. The home in northern Italy has lush green vegetation all around it.
Look at the home that he actually lives in. Hold on.
Hi guys, coming in. This is where I live. Let's go.
And more. And
Oh my fucking god. You know what I'm talking about. This is some flat shoebox house. Anyway, you just go watch Gio's fucking Netflix and you'll see it. There it is. Bro, me and my brother laughed so hard because they're like, well, Ronaldo, so when you're relaxing at home, what do you like to do? He was like, I just like to do stuff that, I don't feel pressured to do. I don't feel like I have to do it for other people. I just get to do what I want to do. And so that's all I do when I'm home. And it shows him kicking a ball. And me and my brother are like, wait, don't you get pressured to play high-level football? So when you're home, you just kick a ball? Look, why are you wording it like this is your downtime? It was just weird, but I guess respect, yeah.
Limits, but I can show you some of it. G, come bite them. Show them how scary you are.
That's a nice dog.
Is this the normal level of security you have for your house every day, or is this just for us?
This is the normal level of security I have in my house every day. I'm prepared for all eventualities. It's better to be paranoid. I kind of like cars.
I can tell, yeah.
This door leads to... I can't take you in there. That's classified. Up on there, I can't take...
See, when he talks like that, in my head it just rings, he is not a plant. Or he's a plant that likes his role. He's like RPing hard.
You in there either? It's classified. You do know if you go to any off-limit areas like security, you're going to intercept. So when I point classified, I'm basically saying don't make them put a gun in your face.
Got it.
TV, which I never watch. World title belts. I was 4-time kickboxing world champion.
And what's this painting over here?
That's my brother.
Who else lives here? Is it just you?
I love Tristan,
I live
bro.
with my brother. I think you get the best
Tristan's
version of yourself
based.
if you live with other competitive men. I don't have loser friends. I like sitting down with people and discussing how we can make money from the conflict in Ukraine. That's what I enjoy. I don't want to talk about TV.
Interesting. Okay, cool. Hi, by the way. Sorry to interrupt. I'm Matt.
Georgia.
Georgia, good to meet you. What are you up to, Georgia?
Working.
Working.
Okay.
This is,
The woman I'm trying to speak to, Georgiana Noghel, would also later be arrested with Tate in December,
Georgiana, 2 coffees, please.
accused of assisting him in his human trafficking operation.
Hey.
He did not tell you to stop talking to her because it's like dangerous. She's got dangerous information. He stopped it because it's cringe, right? Anytime someone does that to you, it means like, hey, everyone's uncomfortable. Stop badgering the host. And another thing is like, we live in a world where your wife, who doesn't pay a dime for the house, car, or anything, the wife that you take care of with all your sweat, equity, and hard work, we live in a world where you say, go make me a fucking coffee. And if you say that live, you're canceled and it's over and you're sexist. Like, you go slave away 12 hours a day, every day of your life for her. But if you dare say, go make me a coffee in the West, and what's scary is most women actually raise an eyebrow. Like, are you talking to me like that? The number one thing you want to do when you're about to marry someone is say, if I don't have power to command a coffee when I'm busting my ass to make sure you have a home, if I don't have that power, I want to cheat on you hard. I'm not even a horny guy. I'm going to do it out of vengeance. Are you kidding me that they put that clip where he said, go make a coffee to try and slander him? Bro, the chick got a fucking mansion dream job out of this. You know? And as much sense as I make to everyone, if there's ever a clip of me saying, go make me a fucking coffee, you're going to see what happens. It's going to blow up. Everyone's going to hate me. No matter how much sense I make to people, the programming is too deep. We're in too deep. It's over. Yeah, it's that bad. It's really that bad.
Hey, how's it going? Hi. Hey, how are you? What are these guys up to?
Conquering the world, my friend.
Through what means?
I run Hustlers University, which is now currently the biggest online educational platform in the world. We've grown extremely fast. We have 110,000 students inside of a year.
Sheesh.
Hustlers University. Hustlers University. Hustlers University.
For $49 a month, Andrew Tate's online Hustlers University promises...
I've always defended Hustlers University. I've never been on it. Is it a scam? No, because the alternative is those boys are on Reddit. I'd rather them be fired up with a few Andrew Tate videos and, do some box shipping than be on Reddit. So it's not a scam. They're getting what they paid for. I think it's good. I don't even know what the fuck it is, really, but I know it's better than Reddit. I know anytime you feel like you're being scammed, ask yourself, what's the alternative, right? If I sell you some garbage that you'll never use, then I've deceived you. But if you're like a hunter and I sell you a nice gun and you sell furs, with that nice gun, you get a lot of fucking raccoons or whatever, you sell the furs, you make money, then the gun is worth the investment. And I did you right. I don't think Hustlers University is a scam business. And I hate self-help people. But I don't think it's a scam. Because I know the alternative to being scammed is pure nihilism. Not that I am on Reddit, but I know how the world is.
This is to teach his millions of followers the secrets of modern wealth creation, from crypto trading to dropshipping.
No big deal, just the biggest online school in history.
Is this a sharp sword or is it kind of a decorative sword?
I did a Tate speech about why I have this sword. A Tate speech is like my YouTube channel, Tate Speech.
Yeah.
And I talked about how the number one problem with the world is that not enough men walk around their houses with swords.
Mm-hmm. That's up there for sure.
Because if more men walked around their houses with swords, so many of the world's issues could be fixed. But you have to extrapolate it.
Okay.
For example, so the woman panics, she sees something on TV, the man comes home, she's like, oh, we gotta start wearing a mask, da-da-da. If the man walked around with a sword, and she's like, put a mask on, he'd be like, I'm brave, I don't need a mask, I'm a commander. Fuck you. It's just a symbol of empowerment. You got your sword, your wife starts talking, you're like, shut up, I decide what I do. Be quiet, cook.
Andrew's unashamed, misogynistic, and violent views so far seem to match his YouTube persona. But to find out how he's translated those into viral fame, I accept an invite onto the Tate Brothers podcast, Emergency Meeting, which is also a chance to get acquainted with his brother Tristan.
Welcome to Emergency Meeting, episode 13.
Let's get some fucking subs in here. What the fuck? It's my first day back, you fucking cocksuckers. What the fuck are you doing?
We have a special guest.
Matt Shea, who is internationally renowned and respected. He's a folk singer, and he's going to sing us a song.
Andrew's invited his mate on our show without my consent. I'm just going to have to bite my tongue and listen to you guys talk most of this emergency meeting. Otherwise, I'm going to walk off.
So, Matt, can you introduce yourself? Tell them about your singing career. Tell them where you're from, etc.
Yes, so I'm actually not a folk singer at all in the slightest.
This is what's weird to me. The Andrew Tate Tristan dynamic is so off because technically, in the archetypal way, Tristan is the older brother. They've done good listening to Andrew, and you should always listen to your older brother, especially if you guys are politically aligned. If he's a liberal, then whatever, but respect him. Now look at this. Tristan acts like the older one, right? He's not that opportunistic compared to Andrew, and Andrew wants to take over the world, and really, this is where someone needs to pump brakes too. You know, this is a dangerous spot to be in, where it's like, hey, I got us this far. Keep listening to me. But remember, Tristan isn't blinded by ego, right? He's close, but Andrew's actually blinded. He has sunglasses on.
No, sorry.
What? Are you calling my brother a liar?
You lied to me.
Yes.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen the clown that hides from gay people?
This joke is so cringe, bro.
Have you seen him?
No, I haven't seen the clown that hides the gay people.
So you've never seen him?
No.
Strange.
Is he here somewhere?
Strange. Well, yeah, he's right here. I see him.
I see him.
I find it so weird how people like Andrew Tate, who said, I'm not going to give a man CPR, that shit's gay. That's the funniest shit I've ever heard. Right?
Sincerely Fate donated $20.
Hey, let's go.
Dave content with all the bias experienced theories. Thank you for combating mainstream confusion. Also, welcome back, King.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that, Sincerely Fate. And Andrew Tate, who says funny shit, there's always this funny guy in my group of friends who they're just naturally hilarious, but then they focus on cringe jokes. Like, I'm thinking of Uncles too. Have you seen the clown that hides from gay people? And it's like, dude, you're a funny guy. You don't need to do this one. Like, you don't need to do the Google jokes.
All right, let's be nice to our vice friend. So let me be nice to him before he does a hit piece.
This is definitely a hit piece. I've warned my brother that this is a setup, and this is what everyone.
I don't care. I'm uninterested. I've clearly conquered the internet. I'm clearly unstoppable. I'm like the Borg.
You've invited the liberal news media to come.
They can all come.
Tristan's so smart. I would never allow Vice in my home. I would meet them somewhere.
Because I'm wearing a gun, I'm violent. Is that how it is? Just because I got knives all over the table and I'm a kickboxing world champion, I'm violent.
If you are wearing a gun and you have knives, that does make you a little bit violent.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Makes me security aware.
I don't want to sing a song.
I haven't
sing like you promised.
It's
You
a setup.
think I won't kick Vice out of my house. I think.
A few more minutes, or are we done with it?
No. You can sing now, or you're off the pod.
During an ad break, Andrew breaks character.
I hate when people used to say this about me. Oh, Zherka, when we turned the stream off, you chilled out. Yeah, I'm exhausted. Doesn't mean you didn't piss me off like the little bitch you are. I'm not breaking character because I can fucking... No. We're in a room with 1,000 people watching. I'm going to call you a bitch. But what do you think? I'm going to just follow you to bedtime? Hey, you're a bitch. You're a bitch. You're a bitch. You think I'm going to keep that energy up all day? No. We're done after the fucking stream. And then I don't want to even talk to you. You're a little bitch.
30-second break. Chat shit.
Another 5 minutes and we'll get you out.
It could mean breaking character, but it's like, just because when people say breaking character, it's like, hey, Andrew Tate doesn't think I'm a bitch. Yes, he does. Yeah, he's breaking character, but he still thinks you're a bitch.
You can talk shit back. You can annoy us if you want.
Don't worry, no, I know. I'm just not very good at it. I'm not very good at talking shit.
We've had a long career. We have to do...
See, Andrew Tate's ego thinks he can charm anyone, even Vice. And like, you got to know, how do people get paid at Vice? It's not being your friend, dude.
I'm not very good at talking shit.
We've had a long career. We have to do our normal...
See, Tristan is not even worried about charming the Vice guy. He's thinking of other things. He's actually the older brother here.
Broadcasting.
Okay.
Kick him off the pod. Cool, man. Have fun, guys, yeah?
Bro, this is going to be the worst documentary about us.
What they gonna say?
They're going to put you in jail. Unless you're a plant. I fucking hate this. Is he a plant or not, Chad?
I don't.
He's a plant who's getting burned. Like that show, Burn Notice.
He has lots of cars and money. All the women love him. He's sexist. Oh no, please don't put that on the internet. Who cares, right? Whatever.
Within minutes of being on their show, the Tate content machine snaps into action.
Here's why you should never allow Vice or any liberal mumbo jumbo in your house. Just think of police. People like people who say, oh, I got nothing to hide. The police can just come into my house. Dude, Google YouTube police planting weed on people. Like, that's a thing. Police actually plant weed on you. Some police do. Like, nothing traumatized me more than when our political side was all about Blue Lives Matter. And I'm like, whoa, am I with the boomers? You know what these cops done to me? But yeah, it's like, I wouldn't allow police in my house, even if I got nothing to hide. I'm not allowing any of them in my house without a warrant. What the fuck? Same with Vice, same with all that.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Already.
Wow. This is
You
viral.
promised to sing to me. If you think I won't kick Vice out of my house, you can sing now or you're off the phone.
Tate brothers embarrass Vice reporter.
Actually, I take that back. I want to make sure that my army's fighting, ethically and following the...
18,000 likes, 246 comments, 66 reshares. Oh, I accidentally liked it.
If you had to go to war, did you call your friends?
Let's see what people are saying. Tate win, as always. I'm impressed how easily he runs over weak men's arguments. It isn't Tate posting all these videos, so who are all these people? Tate Brothers Embarrassed Vice Reporter was posted by a fan account that has 58,000 followers and 3.9 million likes, and is just posting loads of videos every single day. Right in the description of his account, it says, looking to level up your life, start here. It's a sign-up link to the Hustlers University. Another account, and again, a link to the Hustlers University. He's got a clever formula here. It turns out, a big part of Hustlers University is an affiliate marketing scheme where boys as young as 13 are instructed to share controversial videos of Andrew with links to the Hustlers University underneath. If someone signs up through your link, you get 48% of their subscription fee. By financially incentivizing 110,000 students to share his content online, Andrew has essentially built an army to make him rich and famous in a very short space of time. And he's tactically avoiding the impact of social media bans because it isn't Andrew himself posting, it's his legion of fans.
All I'm doing is saying that the shit that everyone thinks isn't allowed to say. So that's the reason I'm all big on the internet.
I'm starting to wonder whether he's just a living meme.
You're a loser because your mentality is loserish.
Some kind of viral marketing campaign to swindle money from confused young men.
You never had the life I had, ever.
Or if he really believes what he says.
All I am offering is the truth.
Andrew first appeared on our screens as a reality TV star.
I've never been in a situation in my life so far, in my 21 years, where I really want something and didn't get it.
He had found an arena where controversial personalities thrive.
I have to manipulate a lot of people to win.
But something happened when Andrew was on Big Brother, one of the biggest reality TV shows of all time.
This is Big Brother. Due to events in the outside world, Andrew has had to leave the Big Brother house.
He was reportedly removed from the program when a video surfaced of him slapping his ex-girlfriend and then beating her with a belt.
Hey, stupid bitch. I didn't say the word listen. Did I say listen? Did I say listen? No. Did I say it?
Public outrage simmered down after Andrew released a video of his ex, claiming it was all part of a so-called kinky game.
It was just pure game. It's just what we...
Vice, have you never met a blonde? That's every single fucking blonde on earth. If you don't play crazy with them, they just leave you. Right? If you've never been with a white chick? Like, why are they trying to like incriminate this when she says they're playing?
Used to them.
But what the public didn't know, and what we can now reveal, is that around the time that Andrew was playing Truth or Dare in the Big Brother pool, the UK police had informed the production company that he was under investigation for 2 incidents involving other women. One of rape, and a further of physical assault. In May 2021, Tate made reference...
This is when I used to watch Andrew Tate, when he had like 20,000 followers. And I used to watch like every day. I'd be like, oh, fuck, man, this is the best guy on Fresh Fit.
To his arrest in an appearance on the Fresh and Fit podcast.
I was like, who are you? They're like, you're under arrest for a suspicion of assault of this dumb hoe. And I'm like,
wait, this is dumb hoe?
They didn't, but I'm going to protect her anonymity because I'm a nice guy. Dumb hoe.
During the same period...
Yo, we got invited to Fresh Fit podcast for... they know what I'm about, so they know I'm on their side against the girls. So we're gonna go and I'm gonna go fucking I'm gonna go Masonic on their shit. I'm gonna look at these girls in the eyes and be like, you are programmed by Freemasons.
The Tate brothers were recruiting women for a webcam sex business and creating the first of their many online courses teaching other men how to do the same.
I am her everything. It doesn't matter if I fuck someone else because I'm her everything. She has nowhere else to go.
It was called the Tate PhD, or Pimping Hose degree.
She was a fucking...
Okay, NFL guys, NBA, rappers, they all do that. Their girls got nowhere to go because they want to be with the star, and they just cheat. Okay, it's not just Andrew.
Hoe, and I spotted it instantly because she didn't humble herself when she was supposed to. And I'm glad I didn't waste any more time on her because she's never going to be doing like my other girls do, living in my house, letting me fuck other women, remaining loyal, and fucking bringing me coffees and doing as I say.
Andrew has closed down the Pimping Hose degree to focus on the Hustlers University.
Luke, your screen's compromised, yeah? So keep it super fucking vanilla.
But with a historic rape allegation in the UK, and the Romanian police now looking into him for rape.
Oh, that's crazy. So if they get a strike, they actually slow down on the extra red pill content because they don't want their pages down. I thought they just make new, but okay.
And human trafficking. I want to find out more about his methods of recruiting women. Did you at one point say that the girls who started as your girlfriends and then worked for the webcam industry, 100% of the profit goes to you?
I think in a lot of households in the world today, the man is in charge of the investments. I think that's not an uncommon thing. Tell me a view I have that you think is genuinely insulting or destructive to society. I'd like to hear it.
You prefer younger women who are 18 or 19 because you can leave an imprint on them?
No, when I say leave an imprint, I mean that. I understand what you're trying to say. You're trying to say that like if I get her, I can brainwash her. I'm not trying to say that. If you meet a girl who's 22 and you're her second boyfriend, she's probably like a nicer person, less jaded, less upset.
That's not what you should say. You should actually say this. I find it a turnoff if she's had experiences like going to Maui with other men. I want to be her first. That's my fetish. That's my kink. And then at least lefties go, oh, kink. He's got a kink. We got kinks too.
Less suspicious.
So you like to be in a position of power?
It's not being in a position of power. It's about, I enjoy to show her amazing things. You're trying to attach things to the situation which aren't true.
5 years ago, you said rape is a terrible thing, but if you put yourself in a position to be raped, then you should bear some responsibility for that.
Okay, so first, we agree that rape...
Okay, if you jump in a pool with sharks, are you at all responsible for getting your leg bitten off? That's pretty cut and dry. I don't think I'm manipulating you, bro. I think that's a really good analogy for that rape thing.
Rape is a terrible thing. The point I'm trying to make is the best way to prevent yourself from being raped is to have a degree of personal responsibility and not put yourself in positions to be raped, as opposed to standing there saying that rape shouldn't happen because, or men raise our boys better. You know what else shouldn't happen?
That's not the same for sure. Yes, it is. Girls who like hood rats, who stay with gangsters, who have guns and are murderers and are gangsters, and girls who get fucked by those guys, they talk about the excitement of being around these psychopaths. I was around those kind of fucking people. That's what a shark is.
Happen? Robbery. I want the freedom to walk down the road with $1 million in cash.
Well, they're talking about rape, though. Look at this fucking idiot in chat. If someone carries around a gun and will kill you for a gram of fucking coke, I'm pretty sure they'll rape you too.
Is it fair to compare the desire to walk around with £1 million in cash to someone wanting to just walk around their own city at night?
Well, female beauty is extremely valuable.
Of course, female beauty is extremely valuable in the eyes of men.
She's like editing over right now. This is voiceover.
I don't give a shit about having sex with beautiful women. I fuck them so they listen to me, so I can get what I actually want, which is not them. It's a means to an end. Every single Bond girl was exploited. That's exactly what I do.
Have you heard the term lover boy before?
The lover boy method?
You say women have R-word fantasies, but do men too? Believe it or not, a lot of men do, but most men aren't as extreme as the women, believe it or not. Most men, like, think of this Vice guy. He wants to get paddled and spanked. You know what I mean? By the way, where this rape fantasy comes from men and women is they're both really talking about the highest level of unity, where the male and the female become one, and your body is mine, my body is yours. And so they're talking about the highest level of trust and rough play, but they can't word it. What's weird about women is they talk about it wanting that from a stranger. Men don't really think of it like that. Like, men's fantasies are like with their wife, but a woman's fantasy is like where their husband is role playing like a stranger. It's kind of, the women's is a little more chaotic, dude.
Yeah, romantically involving yourself with a woman and then making money off of her.
But for women, it's passive, right? They're lunar, they're passive. Men, when they have fantasies, they're active. They actually rape and go to jail, right? So their fantasies are more passive, whereas when men have it, they actually act on it and shit.
In some sort of sex-adjacent industry.
Firstly, I would call the webcam industry far closer to psychology than sex. The webcam industry has prevented more male suicide than any group of therapists, any action group, any charity ever would.
That's our right wing. And everyone says, Zherka, you just jealous of Andrew Tate. If we have to give up degeneracy, we have to give up the hill of degeneracy in our culture war, then what the fuck am I fighting? What is the point? What am I fighting for? I thought I'm fighting for good old days where I'd ride around in a bicycle in the grassy neighborhood and no one's a fucking hooker on the street. I thought I'm fighting for that neighborhood. I didn't think the right wing is talking about hoes preventing male suicide. What the fuck? And the Vice guy's not even going to push back on this because that's his fucking liberal position. Andrew Tate is a fucking liberal. That's the truth. I hate when you think, well, John, that's in the culture war, that's just the sexual component. That's everything. The sexual component is the only fucking component damaging the West. That's everything. That's what took away marriage. That's what took away the family. That's the only thing you should be saying no to. You're not supposed to say, actually, it's preventing male suicide somehow. The fuck are you talking about? That's the 1960s sexual revolution to destroy us and turn the progressive wheel a crazy amount is what Andrew Tate wants. How is this guy our champion when Donald Trump would say, what the fuck? Even Donald Trump would say, what the fuck right here? And people are like, you don't go hard enough for Andrew Tate. You don't defend him hard enough. It's hard to defend a liberal. It's really hard to defend a liberal. That when Vice 100% agrees with you on a macro issue, what's next? It doesn't even matter, because if you concede defeat here, you've lost the whole culture war. It's over. If you lose on the degeneracy, it's over. That's it. That's the only front we had. That's the one place we had, and we gave it up for the pimp Andrew Tate. I like Andrew Tate, but if I have to defend this position, I feel so phony defending this part of our movement. Our movement's so childish too, where it's like, I'm a real man, bro. What, you don't like titties, Zherka? Yeah, I like tits, bro. I don't like tits at the fucking park when I'm walking my kid. How about that? I like tits in private. How about that? Well, you don't like titties. Zherka just doesn't like tits. Freemasons who rule the world talk about generative principle. How everything is to generate mankind. All the power comes from what's in between your fucking legs, right? Your water soul, your liquid life force. And that one being used up on hookers is considered a right-wing position in 2023. Do you know that in the 70s, Andrew Tate would be seen as the hippie? And I bet Vice isn't going to push back. Watch, because they love this take.
Far closer to psychology than sex. The webcam industry has prevented more male suicide than any group of therapists.
Tate has to say this because this is his first millions, right? So everyone defends their first millions of how they're made.
Action group, any charity ever would, right?
Is that true? How can you measure that?
Well, it's not about measuring, it's about my personal experience.
One of the concerns that people have about that method is that
let me correct you, because I'm a professional.
Is that it's similar to, or people might consider that a form of grooming.
Okay, so I'm a professional, so I have to change what you just said. I have to at least challenge you on it. Nobody's concerned about anything that happened 10 years ago when a bunch of girls got rich. There's not a single female complaining.
Do you think there's not a single female complaining?
Have you seen one? Tell me.
Andrew says no woman has complained about him personally. He won't let us speak to the women who work for him, so for now it's difficult to verify this claim. But I have spoken to many women who complain about the effect Andrew's rhetoric is having on their lives.
You know, if I was like an evil, let's say Andrew Tate's guilty and I'm Andrew Tate in this instance and I'm hiring bitches and all that. If I was an evil guy, I just would never hire anyone that I don't have blackmail against. Isn't that what pimps do? Like when I think of it from the evil perspective, I'm not saying it's right, but you know.
To protect them from harassment, I've agreed not to name them.
My ex-boyfriend was radicalized by Andrew Tate to the point of threatening to release revenge porn unless I took back what I said on social media against his sexist, misogynistic views. It's like a virus.
Revenge porn is the most disgusting shit you can do, because if you leak a woman's porn, you think, oh, it's bad, it's satanic. Dude, if that lady has a kid, her kid will see their mom naked. You know what I mean?
The things that he's spreading. The scariest thing is I have no idea if the next guy I meet could be an Andrew Tate fan.
As a teacher, it's definitely worrisome. There are boys who look up to him, especially those that are maybe vulnerable and they're sort of going to go into the real world carrying those violent views with them.
I'm 14. The boys at school my age think that it's okay to say horrible things like women are men's property and they get to do what they want with them. Makes me really disappointed in my generation.
Andrew's views represent a new era in modern misogyny.
Start talking to some bitches and say, me and my man are gonna fuck you.
Where you can now not only talk openly about subjugating and objectifying.
This video reminds me so much of a video I had on Instagram before I got banned. And everyone's saying like, oh, fucking base the shit in my comments. And when they're like, look at Reddit said that I'm like evil and shit.
Defying women, but doing so actually garners millions of committed fans.
They don't believe the level that you can operate at when you're actually a G.
There's this video where Andrew Tate's like, why are you eating sushi? That's fucking pussy food. You're eating sushi like a bitch. There's some rice and some fish like a bitch. And my twin brother sends me it and he's like, he's literally you, bro. He's getting fucking triggered about the dumbest shit. I'm like, really? Do I talk like that? And then I'm like, dude, there's no way I'm Andrew Tate. There's no way. I know that I didn't grow up with fucking hookers, bro. You know, if I switched to OnlyFans work, I'd have the Ferrari so fast. That's like, wow.
The most hardcore of them have traveled here to Romania to join the War Room.
The War Room is a fraternity. We're a brotherhood which is designed to...
No, not about my dick being big, you fucking weirdo. I'm saying how many OnlyFans people I know that are big timers that have asked me to be on their shit. Like, and mine's not really, like, I'm so charming that I think I would have 100 collabs in a month. If I flew around a bit, went to LA and all that. But then I'd always have to deal with, like, that fast money problem where those sins surface later in my life. You know, like, for people who make money with hoes, bad stuff starts happening to them.
Inspire the best from our brothers. They have to have the mentality and the pedigree to survive.
Oh,
this is tests, and if you do them, you can stay inside.
At the top of Andrew's fraternity is a small group of wealthy and powerful men who all stand to gain significantly from the expansion of his empire. This inner circle is not happy that I'm here. After our testy exchange this morning, Andrew invites me to watch him train.
Have you ever boxed before?
No. But it turns out he's planning on teaching me a lesson.
Who's got spare gloves? There you go.
I appear to have unintentionally walked into a situation where Andrew Tate is going to train me how to box.
Punch me. Punch me. Knock out. Oh, look like you're bleeding already. It's only round one. We've only warmed up. Keep them on, bro. We've got 10 more rounds.
No fucking way.
Boxing's got to be the fucking hardest sport ever. You know, if you take a month off, your jab is just not the same. Like, I don't remember taking a month off, like, kicking a soccer ball and being that bad. But, dude, if you take a month off boxing, your jab is just so fucking pathetic. And, yeah, and I'd say the jab is the hardest thing to fucking learn. The jab is the hardest punch to ever learn. Yeah, once you have that, you're like safe as a boxer. But yeah, boxing is so hard to learn, man. Like, Even when you think you're good, you fucking suck. Like globally, you fucking suck. MMA way better. I watch MMA, but I actually like boxing better. Like if I had to do it, I feel like all the wrestling and MMA, since it gasses you out, it takes away from the knockout energy. You know what I mean? But you know, with punching, you always have that shot.
I meet and get punched in the face by the inner circle of the war room. In the world Andrew is creating, not only are women to be subjugated,
sorry, that almost felt like I got knocked out.
but men defined by their capacity to inflict violence.
Okay, tap out.
You stopped. You were like, all right, pause, time out. Like if that were having a street fight, would someone stop? No, so that's your reaction. I need to fight back.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You know, it's good advice and stuff, but for a dude who just vapes all day and it's his first time, dude, I would never. They'll puke all over your gym. But I like the tough guy attitude and stuff like that. But maybe after a few weeks, when it's like, this guy's probably never fucking worked out a day in his life, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yo, by the way, I think I've had 2 cigarettes this year. I didn't buy any, and am I supposed to crave cigarettes? I always stop for a couple months and then I hit it again. But I had like a couple cigarettes and they're not mine, so it's like I'm not buying cigarettes. Even when I'm doing dumb shit like, oh, I'm gonna get some Sprite or have some sugary drink, or you know, fuck up with being health focused, I don't ever think of cigarettes. It's kind of crazy, right? I used to do these streams with like fucking 30 cigarettes a stream.
The War Room is a network. We have 10 meetings a year. The next one's going to be in the mountains of Transylvania. You could do it, but I don't know, my friend, if you're prepared.
We've left Bucharest and we're driving into the Carpathian
Yeah, I bite my nails sometimes.
to
That's
meet
bad.
Andrew and his inner circle for the War Room, which is going to involve something called the Test.
The Test.
I've made it into
There's a bald
Andrew
guy.
Tate's war room, where 100 of his biggest fans have flown in from all across the world, each paying $5,000 to have their manhood tested by the one they refer to as Commander. None of us know what he has in store.
I welcome you all to the test. There is a cage fighting event, and every single one of you has been paired against a professional fighter. You will fight in the cage on national television, and it's a real fight. There are 2 paths you can go down. You can agree to fight, or you can decide that it's not for you. You have 1 hour to think and make a decision.
That's going to be a hard no from me.
I would just do it. I would do it. If I paid $5,000 fucking dollars to be there and I get to be in the inner circle and this is my life mission to be in here, I would just fucking do it. Yeah, I would. Hell, I would get fucking drunk as fuck. I mean, like, let this guy fuck me up.
Maybe I'll do a yes.
The thing I'm most afraid of by getting fucked up by a professional fighter, it's not the wrestling. It's not them throwing me to the floor. It's not even getting punched in the face. I don't want to be kicked by a professional. That's the only thing that I'd be like, fuck. Like, I would run right into him because I'm like, I don't want to be kicked. I don't mind if I got knocked out by a pro or any of that. But something about kicking, like, if you've ever taken someone, a kicker's like full kick, yeah, dude, I hate a nasty kick. Whether it fucking takes the air out of me, worst is shin on shin. I hate that, man. I fucking hate that. Right? If kicking wasn't allowed in the real world, I wouldn't be that afraid of professional fighters. You know, I'd be like, oh, now I've got a chance. But a professional fighter can just set you up for like, yeah, the nasty. I'm not talking about a knee. I'm talking about like a fucking nice low kick to your fucking calf or your hamstring. Kicks are the worst, man. If they miss, they just shin on shin you. It's like, they're the worst, dude. And it's not 2 legs are not the same. Some people's legs are just way tougher.
Just to learn a little bit more of what happens and then definitely pull out at some point.
Does anyone have any questions to ask me?
No, the beautiful thing about kicking is anytime someone kicks in a street fight, it fucking sucks. It does like 2% damage, right? Even trained guys with jeans, they just kick. Their kicks suck. But I'm talking about a professional. It's gonna fucking break you.
There's no training before this fight. If you've been walking through life too lazy to fucking train, is that your problem or my problem?
I couldn't help overhearing some disagreement within the war room.
I think he wants to talk to you, wink, wink. What the hell are you doing? What's
It's gonna be fine, bro. We have an ambulance, we have medics. No one fucking knocked out. Don't worry about it.
At the center of it all was Andrew's right-hand man, Iggy Semmelweis.
Here I will share with you my secrets.
He's the self-proclaimed greatest hypnotist in the world.
You will learn.
Yeah, so why is he in the cult room? Like, why is this getting CIA quick?
The power of hypnosis.
And seemed to have an agenda that...
I asked my twin brother, right? I'm like, you're a therapist. What do you think of hypnosis? And they study it, right? And they're like, yeah, it's real. Right? Especially a broken soul. If someone's a broken soul, you can fucking hypnotize the shit out of them.
My secrets.
He's the self-proclaimed greatest hypnotist in the world.
You will learn the power of hypnosis.
And seemed to have an agenda that expanded beyond the war room itself into something larger and darker.
Your sons will marry their daughters. Your daughters will marry their sons. You will create legacies. Enjoying those juicy steaks, that finer scotch, those smoother cigars.
He refused to speak to us, but it's clear that he has a big role to play in whatever the war room's real agenda is.
This is the war room of Andrew Tate.
Welcome to the test.
Now is decision time. You are getting in the cage to fight a professional fighter who is trained to hurt you. Anyone who is fighting, please stand up. Anyone who is not fighting, you can stay seated, and we will begin the other program.
Just like that, a third of the room decides to get beaten up for Andrew Tate.
What happens to the people who said no?
They're doing something slightly different, describing the reasons they didn't do it, how that affects their life as a whole, whether they're
The whole room that doesn't do it, I would just never trust them again. I would put them on some kind of like other program. We don't even tell them, but I would separate these groups for life.
Make any changes in the future to be more ready for opportunities. That's where honor comes from, right? From victory.
One of the men who said no agrees to speak to us as long as we hide his face.
Why did you say no?
I have been in the ring before, but just sparring. But I was like, fuck, professionals and Russians, like they guys are serious. I was just too scared. So then afterwards, I felt bad about myself and I was angry at myself.
How can you be that scared when there's a fucking referee? Don't you, these guys go to bars and stuff. I'd be way more afraid of that where there's no fucking referee. There's a referee. As soon as you're hurt, you're fucking done, bro. You're gonna shell up and it's over.
Because he came here to be tested.
Andrew Tate has obviously said a
He's
lot of
scared
kind
of one leg
controversial
kick.
things
Who the look at this guy thinks he's Andrew Tate. What the fuck?
online. What do you think about that?
See, you can tell they living it up because look at the pen.
And
look at the pen.
Andrew Tate has obviously.
It's those try to quad color pens. Green, red, blue. I think it's tri. I don't remember if there's a yellow. But that's a 3 color pen. Like, that's real success. I haven't seen that in years. I miss those.
You said a lot of kind of controversial things online. Yeah. What do you think about that?
A lot of things are very controversial, but I think the bottom of his message is a very, very positive one. Because if I'm not tough on myself, nobody else will be. Nobody really cares about me if I don't care about me, right? That's what I learned from Andrew Tate.
People who decided this morning and people who decided at a later date here, please.
We have a chaperone following up.
If Andrew Tate just became successful without the hooker stuff, he'd always be seen as a motivational figure. But there's always that baggage of your past. When you do hoe shit, you know what I mean? It just chases you forever.
Yes. We've been told that we're not allowed to talk to anyone. What about in passing, asking people like, what single question?
Let me run this by tape before we film. No other comment.
Okay, all right. Would you be up for that?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Our chaperone vets who we speak to and tries to heavily control our questions.
What do you do?
Show that you're not some sort of right-wing extremist for this.
Why did you join the war room?
I don't want to be fucking stagnant. I need to grow. It's just a fundamental shift in my mindset. What I think could be bad is always good. Before the war room, I used to think, why is this happening to me? Now, what is this trying to like teach me?
About Andrew Tate specifically and the things he says online, the things that get him negative publicity. What do you think about those things?
I think he's speaking the truth.
Really?
Yeah.
Interviewing under the chaperone's supervision is proving restrictive.
Yeah?
No alpha craziness. He's he's an animal, this one.
So we can't speak to anyone?
Okay.
Who is this mysterious chaperone anyway?
Hey, man.
Matt, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, man.
I was wondering if we could have a little chat.
Yeah, sounds
Yeah?
good. Suits me, man. Brought over from Dubai.
Yeah, they look like CIA.
Like most war room leaders, he has a sports car.
Do you want to do the interview in here?
You know how CIA and top government operatives get paid? Some military general's wife leaked that they get paid through stocks and those kind of things. So everything can just be frozen for them last second. So the Ferrari never actually feels like it's theirs. You know what I mean? Like they're not taking home cash. None of that stuff, right?
Yeah, I don't see why not, man.
And like most people with a sports car, he's keen to show it off.
He's ex-Australian Special Forces. Yeah, see, it's getting very Blackwater, private military, kind of like hired by the U.S. type shit. Bro, that's literally any company. You're a fucking retard. CEOs get paid money as well.
So, what do they call you?
In these circles, sartorial or the sartorial shooter. I'm one of the guys who manages organizational risk and security for the war room. So anyone with any criminal activity, maybe they are showing signs of being racist or sexist or any of these sorts of things, they're out straight away. We will not tolerate that.
And so how do you reconcile that with some of the things that Andrew, for example, says online?
Any claims of misogyny or the fact that he's, spreading hateful words, that's not the reality of who he is, and that's not what the war room stands for, and that's not what he stands for. There are many clips of him out there saying, I'm not a misogynist, I provide for my women, I would stand up for my women in a violent situation.
What do you think his detractors would say about, for example, what you just said, the phrase, my woman? Do you think that they would consider that to be misogynist?
The phrase, my woman, for me, ties into the very traditional values that we have.
Andrew's well known for talking a lot about his multiple girlfriends. How does that tie into this idea of a traditional relationship?
Men at certain levels can provide for multiple women. And even we can go back 100 years ago, kings, wealthy men, they would support multiple families. How is that a bad thing? It's only very recently that men and women have been competing in pretty much in masculine realms.
It was like an honor if the king fucked your wife.
Work and career. Not that long ago.
I guess it would be funny because your wife is like, she comes home to you as a jacked peasant farmer. And you're just like the fucking biceps bulging, and she's so wet, and she's like, "Oh, this daddy owns me," and "Oh yeah, fuck me." And then the fucking soy boy king comes and he goes, "It's my turn to anoint your queen with holy dick." And then your girl's just like fucking a soy boy, and then I wonder how the king, like, there's no way the soy boy. I wonder if like soy boys know when they're fucking a girl that she doesn't respect them. You know what I mean? I wonder if they know or if they're like, I'm just killing it.
Indeed, in many cultures around the world, women still have the traditional gender norms. And we believe in the war.
Yeah, it was Prince Harry would be a fucking king, bro. That's what I'm saying.
And that's what leads to...
Like, it hurts if someone fucks your wife, but if it's Prince Harry, it doesn't hurt. There's no jealousy. It's like, yeah, the king is fucking my wife, but that doesn't really sting. Now, if Brad Pitt comes to fuck my wife, now that stings, right? But if it's Prince Harry, I'll be like, yeah, they're going to scissor. That's kind of a turn on. 2 redheads, let's go.
Happiness.
Rather than a career or, like you have, your own agency in the world to
they do daughter too.
Your own goals.
The women who I know who are most fulfilled in life are not trying to do the things that traditionally men used to do.
What about a situation where, this has just popped into my head, where I want my girlfriend, who I love, to be a kept woman, but she doesn't, she wants to pursue a career or something like that?
Then find a different woman. Very simple.
The core belief driving the war room and what men here are seeking is a misogynist fantasy of a time when they were kings and women were subjugated. It's at the heart of what Andrew Tate is selling. Just look at the tweets of Iggy Semmelweis, his second in command. My webcam girl is home 100% of the time, has no time nor interest in going out. She sleeps, cooks, cleans, does her shows, gives me all the money, gets railed by me and our girlfriends, then smiles, thanks me, and goes and does it again tomorrow. Welcome to the war room.
This is the war room of Andrew Tate.
Now, it's quite possible this next story has passed some of you by, but you would be in a minority.
As the war room members and I are bussed to the fight location, the world begins to talk about Andrew Tate with a new intensity.
He is a 35-year-old influencer who's been accused of spreading rape
openly
culture.
condones and celebrates violence against women.
Hitting women. Kids are acting like the things that he's saying is like revolutionary.
11-year-old boys, they love
Please
Andrew
stop
Tate.
looking up to Andrew Tate. He is a bad guy.
With the PR crisis going on, Andrew's team are eager for some good press, so they send an extra friendly chaperone to sell me on the benefits of the war room experience.
I'm Alpha Wolf.
Okay.
My role is to be Alpha Wolf.
Okay, fair enough.
Life is all about how you deal with the pain and how you move forward. You're gonna learn a lot about yourself as a man, so take it, make the best out of it, and grow as a man and be tough.
All of the men in this room seem to be taking this incredibly seriously.
What's your goal for the fight?
Of course I'm gonna try to win.
I see a lot of contenders right there who had the guts to come right here in the cage. If any one of them win one fight, is gonna win all their money, all their girls.
This is the culmination of Andrew Tate's pressure cooker of male insecurity.
You're a fucking broke. You are poor. I'm the only guy on this fucking platform flying around in private jets with 27 cars living this lifestyle. Most of you are not too stupid to become rich.
Are you ready? Round one.
But while they come forward to gratefully take the beatings they've paid thousands of dollars for,
you're here to lose a little bit of blood.
Andrew Tate's future on social media.
Oh, I didn't know that the pros are gonna go hard on them. What the fuck?
Is hanging in the balance. And the public backlash is spreading. I'm desperate to ask him about all of this. But first, I have to get through this ridiculous situation that I've found myself in.
All right, let's go.
Give it up for
The pros padding the records, bro. Let's go, liberal.
Very excited for it. Now, as soon as the bell goes, Matt has passed the test. I know he's going to lose, but wow, he's actually in there. Let's go, Matt.
The only thing you can do in this situation is bang a hard right hand in the first exchange, because nobody expects a fucking noob to do that. Nobody. Like, the one time you can get away with like something completely obvious is when a dude is laughing at you and going like, this guy's a pussy, he's gonna just circle the ring and run. But then there's always the fear of, now you've pissed off the Russian.
Whatever's going on behind the scenes, watching me get chased around puts a smile
Oh, yeah, he's
on
getting
his
chased.
face.
Takes he gets stripped to the ground, and there's going to be a ground and pound finish. Oh, that is it.
Wow, he went really easy on him.
Hold on, man.
Hey, that guy had to sign something for that. What the fuck was that?
He was unable to defend himself. I hated these guys when they turned up. I almost punched Matt myself when he was in my house. You know what? He's officially won me over. I can't believe he actually got in there.
Those who went all in on their fight came out badly.
Oh my
One man was knocked
God.
out and taken away on a stretcher. The inner circle had put these men through collective hardship and recreated them in Andrew Tate's.
You know why someone snaps into a knockout completely like that? It's because their chin is just hanging loose like that. if I told everyone in chat to brace up as hard as they can and flex and cover up and flex their face and chin down and keep it as like tight as you can till you almost cramp, it's almost fucking impossible to get knocked out. Why would anyone ever be nonchalant in there? I don't get it. If you're going in there to lose, you're not going in there to fucking get KO'd in the first round. You go lose. Like you can lose. You can lose this fight. You don't have to die.
Image.
You know, yeah, it's not that they don't have a clue, because I saw those YouTubers and stuff when they started boxing and stuff. Did you know when most people start boxing, every time they hear their coach say hands up, they keep their hands up and still get punched in the face? Every single jab gets through. So when you tell a normie hands up, they think they're doing their job by keeping their hands up. They don't parry, they don't guard, they don't push off the punches, they don't actually intercept. They just keep their hands up and they think they're safe. And it's like, dude, there's like motion coming at you. You're not going to be frozen and meet it and be safe. And I saw a lot of those YouTubers, guys, who like, after months of training, they just boom, 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 hands up. They're doing everything perfect and getting hit in the face. It's almost like they'd learn better if they weren't told anything and they just said, hey, I'm tired of getting hit in the face. Get off me, get off me, get off me, get off me. Right? So I'm like, man, humans are just fucking stupid. Humans are just retarded.
Fighters.
Come here, guys. Come up to the front. He broke his hand on your head, and you're fine. So you win.
But they had also joined a movement that was widely accused of normalizing sexism and rape culture. While the men who chose to fight are paraded in front of the crowd, Andrew's team shamed those who refused.
This shame you hold on to it. Don't let it go.
So anyone who fought, you can put your hand up, how the experience was, how it's going to change your life, and if you have anything to say to the people who didn't fight.
I don't think I have any word of advice for the people that didn't do it, except that you should have probably.
Immediately, you went to check on me, and I'm thinking, I want to go train because I felt inadequate, right? So
yeah,
that's what I want to do.
Right now, I have new mountains to climb, and I'd love to get back here a year from now.
If someone surprises you with a fight on national television to test you, that has nothing, appreciate that, Grim, that has nothing to do with cardio, your training, nothing. That's not what the test is, not to see if you can fight. The test is to see if you'll take that offer.
Now, and go to the gym of the guy who beat the shit out of me.
Didn't it feel like a movie the last few days? I feel like that's a great metaphor for life. We shouldn't be slaves, we shouldn't be working 9-to-5 jobs. We should actually make our lives into, I guess, a movie.
Okay, this guy is clearly the broke guy of the group who spent all of his savings to join. Like, I guarantee you.
The last few days, I feel like that's a great metaphor for life. We shouldn't be slaves, we shouldn't be working 9-to-5 jobs. We should actually make our lives into, I guess, a movie.
I want to be known as one of the best fathers in the war room. I can't look at my sons and tell them to suck it up, Buttercup, if I don't say yes to this.
Yeah. To be a good father means you're not actually here. You're with your fucking kid.
Yeah, makes sense.
Whether or not they fought, all the men here paid $5,000 to the only real winner in this performance.
Andrew, 5,000? Really?
Andrew Tate.
For the people who want to stay and relax.
Here's why this is sucker shit. Is I guarantee you, men with great business portfolios paid nothing to meet Andrew. That's how the world works. So these guys don't have money like that to be in here.
There's some chicks, don't know where they're from. Yeah, let's have fun. I hope you all enjoyed it.
Oh, they got hoes?
We're told not to film the celebrations that conclude the evening, and it's not clear exactly what goes on. But once outside the lobby, we could clearly see a room containing naked women being photographed.
Can you imagine if the hoes are fucking finessing in there too? They're like, is that $1,000 for us to go in that room? And the guy's like, bro, I just gave Andrew $5,000 and got knocked the fuck out on TV. You know, when guys are horny, they go, oh, yeah, fuck $1,000, man. I'm gonna be top G this year, so whatever. Like, imagine if it's Andrew's girls and Andrew's getting a cut of all the finessing. Oh, Lord. Okay. Shit.
With Andrew's team increasingly conscious of negative publicity, tonight could be the last chance to interview him.
Do you consider the possibility that some of the things that you've said, which have been viewed 11 billion times, may lead to an attitude towards women that could be harmful?
I accept that across all of that viewership, I have perhaps, possibly, maybe said one thing, or maybe two, that has upset a large range of people.
Wouldn't it make sense to just apologize for some of the things you've said, acknowledge that they have caused harm, and say that you won't say those things again?
No, and I'll tell you why. I'm not gonna apologize for the edits of other people. I'm not gonna apologize for the misunderstandings of other people. There's a whole bunch of clips people are making which make me look very bad. That's not good for my life. That's not good for business.
The clips that portray you in a negative light also help the algorithm to make you become more famous and more viral.
I'm not an expert on algorithms for social media platforms. I do not have most of them installed on my phone. I cannot control what a 15-year-old Singaporean decides to do when he chops me up and calls me names. I can't control that, and I wouldn't try to.
There has been a lot of bad press about you. That's made some nervousness within members of the war, and why is that?
Well, obviously, when people are going to continue to lie and continue to do very, very shallow, very, very fictitious investigations, people are going to lose faith in you. The media has lost all credibility because you do not try and portray the truth anymore.
One thing that stands in the way of truth, for example, is when we often do documentaries, we have full access to speak to anyone we want. But in this documentary, we've been very closely watched by the sartorial shooter, Alpha Wolf, picking who we can speak to, you know, monitoring the interview. What is it that you're worried that we're going to find out?
These questions are so low. This is low. It's low. We let you in. We tried to take care of you, and you're sitting here and just attacking us for 3 hours, bro.
The world is asking these questions, and the viewers will be asking these questions.
It's a consistent leading question, it's a consistent narrative. Where's the question about the good he's doing for men? Well, there's a very clear narrative. I need to leave.
In the days afterwards, Tate is banned from YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram, to the protest of his fans.
They have shut us down. This is warfare against the West.
For a moment, it seems the deplatforming has worked.
Alpha Wolf Alex.
But then, he reappears on Instagram with an emoji covering his face.
You're lost. You understand you're living inside of a mechanism which is designed to control you, but you don't.
He moves to Dubai, converts to Islam, sets up a new bank entirely owned by him.
You know, this is, well, ask Gaddafi what happens when he did. Anyways, this converting to Islam is a great right-wing partnership for him. And it kind of involves a bit of the left because they're seen as a minority. So this is a good move, right? Because he didn't have allies. This was a great move he made. But I don't think he's actually religious, to be honest.
Converts to Islam, sets up a new bank entirely owned by him, and rebrands the Hustlers University as the real world.
Nice.
In the first month after being deplatformed, he made $11 million and got 250 million views on TikTok alone. Months later, Elon Musk reinstates his Twitter account and he gains 1 million followers in 24 hours.
I have no criminal charges. There's no charges at all against me. I have not hurt any women. No women are coming forward saying Andrew hit me. Zero.
Andrew maintains that he has never abused a woman. But when we get back from Romania, we finally manage to speak to some women from his past. Amelia began seeing Andrew in 2013. Due to fear of harassment from his fans, she is withholding her real name.
I always knew, even from back in the day, there was always things said bad about him. But when I'd seen him again in 2013, I thought, oh, all these rumours about him may be false because he's actually been really lovely. The first time I went round his house, because before it was like maybe 3-4 times we've gone on dates, we started to make out on the bed. Out of the blue, he literally just stopped what he was doing and just laid back. He said, "I'm just contemplating whether I should rape you or not."
What?
And I promise you, within an instant, he changed. He just jumped straight on top of me, grabbed my throat, started suffocating me, strangling me. The more I didn't want to, it made him so much more aggressive, to the point where he was pinning me down, hurting me. The things he was saying to me, he was like, "Who do you belong to? Who do you belong to?" And the more I couldn't say it, the more he'd hurt me. So I couldn't see an escape. And at that point, I just gave up. I just gave up. And then when it stopped, he went to the bathroom and acted as if it was normal. So I'm like, maybe I did. Did I want it? Did I not? I definitely said to him, please don't, and he told me shut the fuck up. Definitely got strangled. I definitely didn't want it. Did he think I wanted it? When you look back, the psychological warfare you have with yourself is like you couldn't even imagine. You wouldn't know, you wouldn't understand it unless you've been through it. Can't even say the damn word.
Have you since come to terms with the notion that that may not have been consensual, that may have been...
I know for a fact it wasn't consensual.
But it's hard to use the word.
Even though I know technically it's true, that did happen, that is what happened to me, I still don't like vocalizing it.
Amelia's method of coping with the alleged rapes was to pretend to herself that it was a normal relationship.
The abuse wasn't consensual because he knew I didn't want it, which he confirms in multiple voice messages and texts to me.
Am I a bad person? Because the more you didn't like it, the more I enjoyed it. I fucking loved how much you hated it. Turned me on. Are you seriously so offended I strangled you a little bit? You didn't fucking pass out. And all the women I've ever slept with, not a single one has ever bitched or complained like you are bitching and complaining now.
Every few months, Andrew would send me on a different number messages to remind me of how dangerous he was.
I thought I'd remind you of the caliber of man I am. I am one of the most dangerous men on this planet.
Scare tactics to make sure I wouldn't go anywhere, go to the police, wouldn't report, would always be under his control. It was always to remind me that he was there.
After 6 months, Amelia eventually left Andrew when she says she began to fear for her own life. In 2014, she also decided to report the incident to police, who logged it.
A year after, I got a phone call from a police officer from Hertfordshire Police. She said to me, "We have 2 other girls that have come forward and said the exact same thing as you. Would you please be willing to come onto this investigation to make this case stronger?" And without any hesitation, I said yes. And I thought, well, if there's 2 other girls, I'm not alone now. I'm not alone.
One of those women was Sally. She was 20 when Andrew Tate approached her for webcam work. Due to fears of harassment from his fan base, she is also withholding her real name.
First night that I worked for him, Andrew bought me like 5 bottles of wine. So I got completely drunk because I'd never done webcam work. So I was very, very nervous. Then that night, we were just sitting on the bed and Andrew punched me in my arm. I went to the bathroom and cried. It really, really hurt to have someone just hit me in the arm for no reason. I was very confused. Sorry. Sorry, I don't want to cry.
It's okay.
So then when I came out of the bathroom, he was super, super nice. Like, from what I remember, Andrew didn't have any alcohol at all. It was literally just me. That night we cuddled and we ended up having sex and I was really, really drunk. That was my first night. Then it was kind of like every single night I would work.
Were there any other instances where there was physical abuse?
He used to strangle us as well. There was another time when he came into the bedroom, me and the other girl, we would sleep in the same bed with Andrew, but at this time the girl had a partner, so she was not interested in Andrew at all.
This became the try not to get banned challenge fast. What the fuck are you typing in my chat, dude? Why are you saying that to me? Let me just fucking watch a documentary.
And I had gone
This
to the
is
shower, I came
unhinged,
back and
bro.
I noticed he was...
Day one back.
Like, I saw him raping her. And,
So, just asking the question, is this the same girl who was like on that nice yacht trip a week after this happened? And she's like naked filming. Is that the same chick?
when he threatened to beat me up in the bathroom, and he said, oh, I don't give a fuck if you call the police, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. That's kind of when I knew, you know, I had to get out of there. I stopped working for Andrew about March, April time, and I went to the police shortly after that. Nothing was done, really. The other girl that he had raped, she went to the police, and then that's when they arrested him and took him into custody for like 2 days. When Andrew was arrested, we were taken in for a proper interview, and it kind of just got left. I would send emails asking them to update, I'd hear nothing back.
When we reached out to Hertfordshire Police about this, they had this to say. We acknowledge that there were some delays to the investigation. This was addressed at the time and apologies were made. The decision to prosecute based on the police's evidence would be up to the Crown Prosecution Service.
Unfortunately, they turned around and just said, oh, we can't continue this case anymore. It's just insufficient evidence.
You witnessed the rape occurring. Did that not count as evidence for them?
No. They openly said it's really, really difficult to prove rape. Very difficult.
The Crown Prosecution Service said, in this case, we carefully reviewed all the evidence provided by the police regarding each complainant and concluded it did not meet our legal test and there was no realistic prospect of a conviction. In the UK, only 1 in 100 reported rapes result in a charge.
I just realized there would have been even more outrage if Vice couldn't do this hit piece because Andrew listened to Tristan and said, no, you can't come to my house. I just realized, wow, imagine when they watch this and they go, dude, this guy's trying to get us locked up for life.
Let alone a conviction. In a statement issued via his lawyer in Romania, Tate denied the assault or rape. He said, they wanted money because I fired them. The police understood after the investigation that I am innocent, and the police found messages from the girls' phones where they were talking between themselves and planning to lie about me. Sally said, the CPS sent a letter saying that one of the reasons they didn't charge Tate was because they found voice notes on our phones where we talked about whether we should tell the police that he gave us alcohol.
Bruh.
We were talking about it because that is what happened. He used to get us drunk.
Bruh.
They clearly didn't think a text from a man to a woman saying, I love raping
What the fuck?
you. I know what I do to you is abusive and controlling.
See, the only text I have of me saying words like this is like she starts it. She uses the words first and we go back and forth. But if I worked with, let's say, OnlyFans girls, I don't think I'd ever put that on text. You know what I mean? Yeah, like I've got a bunch of edgy texts back and forth. And I've always said this for like a year straight. I said it live because when you say it live, it's not bad. If it just leaks one day, then you go, oh, I gotta explain this. But when you say it live, people go, oh, this is what he was talking about, just in case it ever got painted in one direction.
To CPS, apparently, that's not enough. I did the bravest thing I think I ever done in my life which was hell. 4 years of absolute hell, going through an investigation without anyone knowing. And basically,
No, that's my problem. Is like people who are around me, I'm like a catalyst. They get so toxic. So if I date someone, within month one, even if I'm not being extreme, they start bringing out slurs, rape talk, and they start to become hyper edgy because they go, oh, I can make Zherka giggle if I'm really edgy. And, you know, my dumbass rewards behavior like that, right? I'm so fucked up that, like, if a bitch fucking smacks me, right, and I dodge, I giggle. I don't say, hey, what are you fucking doing? I kind of giggle. I have a really fucked up... I have a really fucked up mind where it's like I reward bad behavior, and it's like, that's not healthy, dude. Don't do that, right? Like, in my head, it's Dragon Ball.
to do it alone was all a waste.
What do you guys think? Guilty, not guilty from Vice documentary? Did this change your mind?
Despite repeated requests, Tate's lawyer did not provide a response to Amelia's allegations. The Romanian investigation into Andrew Tate and his brother finally led to an arrest on
the texts are damning. I'd say the voice clip is more, but the texts are not that damning. Right? Because have you ever... don't you have a group chat or a friend that you go really, really toxic with when you guys talk to each other? And then, let's say they just one day didn't play the game of toxic and you're just doing it because you're like, let's say you don't realize. Then you would just get painted as really fucked up. I'd say the clips is worse.
On the 29th of December.
To be fair,
The Matrix has attacked me.
The Matrix has attacked.
Police accused them of using the Loverboy method to traffic at least 6 women into a Romania-based webcam sex business. But we now know similar allegations have dogged Tate for years. His followers are obsessed with the idea that the Matrix is conspiring against him.
Let's say he's not an operative, or he's getting burned by the same team that hired him, CIA, whatever. This reminds me of this book on magic that Manny P. Hall talks about, 33 Degree Freemason, where he says every fast growth cycle in your life, whether financial or whatever, you always get dog walked by the same thing that you thought you had a mastery over, whether it's a business or whatever. If you get greedy and very prideful, for some reason, whatever you're developing starts to dog walk you. You're going to see it with Jordan Peterson one day. He knows when to like cut back, but one day everything Jordan Peterson built is going to try and put him in jail. I guarantee you they're going to try.
But if anyone in this story is the victim of a conspiracy, is it the multi-millionaire celebrity? Or is it the women who claim they were abandoned by the system?
You know, you see all these young men talking about how he's such a great guy and he's their idol and stuff, and that's so difficult to see. There are better role models out there. Don't be fooled by all the money and the nice cars and all the women. Working on yourself and becoming a better man and better mindset, yeah, but real men don't lay their hands on women.
All right. Strong hit piece. 2.1 million views. And they turned off the comment section. Of course. That's sketch. I'm late to this video. Sheesh. Let's see. What did Ethan Decline said Andrew Tate's getting 15 years. I don't know why he said that.
So, okay, let's talk about this one. You ready for this one?
I don't even know.
Ethan looks like a fucking germ.
So,
look.
Okay, let's talk about this one. You ready for this one?
I don't even know.
Okay.
What
I
you
know what
got
you did.
next?
No, I'm
Yes.
just kidding. It's not about that. Andrew Tate, I want to talk to you about.
Yes.
Yeah, so.
Is he did they ban him on everything?
He's banned on everything. I know
Seems
you
a
didn't
little-
love that. I love it.
Well, yes, I know that you love it, but I just worry about, number one, is he that crazy that you would ban him?
Yes.
Yes.
Actually, I have clips because I wanted to persuade you.
Okay.
You don't need to agree with me.
For sure.
In my opinion.
I'm always reluctant to ban anyone.
Right.
Because
who is a good male role model? Definitely Donald Trump for me. I look past the bad marriages because that's relatable for me. I could see myself fucking up like that, but I really think Donald Trump is like my masculine guy because I wish all of you could have 1 year in streaming as a right winger, especially on Twitch, and go through what I went through, and you'll see how bogged down you get, no matter how badass you are. Trump had that with mainstream media, which is way more insane. Because that's like continuous doxing from day one. And he kind of fought throughout the whole thing. So when I think of the most masculine soul I've ever seen, not Trump when he started the campaign, 2016, that was cute. But the 2 years after that, where he was bogged down and aging and tired and exhausted, and he threw his fucking tie and he's just fucking like, fuck it. When he started doing the fuck it politics, the second 2 years that everyone hates, that everything went to shit, the second 2 years I thought was pretty fucking badass, where he said, fuck it, I'll double down on everything. You give these guys an inch, they take a mile, fuck it, I'll double down on everything. So he just went nuts on masculinity, and that was inspiring to me, because the world is so nasty, dude. Most of the fights Trump's gone into politically, he never even started them. That's what's crazy. So when he started getting angry, it's like, bro, you've done this for 2.5 years to him. No shit, he's fucking angry.
Yeah.
And I think, honestly, I got to say,
yeah,
because a lot of people go, oh, well, they're going to ban him. They're going to start banning everybody.
Right.
But the people who have been truly deplatformed kind of deserved it.
I don't know much about, I know he says a lot of wild stuff. I haven't heard anything where I'd go,
Trump is a rich, soft, rich boy. No, he's not, dude. He stays with fucking mafia, bro. Would you ever snake Donald Trump, the New Yorker? He's not no soft boy, dude. He'll get it done. He's not, dude. The guy doesn't even drink alcohol. Like, men who drink alcohol are soft. Trump is like cold as fuck. He's a cold motherfucker. Trump is way colder than Andrew Tate, way colder than any of these guys, because he's actually dealing with snipers every day of his life, people trying to kill him. And could you imagine being raided in Mar-a-Lago and he's still like, let's fucking go? Yeah, Trump's my guy. Trump's addicted to war, though. Why he's the greatest president of all time is he's the only let's go. He's the only Republican to say, instead of going to war with brown people, I choose to go to war with my own American Democrats. Right? I thought that was the most base shit I've ever seen an American do. Right? Because everyone's expecting some neocon shit when he's like a waterboarding or water drafting or whatever the fuck it is. He's like, well, we should be harder on them. And then he just turned out to go to war with his own fucking people. Like it's like they're a disease.
Should be banished.
Yeah, okay. Well, here, let's see. I mean, let's see.
No, it goes one or two ways, okay? If Trump wins 2024, he's a psyop. If Trump loses, he was actually sent by God himself as a prophet. So either way, you're fucked.
I know you've seen a lot of these ones because I saw you talking about it in your clip. Oh, this video's not available. Yeah, a lot of these are just too insane to put on.
What is he saying that is...
There's a video of him beating, but...
He's saying stuff like that women are the property of their boyfriend or husband, whatever it is. He's saying is...
Okay, which I disagree with.
I've never met a woman in my life who dated me who did not get soaked by me telling her that she's my property. Matter of fact, after a few months, they're like, you don't say it enough. Right? That when they're kind of used to me and they're like, oh, John's kind of soft, he's kind of chill, you know, he relaxed a bit. They like try and pick fights with me till I go more hardcore. I've never dated a woman. If I called my girlfriend property and then I got a new girl and I didn't call her property, she would be forever traumatized. She'd be like, you like the other one more. So that's how my life situation has been. I don't get how people are. How are you engaging in heterosexual romance without calling the girl property? That's literally. Have you ever seen heterosexual sex? It's like a fucking snake eating a fucking wombat or like a mouse. You know, it's like very one-sided. Have you not seen the straight world? I've never met a woman who wants to be my girlfriend because they're like, oh, I know how Zherka talks. If he doesn't talk to me like that, he doesn't like me. So, right? It's like if she said, oh, Zherka's not my like superhero, I'd be like, what the fuck? Then I don't want to be here, right? I'm supposed to be like Superman and you're supposed to be property. You know what I mean? So even from a fetish point of view, I don't get how it's offensive, but from a traditional point of view, it's like, is it really that impressive? Is it, whoa, Andrew Tate said something crazy? Or is it kind of just, hey, that's what the Bible says?
Clearly. That being said, is when he is saying that, are we going to ban every religious person on YouTube that says something that's very similar to that? Right?
No, I think ultimately what he advocates is for violence against women.
Yes.
Wow.
Okay, so I've seen no.
He's
I've
pro
seen
like
no proof
keeping
of
your
that.
woman in
Yeah.
check.
Okay.
He has videos of him saying like, if I catch my woman cheating, I think you saw that.
Well,
You referenced it.
Well, I think there's one of the things
You
where.
say, oh, he's joking. He's not. Though.
Well, he said if she came at me with a machete. I think the full context of that, because people were correcting me.
Let me
online.
pull this up.
They were saying
new
the
link.
full,
Okay, here.
The full context was he was saying
Here.
if she.
Bro, if my wife came at me with a machete, I would just take it. Right? I'd let her stab me 30 times and I'd just drop to my knees and say, finally, I'll never have to hear that fucking shriek again. And she'll be like, and I'll just drop dead. And she'll be like, I'm that fucking annoying? And I'll go to God like, yo, I maintain a sense of humor to the fucking last breath. And God would be like, dude, that was some gangster ass shit, man.
Grabbed a machete, he'd grab a machete or something like that.
Here, let's watch.
Dude once said to me,
You
yeah,
probably
but if
can't
it's next
show
to
it,
your
Ethan.
You think so?
Right. Yeah.
Well, just don't show it. I'll just show it to Tim.
Yeah.
You guys can hear the audio. He has a big ass fucking knife.
bed, what if you like upset a girl and she catches you cheating and gets a machete?
There's no female alive, even with a machete, that would stand a chance against the immense power.
His testosterone's rising. He looks like fucking. He looks like Erky Perky. He looks like Pinky, or no, the Brain.
Ever seen a woman try and do anything competently? Like, imagine a girl pick this up.
Like
If
Ethan winks at ghosts.
seen a woman try and do anything competently.
Hey.
Like, imagine a girl pick this up. If I pick.
You know why I don't like Ethan is because he said something about a fucking NRA club should get bombed. And I'm like, bro, what if I went there and his fucking crazy fans bombed the place?
This up. You ain't fucking with me. But I'm a left-hander. I'd still like jab. I'd fucking swing low. Take your fucking knee out. You ain't gonna see it coming. What would a woman do?
It feels more though to me like a guy who's being a troll than
so
a
that
guy who's saying kill
This
a
was
woman
the
with
debate,
a machete.
okay?
But
and again, I'm not saying he should be like a senator.
Right.
Right.
Go ahead.
if you take into context also that he's done sex trafficking, does it change your opinion?
Well, listen, 100%. If he's doing sex trafficking, well,
He
then
is.
that's
He is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, if that that needs to be handled by authorities. I mean,
It
that's
is.
beyond the scope of YouTube. Yeah, no,
Yeah, of course. And
yeah, I mean, that's
the
not-
embassy got reported.
No, so what do you think? I'm going to be like, well, that's not a big
No,
deal.
but like
Yeah.
even if you think that maybe
Yeah.
that video was just trolling,
Yeah.
like knowing the full scope of who the guy
if
is, kind of puts
he's
it in.
doing that,
Here's
right?
my take,
it's,
right?
It's 100% not. It's a he.
That's
needs
a
to
legal
be-
issue. It's not a censorship
Oh
issue.
yeah. I
So
mean,
here's
that's-
my take.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think in the totality of his work and the influence it's having, he is recruiting men and encouraging violence and control of women. Now, here's where I see it.
Right.
I think a lot of people see it differently.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're talking about censorship. We're talking about freedom of speech.
Yeah.
Everybody believes in censorship. It's just a matter of where you draw the
Sure,
line.
sure.
Do you think, for example, ISIS should be able to have a TikTok channel?
Yeah.
What are they doing? Is it?
They're just
fun?
talking about
Is
cool
If they're dancing, then yes.
They're radicalizing people. They're talking about like infidels, and we need to stone infidels.
problem,
and
right?
You
If
need
I-
to come to you. You know, if you don't join us,
Sure.
you're going to go to hell.
But you might have.
Yeah, but we can DM ISIS and be like, "Hey guys, relax," and they'd be like, "Oh shit, you know, I got DM'd by an e-girl," and they'd like relax a bit, and maybe you can, you can find common ground with anyone when you have God in your heart. Right? Should send Ethan. I'm joking.
To delete a lot more channels than ISIS if you were going to apply a very broad definition.
But that doesn't happen.
Well, let's
But I mean, here's the thing: there's a lot of clerics, Islamic clerics, that are in the UK that say very similar things to that.
Are they on TikTok?
Probably. I mean, you could easily pull up 10 incredibly offensive.
Let me just. Yeah, I don't think they should be allowed to do that.
Yeah.
Because it's hate speech, right?
Well, it depends on what they're saying. I think it's the hate speech thing gets very blurry, right?
Yeah.
Because like if you criticize certain people in a war, for example, right? For example, they allowed the social media companies allowed people to say things about Russian people. Not only Putin, they were able to say hateful things about Russian people during the onset of the Russia-Ukraine war. They were kind of allowing some more of that stuff, right? So I think it's really that these.
Wait, you're saying you couldn't support Russia?
No, you could say anything you wanted to about Russia. You could say kill all Russia. You could say all that stuff. I think a lot of these standards are unevenly applied because it's very difficult to apply standards evenly.
Wait, how is it? I'm confused about what were people being censored about in the Ukraine?
No, they weren't. They weren't. For example, you're saying if there's hate speech, and you go, what constitutes that? Because
it's. I think what constitutes that is calling for violence or violence against
You told your people to bomb a place. That's calling for violence.
I have depression. I'm medicated for that. 20 milligrams Lexapro every fucking day. My feels like a piece of wood. Like I have no sensation in my penis.
What the fuck?
Side effect. And I'm fat, by the way. Also a side effect.
Let's talk about that guy. The overweight one. Ethan Klein. Now, I discovered something about Ethan Klein. I was corrected. I said, Ethan's chance to ever live a life like mine is well past because he's, 12, 15 years older than me. And I said that nonchalantly, just looking at pictures of him and guessing his age. Do you know how old Ethan Klein is, Andrew? What year were you born in? 1986. He was born in 1985. You're the same fucking age as this guy. This guy's your age.
Being Ethan Klein is like a worst nightmare. You're fat. You're depressed.
You're in your mid-30s.
How is he so? He looks so terrible.
I didn't know this.
I've been 87 pro fights. How the fuck does he look this bad?
He must have tried.
I've been stabbed and I look better than this man. It's a fucking. He looks awful. Wait, let me put him up again. Let me, Mr. Producer. Guys, close your eyes.
Close your eyes. You don't want to see this.
What the fuck,
told you,
bro? What the fuck are you doing? Sorry, Twitch. Someone fucking warned me. It's fake. Fucking idiots. By the way, anyone who finds that funny, right? Anyone who does that with their buddies where they show them naked pictures of men, that's gay, bro. That's gay. That's gay as fuck. And like Andrew Tate and Tristan, the fact that they click that and no, I don't have to delete the VOD because I took it off right away. It's just Yeah, anyone who finds that funny, it's like, bro, you're still looking at a man's ass. Well, it was blurred out, but you know what I'm saying. It was art. Yeah. Let's see where H3. Fuck H2. He said Andrew Tate's going away for 15 years. I was like, what? I think that was that today? He debates Bradley Martin. Look at this.
And they just hit the ban hammer. It's happened multiple times. Money with my own advocacy.
50 million, I'll say whatever you want.
Million a year.
That I believe. I think.
Actually, like articles about how like sissy hypno porn should be banned. Wouldn't you probably
would assassinate yourself, bro? No.
There's no such thing. There's no such thing as a free lunch. There's no such thing as $100 million with no strings attached. Okay.
Okay.
It's not happening.
Is Bradley on the line? What's going on there?
He is not in the Zoom waiting room yet.
Did he stand us up?
I'm gonna text him right now.
Yeah, tell him, yo, bro, this is live. We're waiting for you, man.
Okay.
Don't.
Did Ethan get unplugged from the Matrix? What the fuck is going on? He's like out of the pod. Right? Where the fucking sentinel comes like and they flush him down.
Hey, say don't stand us up.
Sarita, you're missing out on.
You know how that feels. Don't do that.
Don't you, Sarita? Don't you find this man, Ethan, to be the peak of masculinity?
Should I call him?
Yeah, but just tell him he's live before you put it on the.
Yeah.
Oh,
he said he's calling now.
Okay, good.
Oh,
so
God.
my goal here
is that me?
We know he's kind of susceptible to the Andrew Tate.
Fuck.
I saw a video that I don't have access to the link you guys posted, by the way.
That's
Dan.
slow. Oh.
I saw a video on Monday that like blew my mind, and you've probably seen it. Oh yeah, you did. It was the lawyer reacting to that like leaked Hustler University video.
Yeah.
And you know, this video is extremely hard to find. The only place I found it, and we've looked everywhere, is this lawyer.
It's not a bad set.
I watched it.
Bradley's in the waiting room.
No, I know you've. Yeah, I know you've watched it, but I can't find the video anywhere.
Oh, because it's I think his team probably copy strikes those because they are paywalled content technically.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. If you re-upload it, yeah. There he is.
You guys see me?
Yeah, I can see you, bro. What's up?
Yo, first off, I gotta say, I love the new haircut, bro.
Thank you, man.
Are you talking?
Not you.
Yeah,
is he talking to me or is he talking to you?
I'm sorry,
Thank you, bro.
Okay.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate that.
No. What are you guys doing? What's going on right now?
All right, Bradley. I want to try. I need to get your opinion on something. I know you're open-minded.
Clenbuterol. How quickly can we get Ethan on it?
No, definitely don't do it.
Not
100%
Clen?
not do it. No, Clen is such a bad thing. You don't want to do it.
Yeah, no oral steroids. Clen is the horse bronchitis medication.
Yeah, it's just it's too acute. Like it's just too much too fast. I wouldn't do that.
Are you driving right now, Bradley?
No, I would never drive and be on the phone.
God. This is primal as fuck, dude. You're like looking down. You're not even looking at the road, bro. Look at this shit.
Oh, Jesus.
No, I'm gonna pull over. I'm literally about to pull up to the gym right now.
All right.
He's
Congrats on the new
bro.
gym.
It doesn't matter. You could just fucking drive over people. You wouldn't even know about it.
Yeah,
okay?
he wouldn't feel it.
Yeah.
You just walk out like unbreakable.
Yeah, LA infrastructure, baby. What?
People are for sure mad at me right now that I'm driving on this call. I know. I already know.
Just don't.
It's okay. I'm pulling it. But go ahead.
Bradley, you're alpha. You're alpha. Don't concern yourself with what fucking sheep think. Okay, you're lying.
All right. Here's what I want to first of all say, lots of love in our fans for you for what you did on that podcast. You tried to bring the truth to them. Did you see us appreciating that?
Yeah, I did. I saw them talking about it. And honestly, man, like it's just I don't know. It's like when you bring up anything that's opposing, obviously everyone's like, yo, what the fuck? Or we didn't really go into it. I mean, I don't even know enough about the whole thing to really go into it. But I just remember having that conversation with you. Then I did some research, and the word for word likeness on the website was what I was looking up. Of that Loverboy.
Yeah. So well, here I want to show you a video. Okay.
Are we gonna get him to watch the video?
We can show him a video, right, Dan? Yeah. It's gonna show up on your phone.
Can you show him a video? Can we wait until he's parked?
No, I want you. Hey,
no, I'm gonna park right now. I gotta tell you guys, your guys' setup is so legit.
Yeah.
Like I know I said it a few times, but I'm like really impressed, man.
Yeah,
Anyways,
thanks,
I'm gonna
bro.
park.
The more you talk about it, the better I feel about it. I love that.
No, dude, honestly, like you make me feel like I'm just getting started, and I really have some work to do.
Bradley, just put the phone in your lap and just look straight down at the video. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, you ready? I'm gonna roll it. Oh, I feel like I'm your dick, bro.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fucking park.
Okay. Yeah, and congrats on the gym. Sorry that Steve will do it betrayed you once again.
What happened? He didn't show up?
He didn't show up, man. That kind of hurt my feelings. I'm not gonna lie. I was upset. Actually upset. Because like all jokes and shit aside, it did make me feel a type of way for sure.
And did you guys work it out?
Yeah, he's gonna come. He said sorry. He did.
And so I have to tell you something. You tweeted out that you lied. Steve will do it. Did jerk off his dog.
That.
Oh
and,
no!
And then you quickly erased it. What happened there?
Yeah, well, because I was just like, it's not really true. I was mad and I was joking.
Yeah, we heard.
Why'd you erase it though?
Do you think it was because like when you named it Zoo Culture, Steve will do it thought like there'll be animals to jerk off there, and that's why he was excited. And then he was like, oh fuck, there's no animals to jerk off here. I'm not coming.
That is interesting.
No, but yeah, I did. It was a post and delete because I was like, yeah, it's not worth it. But yeah,
Oh, that was so
did.
funny. Come on.
I should have left it. It was pretty good.
I'm the cool dad now.
Well, I was like, you were sure because
Yeah,
again,
about someone for like drama and like fucking like I was a drug dealer. I never actually sold drugs.
I want to show, and then I want you
the website of the package,
and it's for how to by the way.
So okay, I've seen this video and it's a, you know what I mean, website before video.
The back news like,
you ready, dude?
You're always working. I have to do some traveling and you can't come. I want to bring you with me. Traveling's a great one because the thing about this business is mobile. If you can find a good Airbnb with good internet, you can run it somewhere else.
Can you hear it okay? Do you have earbuds?
kind of fuck. Yeah, let me put earphones on.
Yeah. As beautiful as your ear is to stare at, bro.
Yeah. Please work, dude.
Yeah. This video rules, man. Yeah, I think you're gonna love it. All right, you ready?
Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, it's worth the
I
wait.
don't know if these are. I get the only pair that has no power, bro.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, tell me when you're ready. I'll just chat with Hassan.
All right.
Hey, Hassan. Are you excited? You think this is gonna be? Oh shit, dick vision again.
I love this angle.
He doesn't think we're watching, but we are.
I love Brad. He's
a good guy. Yeah, I actually like this. This is candid. This is cool.
Bro, you and I have to go to his gym.
I'd love to.
One Sunday, we're just straight up going to his gym.
It sounds dope. His new gym.
And we're working out there.
Okay, yo, Ethan. Here we go.
Traveling's a great one because the thing about this business is mobile. If you can find a good Airbnb with good internet, you can run it somewhere else. So it's a good little caveat to throw in. And you're always working. Why don't you work for me so we spend more time together? Work for you doing what? So you'll have a webcam business. Oh, I don't want to do that. So okay, I know you don't want to do that, but listen. Come, let's have a meeting. Let's just talk about it. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. Fine. Let me explain it to you properly. In fact, I'll bring one of the girls who works for me. Your bottom bitch, the new girl, you go out for fucking a nice dinner. Your bottom bitch is the one who does the selling. You don't do the selling. The girl has to hear from the girl. And this is where your bottom bitch has to be trained. So I said it's so important to have a good first girl. Tax is also another important element for controlling your woman. You're not going to pay anybody tax because you're getting paid in Bitcoin. So you don't need to pay tax to anybody. You need to tell your girl that you're paying the tax. Because girls are lazy, and girls are stupid, and girls don't understand how taxes work. So the girl's working with you, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, we made this much money, but I'm going to pay the tax to make sure we don't get in trouble. She'll sit there and go, okay. Now that allows you to do two things. One, it's another control element. If I work with him, my tax is not a problem. If I do it alone, I have to deal with taxes. Taxes are complicated. So control element. It allows you to pay her a smaller percentage. So I used to pay my girls 30%. So for every $10,000 they made, I give them 3, and I keep 7. They thought they were on 50%. And I said that the disparity is because of taxes. So you're on 50%, we have to pay the tax first, and then it's 50-50. If they say, why is it 50-50? Because I'm the one on camera. You say, because I'm the one typing, I'm the one with the property you're working in, I'm the one paying the bills, the electricity, I'm the one who's, and the electricity and every other maintenance cost of this property, I'm the one who bought the equipment, I'm the one who knows what he's doing, I'm the one with the knowledge, I'm the da-da-da-da-da. Shut the fuck up, go online. And they should be pretty happy with that if they respect you as a person overall. So really you're paying 30, you tell them you're paying 50, the difference is in the tax. That's where the disparity lies, taxes. If they don't believe you, they want to get fresh or whatever, print out some tax forms. I do this all the time, I just print out some random tax forms and say, yeah, sign here, sign this. What is it? It's for the tax, you want to pay the tax or not? Oh, okay, and they just sign away. I don't know fucking signing. I'll throw them away afterwards. But they think something's happening. Something real's happening. Nothing's happening. So I need to go HH.
Oh, is that it? So I just want to summarize. So, part 1 is he's.
I just thought of doing that to like OnlyFans girls. You could print out like a Chuck E. Cheese VIP party form. As soon as you say it's taxes, nobody wants to read that shit. OnlyFans girls will never even attempt it.
The part 1 is the most like the most serious one, which is like I've said this before, but like he did do the same thing, like low budget Jeffrey Epstein thing, basically, where Jeffrey Epstein had Ghislaine Maxwell, and he would use Ghislaine Maxwell to like coerce the women into sex trafficking. And he's basically doing the same thing. He's like, you need to have your first like loyal bottom bitch, I guess is what he's saying. Come with you to like tell these women like, look how easy it is, look how great it is, like that creates a sense of security. And then you just lie to them. Lie to them. You garnish their wages and you pay them significantly less than what you're actually telling, what they're actually making. You lie to them and say that you're paying their taxes when you're not.
That's fraud, by the way.
Yeah, all of that is fraudulent.
Yeah, and also printing out. Go ahead. Oh yeah, go ahead, Brad. I can't wait.
This is what I find really interesting. Listen.
Go ahead.
Obviously.
Go ahead.
So my question is this:
speak your heart.
These people, these girls who are willingly doing this to make money, right? We have to show that they did not want to do this in order for it to be considered sex trafficking, or no?
Because
at some point, when there's a girl who's like, I have no money, this guy has a plan. Yes, he's obviously based on this clip. He's a very shrewd business person, which I would consider most of the people that I've ever done business with are.
So do you think? Well, hold on. Let me ask you this: do you think being a shrewd business person is stealing 20% from your employee and lying to them and printing out fraudulent tax forms?
Well, technically, he's just doing capitalism.
No. So there obviously there are issues with this for sure. But my question ultimately goes: does that person, regardless of that, is she being forced to do this, or is she willingly do this? Right now, the other thing that I just want to point out before we go further in this. And this has nothing really to do with the actual stitch against Andrew Tate, the trafficking stuff, the accusations, but the fact that we're also talking about another person who has been like, I don't know if they're relinquished of these issues, or this Maxwell chick, if she's just walking around on Earth chilling. But like, I hope the thing that gets me about all this is that Andrew Tate's such a big figure and such a massive character that like it's really fun to make content and all this stuff around him because it's viral and people get views. But how come we don't have the same energy towards people we know that are on some fucking list somewhere that we never get to know about?
Who?
Why don't we go towards that?
Who?
Why do we clickbait every fucking title about?
Wait. Who are you talking about?
I'm just talking about the fact that we're sitting here discussing this Andrew Tate thing, which I understand can be an issue and is an issue right now, right? But he's fun to make content about.
Yeah.
At the same time, we're talking about someone, Maxwell, who's still alive.
She's in jail.
Well, she did go to jail.
She's in jail, bro.
But I mean, you're talking to someone who has made a lot of content about Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. I
she
still
in
make a
jail?
lot of content about Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. I talk about this sort of stuff all the time. We've talked about it on Leftovers
Hold
too.
on, I'm mind gobbed by this point. Why should I talk more about Ghislaine Maxwell?
I'm talking about why do we know more about the people who are on that list?
Well, I'm sure.
The clients of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, unfortunately, are probably never going to be unsealed. That's just their.
But that's my thing, right? That's the thing. Look, I understand.
No, I get that.
That might be real, but it's like we're making all this content around Tate because it's viral, right? We're not making content around that kind of stuff because of the shit, truthfully, that I believe Tate has been.
No, that's not true. That's not true. I'm telling you, I make plenty of content about Ghislaine Maxwell. I made plenty of content about Ghislaine Maxwell as well.
Not just that. It's the rest of the world. The rest of the world doesn't give a
Brad,
fuck about it.
let me explain. From my perspective, first of all, you can care about two things at once, right?
100%.
Okay. So we acknowledge that. So, and then at the same time, Andrew Tate's influence is as big as people talk about him. Okay, so that in my opinion explains why people talk about him so much, because there's so many people that still support him. And to go back to the video, here's him saying now outwardly getting someone's consent. There's like, if you look at like what Jeffrey Epstein was charged for, you could make the same argument. Like the girls came by their own free will. They said, hey, come do a massage. We're going to pay you money. And then he ended up being like, hey, you got to jerk me off now. They could have left. They didn't force them to stay. It's coercion, right? It's false pretense. So if Andrew Tate is innocent, then so is Jeffrey Epstein. You understand that point? Like, because I'm pretty familiar with the crimes of Epstein and what went down in these massages. He sent Ghislaine to recruit girls. He used other girls to recruit girls. They come in, they start giving him a massage, and then he'd flip over and take his dick out and like horrify them and see if they jerk him off. Like legit, that was his MO. And so you could what? Yeah, so you could easily say, well, they could have left. I mean, a lot of them were underage, so that's a different point. But you could say they could have left.
Okay, now listen, I'll respond to that. I understand what you're saying, but now we're talking about a woman who's making a lot of money versus making no money, not just jerking someone off on a massage.
What?
Now we're talking about from what I understand, Tate is talking about is getting a woman. Yes, he's making a lot of money off of her and leveraging her. She's also making a lot of money. You're relating that to someone jerking someone off.
I don't know how much money she's making.
No.
30%.
So here's the other side of that. A lot of what will, I believe, come out from this investigation is what is similar to what happened with Nexium. I don't know if I'm saying it correctly.
Yeah, Nexium.
Which is which was also built around a cult of personality, who is now an imprisoned racketeer and sex offender, Keith Raniere. Now, that guy also did like motivational videos or like motivational seminars, and then he basically built a sex cult on top of that on the side, and he would do the same thing. He had like a bottom bitch, and then he would go and like find other women and like bring them in. He even had some famous celebrities involved in his cult as well. And it is identical, where you get these women to basically leave everything behind, sometimes come to a different area, different location, like Romania, right? You take them out of Moldova, you take them out of like the United States, you take them out of the UK, and you fly them in.
They become
so now they're they're entirely dependent on you.
Yeah.
And because you're controlling all of their wages and you are demonstrating that you are lying to them about what kind of wages they have, you also put them in a debt trap. You're like, oh, well, here is how much the webcam is and all this other shit is that I'm paying for. So you have to like basically pay me back for the room and board, the lodging services. This was all uncovered in the original press release from the investigation. And it's pretty basic stuff, pretty common stuff. Like one, you coerce them originally not to do sex work, but specifically as like a girlfriend, right?
To move them.
Then you
That's
move
the
them and you
shit.
separate them from their friends and family, and they're entirely dependent on you. In certain instances, he even branded them with tattoos. That was another thing. Like he literally did the exact same thing that Nexium and the sex cult did as well. Nexium also branded their members as well, like the victims. And you break them down and make them entirely dependent on you, while simultaneously saying like, I'm your meal ticket. You don't know anything. You're in a new country. I'm your shelter. I'm your food. I'm your meal ticket. Your entire life belongs to me. So now shut the fuck up and do my bidding. And his bidding happens to be webcamming. Even if it wasn't webcamming, it would still be like illegal.
Also,
even if it wasn't sex work, it would still be illegal.
Also, he's violent. You've seen the video of him beating the shit out of that woman, right? He tells people that was like role play.
Yeah, I've seen it, but I thought, didn't I see the same girl come out and say like, oh, this was
No.
There were multiple.
Same
No, there was one girl. So I think he's like half into BDSM as well. I originally talked about that as well, but one of the victims said, "I'm not a victim. This is BDSM. Like I'm into it, right?" But there were others who never came out in a similar light. There were multiple different people that he had beaten on camera.
I want to make a point because like
now, every girl I've ever met in my life, within a couple months, if not off the bat, are into that rough stuff, and I never do it. You know, unless they're my girlfriend, I'll never, ever, ever trust them. And people are like, oh, no, don't you get tempted when it's like getting spicy and shit? And I'm like, not really. I can't get tempted if I know they're not in my life. If I know I'm not going to see them in a few months, or they're just going to be walking the earth and not, we're not going to be talking anymore. No, I can't get into it if they're going to be a stranger who can say anything about that. I think that would be stupid. Would you ever wait till marriage for a girl? Wait for what? I'm not a virgin. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Oh, like she tells me you can't. If she's a model who had 0 bodies and was feminine, and she said you get no ass for a year, and you gotta marry me, is it a unicorn you're talking about? I could do a year. Yeah.
I just want to talk to kind of what you believe or what you're saying, because we're saying, okay, we have to prove that there was no consent, right? That's how we end this conversation. So coercion, right? Do you think that coercion,
like, it's the West, dude. I don't believe in that. Like, after a year, you find out you got a cock.
Coerce someone to come work for you. Is that the same as consent, do you think?
I mean, obviously, coercion is not the same as consent.
Bradley's been set up
Can you
here.
consent under coercion? Like, can you actually consent to a situation that you're being misled about? You know what I mean? Because you're agreeing to one thing, but it's entirely a different thing. Like Andrew Tate in some of these reports, these girls he was saying, come over, let's get married, I want to be with you. And then they'd get there, and he'd get them into cam work and fucking forget about them. And you know what I mean? Like, he never had the intention of being in a relationship with them. That's the lover boy thing. So can you consent to something that you don't understand, that you're being misled about?
This is obviously, if you're being coerced into something, you can't just consent. I've been in situations where I've had to consent to things that I knew I was being coerced in, but like there were other things that were.
It's funny because that Manny P. Hall book about magic, he says, if you're doing something where you're getting something out of someone and they don't know they've been tricked, you're going to pay for that. That's what the book says. That all your little tiny shady things, all of them, you don't get away with any of them according to God. Even if it's like a shady sales tactic, you don't. Especially in the conscious in a conscious mind where you go, oh, look at that, I'm fucking taking a bigger percentage from this person and blah, blah, blah. How could you live with yourself? I mean, you do it every day. Everyone in this chat does it. Like, everyone here is used to sinning every day hard. Even the based guys. Like, hundreds of years ago, sinning wasn't this extreme. Like, we sin. Dude, we sign contracts that we know are sinful. We fuck people over and call it business. And apparently in the laws of nature and God, you pay for all that eventually.
Forcing me to have to consent to them because of timing or because, like, for example, I mean, I can't get too much detail because this would put me in legal trouble with like other shit. But yeah, I've been in situations where I had to consent, even though there was coercion, because I also needed it to work out the way that I needed it to work out.
I can't find a hyper successful person, Dana White or whatever. I can't find any of them and say they have peace of mind. And in that book, that Masonic book, it talks about the more successful you are, the less peace of mind, where you're always fucking bitches, but always lonely and depressed and da-da. And I used to think that's cope. I'm like, no, that's cope. But that guy, Jon Zherka, said the most success he's ever had was like he was about to kill himself. The most success I've ever had, where I just wanted to, fix my finances and shit, that was the loneliest COVID of my fucking life, dude. And think about Trump. He's like always worried about lawsuits and people trying to kill him and put him in jail. That's a billionaire. So I'm like really looking for a really successful person who just builds wooden ships in a fucking jar or some shit. Like I want to find a successful person who has peace of mind. I wonder if that exists, I think of Khabib, but he's so into his passion that he probably shoulda, woulda, coulda with my career. He probably does that. So I don't know if he even has peace of mind. Yeah.
So
Yeah, there can be
Not
other
all
there can be other
yeah.
components. Like there can be other components where like you're not giving enthusiastic consent. So ultimately, what ends up being an important piece of this puzzle is like having enough victims come out and offer personal testimony. There will always be, like in the Nexium sex cult situation, people who still say, no, he did not groom me. I wanted to do this. I love him, and I got branded by him, and it's a show of loyalty. Now, that literally still remains for Keith Raniere. These people went to the Brooklyn, or I don't know where he's actually being held, but like they went to his prison, and they have been still actively. They've been actively defending him. Some of the victims that were groomed into being in the sex cult still actively defend Keith Raniere. It will happen with Andrew Tate as well.
anything about Keith Raniere or any of that.
This is just another. I'm just using a parallel here of like grooming, sexual abuse, and like having a sex cult because it's like nearly
I think
identical.
Epstein's the best because it's so similar to what they're doing. It really is.
Yeah.
But like I guess so. Not all coercion is illegal. Let's go back to that, right? Because we all coerce people and are coerced in our lives, right?
Well, persuasion.
Persuasion. Yeah. I mean, you could call it persuasion, right? And that happens to all of us. It's not always illegal. But just imagine, you meet the girl of your dreams. She's rich. She's awesome. She loves you. She wants to marry you.
I'm already not buying it. I'll be honest with you.
Okay, it's a little different for a guy. It's a little different. Maybe it's a little different. But just be with me here for a second. In your imagination, would you want to imagine you're a petite, hot little 20-year-old? Because I can do it that way if that's better. Okay, you be yourself. You be Bradley. You be Bradley. Okay, so there's the girl of your dreams. She says, also, let's pretend you have no prospects. You're like young. You don't have a job. You're kind of lost. You don't have a lot going on. And so this girl, she goes, I've got a super exciting life. I've got all this money. I'm in love with you. Actually, I want to marry you. Come to Romania and be with me.
I can't even take this serious because it doesn't even happen, bro.
You think
This
that?
is like,
Wait, are you making fun of the situation I've created, or do you think this doesn't happen in real life?
for men, I mean, like, I can never, because I'm from my perspective, I can never imagine my 100% beautiful, this is exactly what I want, being rich and having all this shit, and then them coming to me and me having nothing, and then being like, I want to marry you. I just can never see that happen.
So let's pretend you're the hot 20-year-old.
Okay, so I'm okay.
Yeah, so you're so you got nice. So put yourself in place. You got nice curves, fat titties, huge ass, bro.
I mean, it doesn't even have to be all that. You're 20-something years old and you have no prospects in your life, okay? And someone tells you they're going to change your life. Someone tells you they love you, you fall in love with them, and then they basically tell you that, like, if you fly out here and live with me, I'll put you in a nice house, I'll put you in a fucking mansion, I'll serve you the best caviar, the best food, I'll give you all the anabolic steroids you need.
Enjoying making him imagine he has beautiful lip, kissable lip.
I'm just saying, like, because that's like, it's going to take him
very
out of the
clean,
conversation a
straight,
little bit.
lush hair. No, I'm putting him in the spot.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm the kind of person, if someone told me that, I'd be like, bullshit. I'm not buying it.
Bro, you can't.
Especially if you're vulnerable though, like, and you don't have any prospects, and you trust this person fully.
Wait, hold on. I just want to. Yes, but I just have one follow up. So you're saying you can't imagine a situation where a girl is coerced by someone like Andrew Tate to move there under false pretense.
I can't imagine being a girl, knowing what I know. I can't imagine putting myself in that situation and believing that to be true. Even when I was younger, let me tell you guys a story. I was in my early 20s and I was broke as fuck. I lived in my car. I got offered $8,000 to fuck some dude's wife in Beverly Hills. I didn't do it. Because I was like, this is a weird situation. I don't want to be involved. I needed the money. I had no money. I lived in my car. And I didn't do it because I was like, this didn't feel right. What I'm saying is, no matter what, my mind would never have worked out where I go, I'm just going to get into the situation.
Yeah, I know, but I'm asking you to use your imagination for a minute.
But a lot of these, well, by the way, part of the reason why you didn't want to do that.
I know
is
you wouldn't fall for
wait,
it,
hold on.
bro.
This is a great, no, this is a great analogy. This is actually awesome. So part of that was because you thought it was weird, right? Part of that is because you thought it was unethical, but there was also a security issue there, right? Like you felt a little vulnerable because like you don't know what the fuck this guy's going to do. He might like chop you up, drug you, right?
Yeah.
I've been in weird situations like that as well, where like this is important. We're big dudes.
Imagine you're fucking his wife, and he grabs a knife, and you go, "Oh fuck, this guy's deranged." Or imagine you're fucking his wife, and he grabs his cock, and then you go, "All of a sudden, I missed the knife." Why would you ever fuck someone's wife? Like, the guy's gonna watch and jack off to you, right?
We normally don't ever have to think about like or ever consider like what women have to think about 24/7, right?
100%.
But did you feel like your physical safety might be compromised in a similar situation because like you don't know the environment?
Well, yeah, I mean, I could also know, like, I don't know what's going on. But
Exactly. I've been in not like an identical situation, but I've been in a similar situation before where that actually helped me completely visualize like the physical harm element that women go through all the time on dates and stuff. So now, how do you eliminate that? How do you eliminate that physical harm component? You eliminate that by spending enough time so that you trust this person fully. Because if this wasn't a random person, but someone like that you trust fully, and it wasn't like a sex act like that immediately, but instead something lighter and like a friend of yours basically saying like, I'm going to change your life. I'm going to fucking, a girl that you're in love with saying, we're going to change your life. We're going to make it so much better. And it wasn't like fucking some dude's wife, but instead like, first you're going to show your titties on camera. First you're going to like show your muscles on camera. And then they slowly but surely like feed you more and more stuff to do over the process of like a month as you are like completely alienated from your friends and family. And you're now living in this new area where you have no you have, your access to shelter and everything else is directly linked to this one person that you trust fully, you're not even going to think about it. Even if they they can take your passport away and say, hey, this is for your own safety, you might lose it. By the way. Which, again, according to the investigation, that was, a part of that. What I'm trying to say is even if you as a big intimidating guy have a hard time understanding that, I feel like if someone when you were financially in a vulnerable situation, if someone had come to you under false pretenses and made you fall in love with them and then basically started pushing your boundaries and easing you into it, you probably would have been able to do something. Maybe not be the bull in a cuckolding situation, but easily find yourself doing
That's going nowhere.
Two, or which is the fact that
Oh,
you're asking for the virus.
And I'm scared that
if you're a dealer,
Aiden Ross has come out against hot tub streams. It's misogynistic. It's peddling in sex, and he doesn't like it.
Wait, that's his problem with it?
Well, we'll watch it. Let's watch it after this. But then how did he get it back? Did he have to pay them off or something?
I don't think he knows what's going on. I asked him if he wants to call in.
Please. Oh, you have to be serious. Jimmy, if you're watching, by the way, Jimmy's working in someone's mouth and he's got.
Then he said,
Wait, oh, no wonder they hang out. He looks so normal. And he was at the restaurant with them.
Because it's promoting poison, you know what I'm saying, in the brain, and it's making people addicted to it's feeding their.
Dude, donate all the money you made from gambling before you fucking open your mouth on anything like this. It's debatable, right? Actually, I totally disagree that it's poison. I mean, some hardcore porn stuff is poison for sure. But I don't think doing and consuming, whatever, right? We can debate that, but you got to return every dollar you made from promoting gambling. And something about this house tells me you did not.
Pussy. Their addiction to jerking off, which is a serious problem we have.
Okay, now you've gone too far, bro. Now I'm personally feeling attacked. Dude, so this is part of the alpha movement about, I guess, semen retention or something, or it's super weird thing about.
The gayest thing in the world is being attracted to women, to these.
Right. They
so
believe
gay.
that jerking off is immoral. No wonder they're out.
It's not semen retention to say your side of politics is covered in cum. Raw, tired, red, beating meat all day. It's not semen retention to say if you stop jacking off, you still jack off. So stop it. It's not semen retention to say everyone's doing it too much. Look at you guys. Look at him. And in Masonic literature, they say that's the astral fire, the orgasm, that you're not supposed to release it.
Out there R-wording everybody.
Such cognitive dissonance going on. I can't even keep up.
If anything, you guys need to be jerking off more.
Right.
Look at the demon. Why would you say that?
I'm pro jerking off.
Yeah, please.
How many times you jerk off today? 3? Double it.
Those are rookie
Get your
numbers,
shit together,
dude.
man.
If you jack off, you get waves of fatigue throughout the day. And remember, in life, you always have enough time for your dreams. What you don't have is focus. Right? You could have 8 hours every day, but if you're focused, the 4 is more effective. 4 hours of focus is more effective. That focus is that electromagnetic astral fire that you don't release. Right? It's not semen retention to say stop being a fucking degenerate.
Jack it off.
This dude is so fucking dumb. He's actually getting boring now too. He's not even funny. He's just boring. It's I'm getting lectured by this idiot. This stupid fucking kid is giving me some derivative red pill shit from the worst people in the world. You don't know anything. Look how young you are. Stop, dude.
I'm 21. Fuck you.
It's not old enough to give life advice.
He's actually 22 now, so.
Oh, 22? Okay.
Yeah, he's old. He's
all right, he can tell me not to jerk off.
You know what's weird about me? Girls always liked me a lot more than everyone else in the room because I would never look at their tits, not because I'm cool, I don't need to, I'm just not tempted. I wouldn't look because it opens pathways in my mind, and there's nothing more cuck than looking at tits that you can't touch. So I would always avert. If I watch UFC, the ring girls come in, avert my eyes. I always avert my eyes. And then when she goes, hey, I want to fuck you, Zherka, and I can touch her tits, then I'll always look at her tits if they're mine. But there's something so... It's like when two girls kiss at a bar and the boys go, high five, bro, the girls are kissing. I go, wow, that's the gayest shit that could happen. Right? It's not like these girls are fucking you. Like, I would never high five for blue balls. That shit is so cringe. So, I hate that.
It's poison.
People
It's so weird.
it's feeding their addiction to jerking off, which is a serious problem we have.
How is that a serious problem?
not a
Please
serious
explain. By the way, jerking off for men actually prevents cancer. Swear to God. It cleans the prostate. It lowers your chance of prostate cancer. Google that. Swear to God. Jerking off lowers
Somebody in the chat just said it too.
It's real.
The only cure, if you really want to stop looking at girls' tits, when I was on podcasts, we'd fill up my podcast with tits. I mean, people with tits. And I'll just stare at my own video capture device. So I think you have to be so fucking good looking that you distract yourself. Because I remember months after I finished podcasting, I'd be like, that girl is kind of cute. Maybe I'll hit her up. Was she cute? I don't remember. I have to go Google her and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, how do I not know how they look like if they're always on my podcast? And then I realized, oh, I don't look at them because I'm not the type of guy who's like going to torture myself, exciting myself like a fucking dog. What? But in person, I'll straight up look like this, right? Like if they're sitting next to me, I'll just look at their tits like this. And I'll be like, what the fuck? Like if I'm on a date or whatever. But I would never do it if we're like going out as friends and, you know, that stuff's like, why am I exciting my pee-pee? That's just weird.
I mean, think about it. If your shit is just sitting there, it's going to, you know, if there's any toxins, your body's going to absorb it. If you're clearing it out all the time, you're getting the, you know, the fresh.
No, that's scientifically accurate.
That's what's happening.
But the toxins, just clearing out.
I'm seeing different things. I'm seeing one article says jerking off cuts prostate cancer risk by 33%.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's real. I swear to God.
No, I know it's real. It was just your.
Dude, y'all gonna be dropping dead of prostate cancer. Beat off more.
Jack it off.
I really want him to tell me how jerking off is wrong.
How's it right? What are you getting from that?
He jacks off like a fucking fiend.
I think he's actually not doing it. I think he's really committed to this, and that's why he's so fucking crazy right now.
So you think
anytime I've ever jacked off in my life, I said, I don't want to go to the gym anymore. I'm just going to stay here. Like, over time, that shit adds up, and I look like 40% worse by the end of the month.
He's really invested.
Dude, he made a video apologizing because he jerked off once. He's so sorry. I let you guys down. Wait, where is that? Where is that? Is that in here?
It's in the doc.
Yeah. It's not funny anymore. He's just weird, bro.
He's got a lot of poison in him that he needs to get out.
You want to be Amish or something? Go do it. I don't understand.
It's feeding their addiction to jerking off, which is a serious problem we have.
It's not.
You know, I'm going to flat out say it. I don't care who agrees, who doesn't agree, but it's just a fact in my opinion. I'm going to flat out.
No, you don't think how that statement is contradictory?
Awesome quote.
It's just a fact in my opinion.
Can you cut that, Zach?
Yes.
Somebody needs to talk to this child.
He's like a grown baby with his bottle and shit.
Get over there, dude.
I need to talk to this child.
Bring him when you go over there.
Pull up.
When you go over there, bring a big ass bottle of lotion. You know, just be like, here, Aiden. This is your ticket out of it. Just go pull your pud. Go
in the bathroom right now.
just go do it, man. Just fucking get that poison out of you.
This is so weird, dude. He's like somehow gone full circle. He's not in a cult or part of well, maybe he is, but usually people get all caught up with the Bible or the Torah or Quran or whatever religion that says jerking off is bad. This guy's just doing it to fucking.
Well, it flows down from there. It still is that same mindset. Is he's downstream of it, and it's not directly religious for him.
What is the argument against jerking off? Genuinely.
Jesus is watching.
Jesus is watching. It's a sin.
Yeah. So, but what's his argument? I don't think he thinks Jesus is watching.
Andrew is watching.
Andrew is watching, bro. Save that nut for me.
Maybe that's why.
I'm saving it for when Andrew gets out. A little weirdo.
Yeah, maybe we're being maybe we can be generous and say what he really means is being addicted to porn specifically.
He was very specific. It was very specific.
Yeah, but we know that he's not.
If you're not addicted to porn, but you live in the year 2023, you are still a porn addict. When people say, hey, I'm not addicted to porn, moderation is key, that's an addict. Anyone who says, yeah, I watch it sometimes, that's an addict. Okay? That's an addict. That's why if you watch porn 4 times, 3 times, whatever a week, ask yourself, is it the same porn that you started off with? Is it the same content that you started porn with? Or did it evolve? Did it degenerate? Is it completely different? And you'll see, you'll be like, huh, when I started watching porn, it was just sex. And now I'm into some weird sections of the home page. That's an addict, dude. So you can say you're a fucking, oh, it's like a wine, a beer. You can say it's like in moderation, but it's not a wine or a beer because the percentage of alcohol has changed completely. You start off with 10% degeneracy, but now a couple times a week, you're watching 100% kinkier, freakier shit. So that glass has a higher concentrate of degeneracy. I don't give a fuck about how many times you're doing it. You still evolved your psyche into a way more beastly nature. You did everything. The only difference is that you probably have a job and the other guy has more time to watch more porn. So if you say, hey, I watch porn in moderation, you're still an addict. Because you know it evolved. You know how extreme it got, the stuff you're watching, and you just don't have enough time to keep fapping because you have a job. Whereas the other guy without a job faps more than you, and he's the addict and you're not. No, you're the fucking addict. If I had a cup a few times a week of alcohol, you'd be like, oh, it's in moderation. But if I told you by the end of the fucking year that cup is absinthe and 151, you'd say, that's not a beer and that's not a beer. That's not a glass of wine. Like Zherka's drinking fucking 151 3-4 times a week. Full cup. That's crazy. The only answer is go back to fapping with your mind, no porn, and then soon enough you just stop fapping as much for some weird reason, right? Which a lot of people can't do, the like use their imagination. I don't think you should bridge the gap with cold turkey stopping. I think you should, keep fapping, but go to the mind. So cut out the technology and use your imagination. And then slowly but surely, it'll be easier to throw off. That cold turkey shit, that doesn't work for no one, right? It's like that, like I can cold turkey stop smoking cigarettes, but studies show that no one can do what I do. So they need nicotine gum. Well, fuck it. If they need it, then they need it. Not everyone's that. But, yeah. If you could cold turkey it, though, you're blessed. I remember why I never got too deep into porn is because I always felt I'm like, why do all the chicks like me at this party? And then I go, oh shit, the one thing that's different about me from everyone else, these guys are fucking really horny. And I'm, medium. And I'm like, fuck yeah, that's my superpower. I'm like, if I limit it more, I'll be more attractive. So it was like to get chicks too. Actually, your girl that you have a crush on, she has a crush on some dude who's less horny than you, believe it or not. Like successful people, they're busier, dude. You just scrolling and swiping like a fucking loser. Yeah, so cold turkey it, but if you can't, like use your imagination and then get bored of that.
Not the most careful with his words, so
maybe
he's talking more like porn addiction specifically.
It's a portal to OnlyFans, and it's in the same category as gambling, right? Because it's promoting poison, in the brain, and it's making people addicted to it's feeding their addiction to jerking off, which is.
There's people jerking off on Twitch, and I'm strictly against that. Well, I'm gonna jerk off to you, Aiden. You can't stop me. I mean, I'm just saying you can't stop people from jerking off at you. I'll jerk off to you. I mean, I know that came out weird. I'm just trying to make a point.
But he essentially said the same thing about hot tub streamers.
Yeah. You can't tell me what to jerk off to and what not.
It's this weird thing instead of just.
There's this weird thing where humans go by age, right? John, she's 19, so Zherka, you can fuck her. Okay, if she's 85 pounds, skinny as fuck, looks like a child, and she's legal, that's creepy as fuck, dude. That's creepy as fuck. Now she's 19, 18, whatever, but she got big tits and looked like someone's mom. That's less. That's way less. Why are we acting like we don't grow up in different rates? Like, I don't really go by that number shit. I do that to stay, you know, above the law. No. Obeying the law. But I think it is weird if, like, my buddy introduced me to his girlfriend and she looks 16. Because then I go, hey, I don't care if she's 21. She looks 16, so you're clearly a pedophile. Right? So if you introduce me to a girl who's 21 but looks 16, you're a pedo. But if you introduce me to your girlfriend and she's 18 but she looks 30, I'd say, can I get a turn? You see what I'm saying? I don't really think H3 calling, saying I'll jack off to Aiden. Like, why are we pretending Aiden Ross doesn't look 14? Doesn't he look, even with a beard, he looks 14. The kid looks 14. So Ethan Klein saying I'll jerk off to you, to me, that'll never stop being weird. You understand what I'm saying? That's creepy as fuck.
Just having some self-control, you want to like limit women of what they can do and so
Right.
like that. Like, for example, can you not go to the beach? Women wear bathing clothes.
Yeah, bikini. I mean, it's so revealing.
It should be illegal, okay? There should be police who monitor people at the beach. Women should be in shorts and small shirts. They could like tan their stomach a little bit, but nothing hoey. They gotta be more 1950s on the beach. In the good old days, they'd get fined. They'd go to jail if they were. It should be illegal to wear bikinis at the beach, not because, oh, I'm a traditional guy, but because it's pedophilia. There's children at the beach, okay? I remember being, Jill and I were in Mexico, and they moved me with her from one resort to the middle resort, which was a family resort. And I've made her cry because I'm like, I screamed at her for wearing some like G-string thing. And she started crying because I was like, I'm not going to the pool with you like that. And then we had like a big fight and shit. But it's because we're in the family one. So she like put the skirt over it and shit. And then I felt weird because I'm like, no one here has a problem with that except me. Like, I looked around and I saw all the tourists and stuff, and I go, huh. You know, like, no one's playing protection. I remember being a kid, and I'm like, I would get angry at adults when they wouldn't protect my eyes. So if they ever had a hoe at the pool, I would stare at the hoe when I was 5 years old, or let's say 8 years old, and I would stare at the hoe, and I'd be mad at the adults around her that didn't cover her up, because I'm like, I knew I was too young to. I've never been the kid who said I'm excited to see the hoe at the pool. I've always been the kid who was guilty for looking. So I just felt guilty, right? But something weird about me, it's like, I remember being 6 years old and saying I can't wait to touch women when I grow up. Before I had, you know, the sexual organ developed and all that, I just remember that thought. It's weird. Like, nobody has that experience. Everyone else is like, like, my homies were like, I was worried through puberty that I'd be gay, and like, I never questioned that. When I was 6 years old, I was like, I can't wait to touch tits. Before puberty. And then puberty came and I wasn't even a horny guy. I was like a gamer. It was like backwards. But I knew I wanted women at 6 years old. Isn't that freaking young? And like, that's like a point of pride for me, you know? Like, people say the gayest shit I do is point out how straight I am, because they're like, clearly you're coping and secretly gay. But I point out how straight I am because it is a gem. It is so rare to be straight in 2023. Straight doesn't mean you can run a train on a girl, right, Dylan and Jet? You fuck a girl with a man in the room, you're a little gay. You suck a dick for $10 million, you're gay. If you say no to those, not because I told you, but instinctively you say no, then you're the rarest 0.01% male of straightness. And you're like, well, what's the power? What's the superpower of being that straight? Every fucking e-girl wants you. Every fucking e-girl on this platform in my DMs, like dogs. They want to fuck me. Like they want to eat my dick. They want to eat my dick. Can't tell you how many FaZe Clan dudes I fucking cucked over the years. And one day I'll write a book about all the dudes I've cucked. But I'm like, what is my superpower, right? It's not looks. There's lookers on this website. My superpower is my straightness. That's everything I have going for me. When my ex did a hit piece on me, she said she had a mental breakdown when we broke up, and that it was my fault, and then it was like wanted to off herself and all this sad shit. And people are like, you're a fucking horrible person, DMing me and stuff like that. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. Did you cuck Ice Poseidon? Yeah, ever since I got with Emily years ago, where he's texting her, come to my bedroom, he sinks his teeth into someone having a mental breakdown. But check this out. Ever since I was 6, I knew I was straight. And since the world went very gay, I was like, there's no way this is like gonna help me in life, you know, because if you're gay, you make money, the world just opens its doors to you. And I'm thinking deep thoughts of, am I a weirdo that I wouldn't run a train on a girl? Because my buddies would talk about that. Not my buddies, but like people I knew. And it turns out, if you're hyper mega straight, you're a magnet to chicks, dude. You don't even have to have money. You don't even have to have game or Riz or whatever. If you are hyper straight, you are magnetic to women. So when my ex did the whole fucking hit piece on me, she's crying and said, he only ever banged me in one position, like a doggy kind of position. And I got flooded in my inbox with people saying that I'm like this abuser or whatever. And then I got a lot of messages saying, Zherka, I thought you trolled to look like an alpha male. Do you only actually fuck in one position? Why did she like cry and say how you're a freak and weirdo for that? And I'm thinking to myself, because I got all these DMs from people I considered based from chat or whatever, I'm convinced there's no straight people in any chat, including mine, because I'm like, I'm not Haas, dude. When I say I only bang a girl in one position, I mean it. And you shouldn't have to wait for a girl to do a fucking cancellation on me hit piece for you to believe that. Because when I say something and I repeat it 1 billion times, it's not that funny anymore, dude. I'm telling you the truth. I'm repeating it because if you fuck a chick in multiple positions, bro, you're gay. If you don't like hitting it from the back, you're not straight. That's a straight guy thing. Okay? If you do missionary, if you let her ride you, if you do any of that, I'm not trolling. And I'm talking about relationships too. I'm talking about the extreme stuff, not hookups. Even hookups though. If you bang in multiple positions, you are you're both playing the lunar, the woman, the feminine. The straightest men you'll meet hit it from the back every fucking time. If you need to look into her eyes or whatever, you twist her face and shit, whatever. And she should be that flexible, or else she's not hot. She should be that. You can do that, right? You should be able to pretzel her up. And people are like, dude, a year of being with one partner and you only smashed in one position? What the hell is wrong with you, John? What the hell is wrong with you guys? You're in my chat. I'm not in yours. Write down on a piece of paper, grab a little napkin, write down the difference of how I live my life and how you live yours. You would fuck a girl with another dude in the room. You would suck dick for money. You do all the, even if you don't say it out loud, we sense it. Your girl senses it. Everyone senses it. You guys do 5-8 positions with the girl who just leaves you. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm saying when you click on my stream and go, what is it about Zherka that I can't find him in other creators? I might not subscribe to him. I might not like what he's saying, but I've definitely never seen a guy like that. What is it about Zherka? Why is he, like there's something about him that like Andrew Tate will fuck a bitch with his buddy, but Zherka wouldn't. What is it? It's because I'm straight, dude. There's no one on the internet who's actually straight. I'm so straight they try and call me vanilla for it. They say, oh, you're vanilla, you're the... I'm that fucking straight. You understand what I'm saying? Bill went on Kai's stream. Yeah, I heard she got kicked off for trolling as she's like sending me nudes and shit. Anyways, look, check this out. If you, and be honest with yourself, God is watching right now, 2023, you will be cursed if you lie in front of God right now. Be honest right now. I'm not even looking at names. I don't care. God cares. Would you run a train on a woman with a homie? Be honest with yourself. If you lie, God save you. There's a lot of no's, but one in the chat if you think there's a lot of cap there too. Because I think I'm the only streamer who doesn't ride the wave with chat. Like I actually call you guys out because you need to remember this. They will gaslight you so hard and convince you being straight is the norm, but they're not talking about true straightness. They're talking about liberal straightness that would suck a dick for $1 million, whatever. One in the chat, no one's ever said this. I said this last year. They laughed, then they copied me on fucking TikTok. One in the chat, if there's nothing more rare than a straight male. Do you meet straight men? Why does everyone pretend that's the default loadout? It's not. The default loadout is lukewarm straight, then it's bi, then it's gay. And I'm so tired of me, like, I have to highlight attributes that I'm not even proud about. Because every time I open this can of worms, people go, no, most of the world is straight, Zherka. Really? You think the Saudi royal family is straight? You think the British royal family is straight? You think the regular British man, this British civilian is straight? You think the poor British man is straight? You think the poor Saudi is straight? You think the poor Korean man is straight? You think the poor Japanese man is straight? You think the poor European man is straight? You think the poor American man is straight? What about the rich American man? Everything they tell you about straightness is a lie. If you say to me, Zherka, you wouldn't fuck your girl with another dude in the room or just run a train on a model because you're not, well, you're super straight, but I'd fuck with a dude in the room because I'm just straight. Do you really want to live in a world where you can be super straight, or is one of them lying? And everyone gets so offended because all of a sudden, you know how the cool thing is to be gay? right? Nowadays, it's like totally cool. The cool thing for me is to be who I am, because the rarest thing I have is straightness. That's the rarest attribute I own. And people think this is like a bit, like this is comedy. A little bit. But have I said anything that's false? Every time you watch porn, you're gay. Do you really think God designed your brain to watch that much male genitalia and asshole? You know, you're designed to maybe see like a naked dude a couple times in your life, let alone his butthole, like a fully grown man. Your psyche is not designed to watch a dude fuck a woman. You think God intended that? You think God gave you the DNA so you can be a straight guy who watches straight porn and not be gay? Straight porn is gay porn. That's what you won't admit to yourself. All porn is gay porn. Okay? I'm proud to be straight. Because for a split second, it just takes a split second for you to lose that status forever. Zherka acting like he doesn't watch porn. Yeah, remember when I was getting canceled after the first TwitchCon? Because someone leaked that two models are fighting over for who they get to, which one of them gets me in the hot tub. And I was wearing a jacket and shit. And I was like, guys, I'm not even coming in. And I left the party. And then the moderators there who fucking leaked this story, Dean's so cool, that they're all like, that was the most badass shit I've ever seen. Those girls are hot. You should have fucked them, Zherka, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, dude, if I can say no to real life human beings, e-girls, pretty sure I can say no to porn, you fucking retard. Because let me tell you something, okay? Watching porn turns you gay. There, I said it. I didn't make that up, but studies show it definitely primes you. You know, no, it primes you for it. Okay? If you, like, who in this chat, and, like, don't lie, who's watching... Oh, here. I dare you. To, on fucking God, I dare you to see if I'm lying right now. Look at me closely. I have never watched more than a handful of seconds of anal straight porn. Couple seconds. My whole life, I've never watched anal. Guy on girl. I've never watched a dude fuck a girl anally in my life. Ever. Not once. That means I clicked away. After a few seconds, I click away. If I see a title, I click away. As a teenager, as a young man on roids, 18 times human testosterone, fapping 9 times a day, addicted to porn, never once. That's the difference from me and you. On fucking gear, I didn't do it. On fucking gear. And gear makes you fucking do weird shit, bro. You understand what I'm saying? I've never watched one video of a dude banging a girl anally. Never in my life, dude. I've never done this on my genitalia to that video. Never, not once, 28 years on earth. And when I say this out loud, everyone and their mama says I'm lying. And I think eventually, if I did watch this stuff, I think I could get into it. I think, you know what I mean? I think you can desensitize and shit to anything. The hottest chick on earth could have been on those websites. And if it had the title of anal, I never saw shit. And I'm proud of that, actually. I'm really fucking proud of that. I'm serious. How many guys can say that? Like, how many guys can honestly say that? How many guys who've even injected chemicals can say that? You know, guys inject chemicals and fuck a fucking animal. They fuck a donkey on that shit. They do weird shit. But how many guys can actually say what I said? And because all my life guys were like, yo, bro, I got some anal porn I want to show you. And you know how guys get like, they want to show it off? Because all my life they're cocky about that. I'm cocky that I've never watched it. And if you feel ashamed, like, oh, I'm not as based, you're not. And you can never come back. You can't repent. You can't do fuck all. You'll never have my status. Ever in your life, you can never take it back. That's the difference. You can't do fuck all. You can't stop watching it today. You can't quit porn because you already watched it. There's nothing you can do to achieve my level of sainthood, bitch. You can't do fuck all. So you spend your whole life guilt tripping me that I don't watch that stuff. Finally, I am on this side of the internet, not that side of the internet. I'm on this. I'm on the fucking winning side of the internet. I get to tell you guys the difference is, bro, you spend your whole life watching anal. That's the difference. Now my life is talking about it on a microphone. You understand what I'm saying? If you watch a girl get banged anally, you're being primed for something. And if I have to go into it, then like you should understand what I'm saying. Like, I'm just going to wink at you and it's going to be hermetic, okay? This is a sealed knowledge for you. You're being primed for something if you like anal. That's the truth. Ask anyone who's jumped ship, switched teams. Ask them what they used to watch. And how did you know this when you were a teenager? I didn't, bro. I just went off my DNA. I went off my DNA. My DNA said not that video. Ever. Not that genre ever. I went off my fucking DNA, bro. I didn't read it in scripture. I didn't have a scroll. My DNA, dude. My fucking God consciousness. My link to God. You understand what I'm saying? If you got homies who ran trains on chicks, man, like every time my homies talk about that, they always look to their shoes and they go, my bad, Zherka. Like they feel shamed. They've seen these streams. They know what it's about. And I don't let them get away with it either, you know. It's one thing for me to live some years degenerate in my life, but I've never been a trending degenerate. You know what I mean? Degens who follow trends, those people are the worst. Like when I degened, it was classical degen shit. I never rode trends. I knew where trends go. Anyways, so the one thing that I'm most surprised at is that at 28 years old, I can't find one person I know, like IRL, that has never watched anal. I will never meet that man. That means I'll never meet a man I respect. Imagine that. that I'm sooner to meet a dude who sticks a finger in an ass or eats the fucking ass. Fuck you eating it for? Why you don't got money for food? I will never in my life shake hands with a dude who's never watched anal. For the rest of my life, because it's a Zoomer wave growing up. I don't think they're going to make it with all that, they're kind of fucked. I'm telling you, dude, I'm never going to shake a hand like mine ever in my life again. And you'd think that makes me cocky, like I'm the chosen one. Dude, that makes me sad. Because, man, like we all fall for programming, but a lot of the big stuff I ditched. I never fell for the big stuff. Is it weird that I'm really proud of this? Every time I ramble about this, I think it's like my internet resume at this point. This is my favorite thing about me. I think this is the most based part of me that I shouldn't even say it out loud, because when you say it out loud, you realize, bro, people are so addicted to porn, they're never going to make it. I didn't have like a guru to whisper in my ear, don't watch it. I just knew. I felt something. There was I was having trouble liking pussy, to be honest. I was like, when I got into watching porn as a teenager, I was like, what the fuck is that? That's like the flood in Halo. And so I was having trouble understanding how I'm supposed to enjoy pussy. I liked ass and her hips and her body and her hair and her arms, and she's beautiful. But then there's that fucking hole that looks like, Desert Storm aftermath. So I was like, all right, I'm coping with this fucking hole. And then people are like, what about the shithole, Zherka? I'm like, oh, bro, let me fucking get used to the flood before we go to the fucking elites. And so, it took my whole life to get used to the box, because I wouldn't bang good girls because I said the hot ones, their pussy looks kind of nice. And then, most chicks they don't look nice. But, the hot ones are like kind of, they've already been banged. You know what I mean? So I set myself up for a trap. But people who like just the ugly pussy, right? They can just marry anyone. They set themselves up for like a real life with kids and all that. You know what I mean? Anyways, the point of this story is, how did we get here? The point of this story is, at 28, turning 29 years old, and anal has still never been on my eyes for more than a few seconds. Imagine that. Who can say that, really? Who in the digital age can say that? Nobody can say that. I used to be ashamed of it too. I used to be a pussy about it. I used to not tell my friends. I'd be like, yeah, I like anal too, guys. Now that I don't want to be like anyone, like, hey, change the channel. Every time I change the channel, I don't want, I don't fucking have heroes and shit. I go, man, fuck all these cucks. Now I realize, damn, the thing I was so ashamed of that I didn't fit in because everyone watched anal, it turned out to be my superpower. But it cursed all of you. Like one in the chat for healing. We need healing in this 2023. Anyways, this guy watches a lot of porn, right? This guy is an addict.
Healing and like it just
that it feeds into the big problem we have today.
Slippery slope, dude. Slippery slope.
Adult film stars on his stream. He said people had OnlyFans on his stream. You think he'd be more understanding of the industry?
His sister has OnlyFans, by the way.
That too.
He used to do hot tub streams. That's how he got big. What the fuck? Spending time at home in early 2021, he moved to Los Angeles from Florida and hosted a stream in a hot tub with fellow YouTuber and Twitch Karina Koff, who is an OnlyFans girl and streamer.
And from the Blog Squad.
Right. Another viral moment that attracted new followers. Since then, things have been escalating quickly. Bro, why are you becoming Taliban? These men all want to be Taliban.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the right has done a really good job at sort of like repackaging what is really just fucking ancient, puritanical, controlling of people's bodies, and repackage it as
yikes,
being anti-woke or their version of woke, whatever.
So I don't get it. The last 40 years of running this woke experiment, and you have the highest fucking suicide rate, despair, grief, depression, anxiety, but you don't want to take any responsibility for it. You want to defend porn and regular life. You know how stupid, chat, you know how stupid you have to be to complain about how horrible the world is and then defend porn like it's not a part of the world, like it's not the norm, the mainstream. It's so weird. It's like, he said it's ancient. Bro, not liking porn is an ancient thing to this fucking coward. This is my most hated topic.
Whatever you want to define that as. Red pill.
So
Do not
come.
It's red pill to not be covered in fucking nut, never going to the gym and being a loser. That's red pill.
Don't have sex. Don't drink. Women should be...
No, don't have sex because you're going to fuck up anyway and have it. That's why we say don't have sex, you idiot. If it's really don't have sex and they actually all stopped having sex, you'd be like, oh shit, look at that. We have so much fucking power, bro. We don't have to limit this. What a fucking idiot. You say to the youth, don't have sex because they're going to fucking do it anyway. You're trying to minimize it. You're not trying to say like, hey, wear protection. Yeah, everyone have abortions.
Dress conservatively and belong to you. I mean, these are not novel concepts. This is going backwards in time.
Regression, perhaps you've heard.
Yeah, go more forward into the historic suicide high. What is it? The suicide rate is the highest it's ever been for men. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? And you know what's funny? Every stream they talk about anxiety, depression, suicide. And now they're pretending like porn has no effect on it. And it's really, you know what's funny though? It's really not the porn. It's how addictive sin is, right? Like it will evolve. When you sin, a portal opens and a tiny demon comes out that just grows every time you sin more and more and more. If you say no to sinning, you still sin. That's why you have to say no to it. Even if you say, I don't want to do this anymore, you will still fuck up. That's why it's really good to be extreme.
Heard of it. So here's Aiden Ross. Yeah.
I mean, technically, porn addiction and shit like that is real, but instead of liking women, you should go to like a therapist instead of like fixing the world or instead of fixing yourself.
That's a you.
Chat, an ounce of prevention is bigger than 100 pounds of therapy. An ounce of prevention is bigger than 100 pounds of therapy. When you're getting warnings, you're getting the right warnings, dude. In life, prevention is key. Cleaning up the mess afterwards, that's hard.
Problem.
Yeah, it's like so fucking dumb. He's so...
Of course there's porn addiction, you know what I mean? Like, and that is a problem, right? He's not, first of all, he's not, I have to take him at what he's saying. I know he's not that articulate, and that's putting it mildly. He's barely literate.
You seem like you turned back to 10 years ago. What happened? It's a DSLR camera. Or I shaved. I don't know. I had this mustache. I had Ethan's fucking mustache.
He's just said people are jerking off, and that's the issue. By the way, here's his sister who has an OnlyFans.
No, that's not his sister. That's she's a streamer. She's a fan of the show, actually, Little Yana.
Oh, shout out Little Yana.
Yeah, she does hot tub streams, and she responded with this on Twitter.
Aiden, having people DM to be on stream while saying shit like this is hysterical. Dude, you made so much money funneling people to gamble. Just shut the fuck up. But people really watch Aiden for this shit? This is boring as fuck.
Pussy.
But here he is apologizing because he jerked off. It's awesome. Watch this. This is a serious confessional. I'm so sorry, guys. I gotta be real. I did jerk off. You loser. You have no self-control.
What up, guys?
Yeah, hit me with that.
He just finished.
In the bathroom.
Yeah, he's so guilty.
Instant post nut clarity. Instant. Like, nah, I gotta get on YouTube.
What have I done?
He went from making that video, the first one, right into the bathroom to jerk off, and then this one.
What up, guys? Aiden. By the televideo, so we get straight into it. I let everyone down, bro. I'm honestly gonna take full accountability for it, and I'm not gonna lie and cover stuff up, and I'm gonna let y'all know when I slip and I fail, and I basically let temptation take over.
Why are you talking like a fucking priest? Do you hear yourself, bro? You let temptation come over? What are you talking about? It's crazy.
Last night, guys, I went out and I drank. You know, I've been on this journey where I haven't been having anything poison and toxic, and you know, I've been in the gym and build my mind and my everything around my life, like accordingly. And you know, I just feel horrible because I know
this angle's fucking awesome. It's like his dick talking.
Yes.
Dick confessional.
It's the jizz on the countertop.
Wait, he's
looking back at him.
He's talking about poison.
Yeah.
He's gotta get the poison out, dude.
No, he doesn't understand that.
What I was doing was strictly temptation, bro. You know, alcohol is literally straight from the devil, bro.
Yo, follow me at AidenRoss.com.
Straight put out a message like
temptation, bro. You know, alcohol is literally straight from the devil, bro. We are not.
Why? He's Taliban. He became Taliban. Alcohol straight from the devil.
I mean, yeah. You don't even have to go far as Taliban. I mean, this is standard fucking like born again shit. You know what I mean?
Well, it's not that alcohol's from the devil. It's that it immediately lowers your electromagnetic vibration, making you susceptible to earthly impulses. So there's a river of infinite evil impulses going through you, right? You want junk food, you want pussy, you want porn, you want this, you want all these impulses going through you. Now they're easier to go through you as soon as you drink. This is according to Masonic literature. The people who run the Federal Reserve and the Treasury, the people who print money, Freemasons, in their books, Manny P. Hall and Albert Pike, and they all talk about lowering your etheric aura with alcohol. So sin, it's easier to sin when you have a couple of drinks, right? It's easier to destroy your day, weekend, week, month, life. You understand? That's why it's called under the influence. You're under the influence of a demon.
I mean, like
they drink, born agains drink, don't they?
Not
blood of Christ, bro.
Well, that's Catholics generally. What you're describing, that wouldn't be like
by the blood of the Lamb,
like born again. It really just, there's so many fucking Christians. It just depends.
I just don't know what happened to my good bar mitzvah boy, Aiden Ross here. You know,
the Jews are down with drinking. I'll tell you that. That's straight in the Torah.
Manischewitz.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's Manischewitz. So
it's still alcohol, you know, Aiden.
Yeah.
Dude, Jews are crazy. There's this.
Could you explain your thoughts on addiction and why it occurs? Well, I'm not a therapist like my twin brother, so I'm going to give a different take. Addiction is just a synonym for atheism. That's it. There's nothing more to it. That's it. There's nothing more you need to know. This is not trolling. Addiction is atheism. That's all it is. That's why when you go to Alcoholics Anonymous, they don't give you, hey, we're going to science you. Can we science you? Hey, what if we just gave you one drink a night? And what if we did a scientific experiment? What if we use like Bill Gates science to make you not be a... Bro, you go to Alcoholics Anonymous and they say you need a higher purpose. You need to accept God. That's step one. So even the fucking modern, postmodern freak shows submit to God. You understand? That's step one of addiction. That's step one. Science is not step one, dude. You got to ask yourself, why the fuck don't they science the addiction? Why do they? Because there's a will. There's a universal soul. You understand? There's literally a fucking God. I can prove it. You have two paths in life. You can either go closer to the light or further to the darkness, to matter, matter is like Plato said, matter is inverted spirit, and spirit is inverted matter. Matter is lunar. It's the moon. It's darkness. It's chaotic. It's divided. It's cold. But spirit, that you can't see it, just like the sun. Look at the sun in the fucking eyes. I can't see the fucking, hurts my eyes. That's spirit, right? And your soul it wants to go to goodness, right? You have a longing for goodness, for peace of mind. You understand? And now look at this. Just like an addict, everything that brings you short-term pleasure destroys your life long-term. Everything, even finances. If you like buy things early instead of, save and build, anything that is short-term pleasure is destroying you. So ask yourself, right? Ask yourself. Is walking with God a short-term pleasure? Or is it a journey? No, the short-term pleasure is atheism, nihilism, fucking hookers, and being away from God. Walking with righteousness, walking with that energy is the long game, right? Like waiting for marriage is the long game. But, then you're happier and all that shit. Instead of fucking hoes. Let me tell you something, okay? This is atheism. This is a man who's never pondered intellectual design because he doesn't feel intellectual or designed. He feels like a random ditto, like a Pokemon of just splatter, matter, and he just feels like primordial soup and atheism. That's what he feels like. He feels like he came from a monkey, that he evolved from an ape. Remember how much they used to laugh at Darwin until everyone censored? Darwin got his globalists to censor everyone. Like every intellectual. You think Plato would laugh his brain off if you told him humans came from an ape?
Holiday Purim. It's like Halloween, but what the goal is to get so shit-faced that you can't tell good from evil anymore. So, and you're Jewish, man. Who are you?
Yeah, he he's not being a good Jew right now.
Conscious space. You're not supposed to. You can't even drive normally when you have alcohol.
That's deep.
That's good.
That's actually fucking deep.
Huh.
That's actually a good point. It's evil because you can't drive.
I never thought about it like that.
Yeah.
It's a good point.
I hope he's not speaking from experience, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe he drove home drunk. I kind of got that feeling.
Is NyQuil evil or is that okay? Because if the measure is if you can drive on it.
It makes you drive different. So
no, it says on the label, don't operate heavy machinery.
Straight from the devil.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
I'm drunk.
I'm just trying to parse out. We got this new wisdom from Prophet Aiden here.
Yeah.
New rules.
We said Cav disagrees. It's true. He's not down with what Aiden's saying right now.
What else makes it hard to drive?
Drive angry.
That shit cracks me up every time. Oh, this is super interesting.
You're not supposed to be drinking alcohol. Human beings are not supposed to be taking it out.
Why Aiden looks better than Ethan Decline is because there's less demons around Aiden, right? Aiden lives in demon world, and it's kind of weird. I feel like when Aiden's bored, he just clicks on the homepage and then clicks on my streams. Like this whole calling everything satanic, he's kind of ripping. He's just stealing my content at this point. But Aiden looks better than Ethan because there's less damage. There's less baggage in life. Right? Every time you sin, right, you're building up a demon that follows you, right? And eventually you work for that motherfucker.
What is he saying? Dude, drug use is like one of the most ancient forms of human experience. Literally, people even there's actually real scientists that hypothesize that human consciousness was born from our early use of magic mushrooms.
Yeah, it's a fringe thing.
It's a little hocus pocus, but I'm just saying. Like alcohol consumption is like as old as civilization.
That is a fact. They were fermenting that shit when we were still.
Bro, what are you saying? You're so dumb. Stop talking.
See, these trust the science types. Look at this shit. Look at the Kabbalion principles, right? I can't spell that. So there's mentalism, right? Earth, air, fire, and water. So you'll have a mental plane. So all your thoughts are in the air, Then you'll have a fire plane, which is your motion and emotion. Your astral fire, that is your orgasm. Then you'll have your water plane or water body, which is your reproductive and growth, semen and stuff. Then your physical and earthly plane. That is mentalism. Then there's correspondence, vibration, polarity, rhythm, cause and effect, right? This is found thousands of years ago, right? And then the last one is the principle of gender, that everything has a male and female to it. So this is a good book. I recommend it, by Walker Atkinson. And this book was written, well, really these principles are ancient, but they still hold up today. The mainstream has you believing that this dude knows more than Plato. Like, really think about that. Plato, who proved a world of forms. Plato, the dude who said, what is a chair? A chair has 4 legs. What about a bar stool? What about a sofa? Is that a chair? Oh, it seems like they all adhere to the concept of a chair, but we can't describe a chair, but it's in all of our minds of a perfect chair. So clearly there's a world of forms before God. Before you go to God, there's a world of perfect forms. And then, Jung talks about perfect archetypes. Archetype of courage and all that stuff. So these are geniuses throughout history, but everyone thinks this dude who says gender doesn't exist is the guy who is backed up by science. Trust the science. Heart attack. Trust the science. Myocarditis. Trust the science. Trust the get your 10th booster today and trust the science. Dude, these guys tell you gender doesn't exist. And the right wing is like, well, let's debate about it. What the fuck is there to debate? You serious? So when this guy tries to science your ass, you know you're being duped, right? Ethan is a dude who can't even listen to Plato because he'd call him sexist. Ethan doesn't know who Plato is. He doesn't know who Arthur Schopenhauer is. Doesn't know who Nietzsche is. Doesn't know who Manny P. Hall is. Doesn't know who Albert Pike is. He just doesn't know anything. He doesn't know Foucault. He doesn't know anything. He thinks Kyle Kalinske is smart. And if you're an adult and you're not into philosophy, you're like a little child, dude. You're not curious?
You don't know what you're saying. Stop it. Some wart lady shit. He's on his wart lady era.
Hopping into wart lady summer.
Got warts on his brain.
Summer.
We are not in a conscious space. You're not supposed to. You can't even drive normally when you have alcohol. You're not supposed to be drinking alcohol. As human beings, we're not supposed to be taking alcohol.
Can you look up what's the earliest known alcohol evidence?
Here we go. The Google is my God energy.
Yeah, no.
All the way back, man.
Too much wine.
Even monkeys drink alcohol. They found some monkeys that drink fermented like grapes and shit.
Even elks. 7,000 BC.
7,000 BC, so that's like 10,000.
Too much wine.
It's literally older than civilization.
Yeah. I'm surprised they go back further.
Thank you.
So do you think when liberals are 60 years old, will they regret the lives they've lived? When they're filled with regret? Or do you think that the confirmation bias will be so charged that they'll double, triple down like those Hollywood old ladies, like Silverman and all those people? I think they'll double down, or else they're gonna, lose it.
So I don't know what you mean I'm supposed to, but I'd love to ask you questions about all this.
And honestly, bro, I'm not the type to, like I told you guys, cover it up and basically like.
Somebody just said driving isn't natural either, Aiden. That's a great point. It's like,
of course they double down.
Natural right,
dude. These guys will double down in 5 years and become Satanists to be edgy, right?
To drive an automobile.
Driving is, that ain't natural. Drinking alcohol is a lot more natural than alcohol first, driving second in terms of nature.
Also, jerking off, that's pretty natural too.
Oh man,
true,
bro. Trust me.
More natural than any of this.
Those cavemen be jerking off. Sure thing, bro. Do you think
chimps and bonobos? That's like all they do all day.
All day, every day. True.
Yeah, but the red pill is about mastering yourself. It's not about being a caveman.
I've been into the zoo. I seen them jerk off into their own mouth. Aiden. That's natural. It's called autofellatio. Get into it, Aiden. That's just natural. Yo, somebody tell Aiden that eating your own semen gives you like super. Can you believe that? Testosterone powers or something? He totally believed that.
Jacket off. This is what your guys do.
Oh shit. This man is dumb.
I didn't do that. Like, no, bro, I really messed up last night. I did it. So I'm letting y'all know right now. I'm sorry for everyone that I let down. And now I can really understand how, how serious that is. You guys know I've been sobriety of everything. As of 2020, 2023, I've been no set.
Did he add another 20? 2020, 2023? How many?
That's like he's been doing that.
It's
like
funny.
the Ramones song.
But this is so unfunny, dude. Stop. Goddamn.
No masturbation, just clean, raw diets, working out every day. I'm still going to the gym today. I haven't missed anything at the gym. My body's been looking, like I said, I had a nice little transformation. I'm really happy I saw some results. You guys actually showed it to me. I'll pull up a little picture here you guys can see. Whoa.
Oh, nice.
Fucking jokes,
All that semen retention's been, we're paying off.
What is it with fat dudes calling other dudes fat?
You've got all that extra.
Woke up with a raging headache and just horrible thoughts and literally just.
The one time I give it to women where they have a reason to hate men is like you'll see the 300-pound fat ass man call his wife fat. And it hurts her more because her value comes from beauty and like she's biologically programmed like that. But it's like dudes who do that are so weird, man.
Just gloominess and sadness, bro. I was just so sad. And I was texting people that I wouldn't have texted when I was.
It's like in high school when there's one fat kid and then the obese kid, and the fat kid, you think you want to feel bad for him, but when he's next to the obese kid, he's fucking dunking on him, flexing. He's.
I was basically texting girls.
No.
And I shouldn't be texting girls because I was texting them because I was horny.
Aiden, do you think that this is like a confessional at church or something? Like, why are you telling us this? Do 20 Hail Marys. Do 20 Nancy Reagans and 22 flip diddy flops. What's Hail Mary even mean? Does it just mean, hey,
It's
hello
a prayer.
to Mary?
It's like a prayer that you memorize and say a bunch for magic words.
Hail Mary, do a spin. Say Beetlejuice 3 times.
That's exactly it, yeah.
Because I'm so celibate, I'm over 20 days celibate now, so I'm ultra horny. This is like where it's getting super duper hard. That's ironic, right?
Awesome, dude. Okay, the jokes are back. Wow, I'm genuinely curious, like, if anybody's enjoying this content of his old fans.
But no, for real though, like thank God I didn't nut, but it's just crazy. The temptation is really trying to take over. But I promise you guys, I'm.
Oh, he didn't nut?
He just said, "Thank God I didn't nut."
Oh, then it doesn't count.
Yeah, I don't think that counts, right?
It doesn't count.
So what? He just touched it a little. He just
Yeah,
touched
I
it a
guess
little.
so.
Plumbing. And he feels bad about that.
Oh my God, don't feel bad about that.
Yeah,
you're good.
You're still accomplishing your goal.
Yeah.
I don't think it
I got
counts.
scared. I thought he was going to hell for a second.
Yeah, you're good, brother.
I just hope he wasn't driving when he was doing it.
Good point. Definitely not safe to drive and jerk off at the same time.
No, it'll affect the way you drive.
Yeah.
Be better, and I'm gonna make sure I give myself a full cleanse. I'm gonna go to the gym, sit in that sauna for at least 20 minutes today, and just sweat everything out, and just still.
Someone's gonna walk into that sauna and see him beating off.
Maybe that's why he invited you over.
You think he wants me to milk his prostate?
I mean, his Tate's not around. Maybe he's lonely. Wants someone to come for him. Yeah, you know what? I'm just in my dress right now. We'll see what happens.
Look, Ethan, I invited you out here today because you're the oldest person I know, and I need someone to cosplay as my dad. He was edging himself. True. Anywhere I go from here is going to be inappropriate, so I'm not going to do it. I'm going to stop myself now. 2020, 2023.
Fuck you. Still be on my grind. Still be on my shit, and I hope you guys can forgive me and
I forgive
see
you,
that this won't happen again. I love you guys. I'm gonna stay true to myself. I'm always gonna stay true to you guys. And yeah.
Yeah, bro. We don't need to update that you touched your dick a little bit. Not that important of an update. You didn't even nut.
As long as the semen stays in the ball sack, you're good.
Yeah.
That's what I think too. And if there's a little pre-cum, you can just sound it back in.
Chat said, your pupils enlarge in the dark, like a lot more light in. Right, Dan?
That is Austin. And he killed one of his own guys so that he could be put back in the Matrix.
Yo, I'm scared of this guy, bro.
And you remember how Neil met him and he was eating?
Yo, this is literally scary, bro.
You should be. Steak, and you go, you never heard such facts before. He goes, you know what? I realized about the Matrix. This steak tastes good, and I just don't care anymore. That's Andrew Tate, bro. You want to be played like one of those idiots, or you want to take my hand? I'm Morpheus. I know.
How am I being played though by the advice he gave me to basically make my life better? And
Bro, it's the steak. It's just the steak analogy. Work with me.
already happy and I'm more consistent than I've ever been on streaming. I'm better in my life than I've ever been. I don't understand why people really like, hey, dog, I'm happy. I work out now. I go on walks now. I do things for me. Like, I literally changed my entire life.
Wait,
Those things are all great.
Hold on. This comment here from Dane says, as someone with Tourette's, it gets harder and harder to excuse someone for being ignorant on it. It used to not bother me, but it's slowly starting to. In my opinion, we can't let it bother us, dude. People don't know. It's not a really common thing. And
yeah, weren't you guys like completely wrong about the vaccine?
it's just going to be hard if you're walking around getting angry because everyone doesn't know about your. It's a somewhat obscure condition. Let's be real. And I know it just doesn't bother me, and I don't think anyone should be mad at Aiden. I really want to say that.
To the extent that people know what Tourette's even is, they only know about like the verbal.
Yeah, exactly. People don't even
know about
understand.
other stuff.
Right, totally.
Yeah.
So don't.
Can we read Manny P. Hall? Here, I got something for you. You want that? I got something for you. Hold on. I've already done this fucking 3 times, dude. I don't think Chad likes this shit. I'll speed it up, but this one's Initiates of the Flame.
Initiates of the Flame by Manly P. Hall. Read by Adam Hannon.
So that's Luciferian.
Originally published in 1922 by the Philosophical Research Society. I will be reading the updated 3rd edition, released in 1934.
Here, hold on.
As a general disclaimer, the views and opinions expressed in this book.
Let me see if I got the black magic one I can't find. No! Fuck.
Strength or consolation.
No. Did I not save that one? Fuck. No. This is not happening. Fuck. Nancy Pelosi hires an exorcist to heal her home. Manny P. Hall talks about how they, like, politicians curse each other and shit. Send hexes each other's way. Dude, there's no way. I have screenshots, but I don't have the actual video. No shot. This is so bad, dude. How do I find the black magic one? There's so many. Where's the good one? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. This one's Creation Myths of Babylon. I'm saving that. That's great. Why the fuck didn't you download it? I thought it would be easy to find. I just Googled Black Magic Manny P. Hall, and there's like a million different ones. I had the best one, too. The clearest audio and all that. Fuck. Okay, this is what it looked like, though. Let me show you. Right here. This one. Can someone find me this? A treatise on esoteric ethics. Yeah, that's what it is. Yes. God bless. Sick. This one's wild, bro.
Magic.
This one's wild, dude.
A treatise on esoteric ethics by Manly P. Hall. Preface. As Paracelsus noted centuries ago, the invisible realms of nature are governed by immutable laws which cannot be violated with impunity. In recent years, research.
How fast can I go?
In many fields have been exploring the hidden side of life and nature, but few of them have given serious consideration to the moral and ethical responsibilities associated with their labors. The tendency has been to assume that the transcendental arts, like the resources of the physical world, can be exploited without regard for consequences. As in the case of the sorcerers of long ago, the principal objective is the binding of invisible energies for the advancement of personal ambitions. Many innocent persons have become involved.
So look at this egg, right? This is something they don't teach you in Psych 101. There's a mental plane, which is air, where your thoughts and ideas are. There's an astral fire, which is your emotions and motions. There's your root, physical, earth, and the etheric. Which one's liquid? Etheric should be liquid about reproductive system.
Involved in magical practices and disciplines which are detrimental to character and dangerous to physical health. The abuse of powers and forces as yet but partly understood must result in both psychical and psychological tragedy. In this little essay, I have attempted to present in concise form a code of rules which, if faithfully followed, will protect both the individual and society. We are fully aware that the materialistic approach on any level of esoteric knowledge is contrary to the universal plan. We must all accept the burdens that come from the exploration of natural mysteries and dedicate our findings to the glory of God and the well-being of all humanity. Part 1. Children of the False Darkness. 1. For ages, man has labored under a misunderstanding. He has called the perversion of occult power black magic. This is an improper use of the word black, for black does not mean evil. Black is the basic not color of all things, it is the source of all being, and represents the body of the absolute intelligence. All consciousness and light are born out of the chaotic blackness, and cosmic night, with its dark layer, is the father-mother of creation. Black darkness must forever shroud the workings of the infinite, and no matter how much light there is in the human soul, it is forever surrounded with the dark, seething substances of chaos. All manifestation is a concretion of dark and unmeasured possibility. 2. The children of the dark birth who labor in the blackness of this substance, molding it into myriads of unseen and
Spoiler alert, he's going to give you two options. You either join Satan or Lucifer. Solar or lunar. And the Lucifer is the good guy one. It's weird, right? That's polarity, that's duality.
Unmeasured forms are not evil. They are the sons of Satan, the Black Father, who, like the very darkness of chaos itself, must in time swallow all of his creations and, in so doing, bring them back to life again from the death that men call creation. We are all born out of this dark abyss and have no right to call it evil. It is the parent of gods and men, forever wrapped in the unexplorable robes of its own mystery. Out of this blackness, nature's unfathomed treasure house, man must exhume the stone of his own soul in the same way that the miner removes the diamond from its sheath of black carbon. 3. The dark lords of Saturn are the builders of the first dawn, the morning of blackness, and from the friction of their strivings were born the first flaming sparks of dawning consciousness. They were the mind-born and other Brahmins of our chain of globes, being delivered from the brain and mouth of Brahma. Their throne is made up of solid substance and the chemicals of solid matter. They are the satanic outpourings, the spirits of cold darkness. 4. In the diagram that follows are shown the 4 births which have come out of the body of Brahm, Bium, the unknown blackness, the X of being. 5. There is a false darkness and a true darkness.
So if you're wondering why he's talking about ancient Indian god, they do that with all of them. So they talk about Greco-Roman gods, Hercules, blah, 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 whatever. And then they talk about Oriental stuff. They talk about, basically it's ancient. The ancient mystery schools all talked about the same archetypes. They all had a Satan. They all had this. They all had a Trinity.
The true darkness is the womb of light, the false darkness, the perversion of the light that pours out of the true darkness. Natural darkness is the basic principle of things, while the false darkness is the result of debasing the power of the angels of Satan.
When he says true darkness is the womb of light, right, as in it's not the evil one, and then there's an evil one, he's saying that a life by definition means you died. As in you have to go through that tunnel eventually.
6. The devil, the archetype of misuse, is not a son of Saturn, but a son of man and the false darkness of earth. Man is the incarnation of the germ of mental intelligence, and black magic is possible only to intelligent beings. 7. Absolute spirit, minus all the sheets of...
So Albert Pike, 33-degree Freemason, Grand Wizard of Masonry, he also said, I think it was him, I have it somewhere he saved, the pineal gland to do all this kind of stuff with, it's shaped different, and it's a different size in stupid people. So a lot of people on earth are just stupid, and they, will never understand this stuff.
Vehicles, unformed and uncompounded, is true darkness, the dimensionless basis of all that is, has been, or ever shall be, and the ultimate veil behind which all creation must retire. 8. Absolute crystallization is the false darkness, and is the colorless vibration at the lower end of the spectrum, opposing the colorless vibration at the upper end of the spectrum. Both ends ultimately are swallowed up in darkness, one in the darkness of spirit, and the other in the darkness of matter. 9. Life lives in darkness and dies in light, form lives in light and dies in darkness, but in dying really comes to life, for life, as we know it, is pure death. 10. Natural darkness is unawakened possibility, false darkness is perverted opportunity. The philosophy of opportunity. 11. If it were not for opportunity, in its various forms, there would be no perversion of power. There is an old saying, opportunity makes the thief. Opportunity is the eternal temptation, without temptation there could be no sinners. Therefore, when the higher powers brought man opportunity, they also brought him sin and death. The one who brought him light brought him also the false darkness. Light and shadow are inseparable. The shadow of light is the false darkness, for the creation of the first automatically brings the second. To be free from temptation, man must be free from reason. To be free from darkness, he must renounce light. Thus he becomes a renouncer of opposites, for in accepting one opposite, he must need to accept the other. 12. Temptation is the price that the human race pays for intelligence, therefore the serpent of wisdom is also the eternal tempter. When man learns with his growing intelligence of the powers of nature and, most of all, of the power that he himself possesses, there comes with that increasing knowledge ever greater responsibility. If man today knew of the God powers that lie dormant within him, he would be the most dangerous creature in the universe, both to himself and to the plan of things. The soul must grow with the knowledge that it gains, otherwise the organisms will ultimately destroy each other. Action and reaction must build strength of character, so that the will is always strong enough to curb the desires. When this is not the case, and desire runs rampant, then, regardless of the position of the organism in the path of unfoldment, a black magician is created. 13. Man has no free will at the present time, but merely the power of choice over a certain area of incidents brought, by his ever-growing consciousness, within the scope of his comprehension. These incidents have been differentiated by his evolving organisms from the dark primum hyle, or the true blackness. The greater his growth, the larger the area of his choices and the greater his independence. Y has been the eternal question in nature, and the letter Y is its phonetic equivalent, for it forms the sling that hurls the white stone at the forehead of Goliath.
Rare Manny P. Hall himself talking about black magic. I've seen this one.
There were secret words. There were secret conjurations, magic circles and terms, right?
Secret words, conjurations, spell circles, all the stuff that's the cringiest shit in the conspiracy realm is fucking real. Bigfoot is not real. Nothing in conspiracy world is real. Everything is magic, alchemy.
To be performed. And if the magician was able to perform these correctly, he could command the spirit. And if he could command the spirit, then the spirit had to obey him. And the spirit felt really, as several of the old accounts say, one or two of the spirits do, like Asmodeus in one of the early books, says to the conjurer who has called him out of the misty deep for some nefarious undertaking, "Why have you disturbed me? I have no reason to be here. I don't care anything about you. I don't want to hurt anybody. Why have you bothered me? Why have you said these words of power that now force me to obey?"
Hold on. Asmodeus is... I have it right here. I forget which demon this is when you conjure him up. It's a fucking ancient name. Which one is that? Fuck. Mammon is greed. Leviathan was envy. Lucifer is pride. I don't remember. Fuck. Whatever.
You, because you have the magic talismans, the magic symbols. Why have you done this to me? I don't dislike you. I haven't done anything to you. Why do you insist on binding me to some common human purpose of your own? This was the rather nonchalant idea. It seems to have carried through from the Greek, in which these spirits were simply part of the citizenry of an invisible empire, and really wouldn't have to bother anybody if humans left them alone. Now the next...
So, all those fallen angel talk, all those Greco gods, all of that shit, they're just talking to fucking demons, okay? Apparently you can, like, use the archetype of the wandering stars to your benefit, but if you call it, that energy consumes you, right? If you call into Saturn.
Next phase of the situation takes on a little different coloring. As a result of the binding of spirits by these conjurations and these magical formulas, it came to be believed that human beings could hurt each other. This was a very late development in the idea of demonology, that human beings should want to use evil forces to afflict each other. This was not part of the original concept at all. Ghosts might haunt those who hurt them in life, but not innocent people. And in most countries, the ghost is a kind of a wavering symbol floating in the atmosphere in graveyards at night or something, but not inclined to do anything more than be there, although its presence might frighten some superstitious person out of his wits. But it was not really any particular idea. The concept that either evil wanted to conquer good or could conquer good came late. The idea that man might want to use evil, some kind of an invisible or magical evil, to hurt other people. This was simply not part of primitive ethics in the majority of instances. It arises occasionally, but is certainly of the exception rather than of the rule. But once we began to believe in witchcraft, once we believed that human beings could make pacts with demons, or could develop within themselves some evil force, could pervert their own natures, and begin to burden us with their perversion.
Foot
like
fetish.
the witches of Europe, riding on their broomsticks to the Sabbath on the Brocken. That human beings themselves, voluntarily and of their own inner conviction, chose to become evil, chose to hurt or destroy other people, and sought in long and difficult processes to discover means, by means of which they could bewitch or haunt, or in some way from a distance plague or hurt normal, innocent folks.
Nancy Pelosi just yesterday hired an exorcist to protect her home. Like a fucking witch is using an exorcist. You really think this is just fucking games and shit? Google what I'm saying. If fact check me, bitch. Something about some dude with a hammer. Remember when that happened? She's worried about her gay lover, or husband's gay lover.
Antiquity had very little room for this concept because it simply did not believe it. It believed that the so-called spirits could exist. It believed that evil people could do evil deeds. But it simply did not develop any strong concept of black magic as we think of it today. It was outside of the grand concept of life.
Look at that. Demonology and witchcraft, it's always the same symbols as masonry. Like, look at this symbol right here. That's Mercury, right? That's Hermes.
These people held, and they would not permit something to be believed that did not fit into the great theory of the kind of world they lived in. And with the exception of very primitive people, there was no general group in society that believed that the world was created for the purpose of perpetuating evil, or that evil had any chance of conquering good. In the long, difficult picture of things, even in the Mazdaean faith, evil had no real power to ultimately achieve victory over good. Good was real, good was deep and great. Evil was passing, evil was linked so closely to the infirmities of men that it became more and more obvious that most of the evil that we have attributed to demons really arises in the nature of man himself. That we are the creatures who seem to possess the strange power of being malignant in some way, malicious, malevolent in our conduct towards other people. So in the most part, we come down to comparatively modern times, bringing with us all the grimoires of old, the ancient books of magic and spirits, the pentacles and talismans of Agrippa, the old book of the keys of Solomon the king. We have all these beliefs that have been shadowed down through time. Books that have to do with the creation of...
See, look at this symbol, right? That's the sigil of Lucifuge, Lucifer, and Freemasonry, and the as above, so below, male to female unity, fire to water. And then here is the owl Moloch. The reptile, the reptilian, with the reptilian third eye, is the frog. And the rabbit, with the goat of Mendes. Remember, you're either a goat or a sheep. You're either a sheep following goodness and God, or you're your own savior. You're the goat.
Of an empire of sorcery. A sorcery in which all of the common good of life is threatened, and the universe is placed at the disposal of the sorcerer. If he can become wise enough, if he can become strong enough, if he can become skillful enough, there seems to be no limit to what he can do to ordinary, well-intentioned, God-fearing people. This concept has lingered on, however, in an extraordinary way. And unless we begin to think it through somewhere, we have to face it more frequently than perhaps we like to really imagine. Even in our most sober moments.
This upside down pentagram, or just, the Eastern Star falling is what it is. It's actually not the most used for magic. The regular star is.
We are afraid that somewhere around us, somewhere in space, are powers of evil. that these powers of evil operating upon us from the invisible or coming into focus here through persons of evil nature, that these forces can do us great harm. We have also come gradually to...
Hold on, I got a treat for you guys. Let me show you something. What's this? 5G came out 2019. What else came? COVID. This one is about different. All right. Forget about harmonic resonance. That's too complicated. Let's say. Remember the 2012 Olympics with the giant black figure and all of the hospital beds? And look at the fucking eyes. Mainstream media now openly reporting the elite lining up to ingest the blood of children. Albert Pike wrote, "We shall unleash nihilists and atheists, and we shall provoke a formidable social cataclysm which in all its horror will show clearly to the nations, people of different nationalities, the effects of absolute atheism, origin of savagery, and of the most bloody turmoil." Dude, even the bad guys are afraid of atheists. That's how savage, wicked, and beastly atheists are. Check this one out. It is a religion, blah, 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 neo-Gnosticism, teaching that the divinity is dual. Look, they're teaching duality. The divinity is dual, and that Lucifer is equal of Adonai, which is one of the names of God, right? That they call him. With Lucifer, the god of light and goodness, struggling for humanity against Adonai, the god of darkness and evil. So they're coming after the Bible. Albert Pike had only specified and unveiled the dogmas of high grades of all other masonries. For in no matter what right, the great architect of the universe is not the God worshipped by Christians. Interesting. 32nd degree. Interesting. That's the extract from Masonry. When the Mason learns that the key to the warrior on the block is the proper application of the dynamo of living power, he has learned the mystery of his craft. The seething energies of Lucifer are in his hands, and before he may step onwards and upwards, he must prove his ability to properly apply this energy. Lost Keys of Freemasonry, page 48, Manny P. Hall, 33-degree Mason. Okay, so that's, both of them are talking about Lucifer, which I think this one's even more sick. The Luciferian shit is sick, but the one where they say, unfortunately, Adonai is also God is coming up. That we worship, that is which we say to the crowd is we worship a God, but it is the God one adores without superstition, meaning they're scientifically proving God. To you, Sovereign Grand Inspector General, we say this, you may repeat it to the brethren of 32nd, 31st, and 30th of the Masonic religion. It's not a religion, it's just a club. Of the Masonic religion should be by all of the initiates of the high degrees maintained in the purity of the Luciferian doctrine. If Lucifer were not God, would Adonai, the God of the Christians, whose deeds prove cruelty, perfidy, and hatred of man, barbarism, blah, blah, blah. Fuck. Where is it? Barbarism and repulsion for science, would Adonai and his priests culminate him, Yes, Lucifer is God, and unfortunately Adonai is also God. Look how they can never just say it's only our guy. They always have to accept it. For the eternal law is that there is no light without shade. Here's that no beauty without ugliness. Shut the fuck up with this duality shit. Basically, he wants you to think it's like some Egyptian sun versus moon type world. The doctrine of Satanism is heresy, and the true and pure philosophical religion is the belief in Lucifer, the equal of Adonai. But Lucifer, God of light and God of good, is struggling for humanity against Adonai, the God of darkness and evil. This is some serious shit. This is some serious shit. So if these guys are the most powerful on earth, then they're kind of making the strongest argument for Christianity. Fun fact. Oh yeah, Antarctica's Corona Nation, Omicron Islands, Delta Island. That's funny, yeah. A World Cup stadium was designed by Albert Hitler's whatever. This is atheism meme. This one. We saw this one. This is interesting, but a little too far-fetched for me. Baal worship. The beginning of Masonry with the Zodiac. Bill Clinton in a trance. Oh, Kabbalah bracelets. This is serious shit, dude. This is exactly what I was going to show you. Bro, you think I'm fucking crazy, right? Elmi, bro. Elmi got this one. Dude, Lionel Messi and all of them wear Kabbalah bracelets. It's kind of wild. All right. Let's see this. Where is it? Look at this one. Look at this. Order of the Eastern Star. It's a type of masonry. There's the Eastern Star dropping. Like, they don't hide it. Sometimes it's witchcraft, sometimes it's Satanism, which is kind of the same shit. This is Elon Musk's mom. This is our hero's mom. And Elon would be seen as solar Luciferian. This is wild shit. This is Elon Musk's mother. Transhumanist. Epstein Island, we've seen that one. Now check this. The Masonic square and compass, the sigil of the demon Azazel, Saturn, coincidence, maybe. Ghislaine Maxwell. Here's Greta. Here's Greta for people like Destiny who say this is just art. Why the eye every single time? Why do celebrities do this as well? Yeah, it gets fucked up. This is a little too advanced. Oh, this is the real red pill. Forget what Andrew Tate talks about. Look at this. Anyone who tells you I'm a schizo, show them this. Every single police station the head sheriff is a Mason. Every single state. And no one will talk about that. This fucking idiot in chat said, I don't get it. How the fuck do you not get it, you fucking retard? There's a square and compass and generative principle in the middle. Or the seventh divine letter, G. Grand architect. You fucking retard. What is this? This is some fucking Lady Gaga ritual, right? John, she's just got the checkered black and white Satanism versus Luciferian duality. Masonic checkerboard legging. Blindfold. And where have we seen this before? Masonic initiation. Identical to Masonic initiation and witchcraft initiation is the same shit. It's fucking identical, bro. But it's just art, bro. It's just art every single time. Why doesn't Andrew Tate talk about this stuff? How come no one talks about this stuff? Right? Then there's fucking Justin Bieber, who leaves fans confused after he posts 13 pictures of random babies with the caption yummy on Instagram. Yeah, I don't want to show this actually. This is kind of fucking weird. Then the World Cup ended in the Masonic number 33. 33. And there they are wearing their witchcraft bracelets. Their good luck charms. All of them. Messi wears it around his foot. There's another one right here. Huh. That is weird. Then for the flat earthers, there's Klaus Schwab, and he says, next up, Antarctica. Eat the bug. And people are like, there's nothing in Antarctica, bro. Zherka, you're just coping. I'm like, dude, I'm just not retarded like you, okay? I just see too much. I see too much evil. Then we see who the fuck started the United Nations. Lucius Trust is the Lucifer Company. Look at the sigil. And look at the pyramid. Okay. Manny P. Hall says, among many ancient peoples, God was considered as being androgynous and referred to as the great father mother. When the creator was represented by an image, various subtle devices were employed to indicate its hermaphroditic nature. The world knows many religions, but nature has but one truth. Manny P. Hall. Then when we see spirit cooking using cow blood, this is Marina Abramovich. And what is this? This is not PlayStation letters. There's a pentagram, square, triangle. So she's using some simple geometric shapes, right? But where have we seen this before? Where have we seen this spirit cooking shit? Well, hold on. I'll find it just a sec. Until then, maybe I'm coping, or is Super Mario standing on a solar-powered Luciferian symbol? Appreciate that, problem. Is Super Mario standing in a Masonic lodge, or am I coping? I don't think I'm coping. Freemasons marry boys, little boys. It's a weird ritual. I think this one's in Turkey. Yeah, well, that's how they get their superpowers, I guess. Because candidates to strip off all secular clothing, blah, 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 blah. Okay, basically the oath of masonry is identical to witchcraft. And here's Lionel Messi. And what's that around his foot? Another coincidence wrapped around his foot. Zherka, you just see too much. You're crazy. Mainstream media now openly reporting on the elites lining up to ingest the blood of children. That is on number 3 news. Mainstream news. Every planet and star is part of a chain of life that can be clearly compared once the mechanics are understood and one's inner awakening has reached a certain level of development. Thus, the search for life in the cosmos is not in a spaceship, but rather within human being. More Masonic literature. This is a banned book, blah, blah, blah. And then we have this. What the fuck is this? Another coincidence. Oprah with the Philosopher's Stone. Interesting. Kabbalah, whatever. I know this one. Blavatsky, H.P. Blavatsky says, and now it stands proven that Satan, or the red fiery dragon, the lord of phosphorus, and Lucifer, or light bearer, is in us. It is our mind. So, like, what is their obsession? What is their obsession with the Bible, and fusing it with old religions and focusing on just inverting it? What is their obsession? This is witchcraft, bitch. She's famous as fuck for theosophy and all that kind of stuff. The mysteries taught that during the higher degrees of initiation, the gods themselves took part in the instruction of candidates, or at least were present, which was in itself benediction. Then we see the sigil of Lucifer, right? The sun, the solar power. And there's the heliocentric model. That's the third eye. Interesting. Aleister Crowley, he writes, again, we may say that all the great men of antiquity were sodomites. Socrates, Caesar, Alexander, Marshall, Catullus, Virgil, Achilles, Napoleon, Friedrich, the great Goethe, Shakespeare, Francis Bacon, an unbroken line of English monarchs, Mohammed, Benvenuto Cellini. Pretty much he's saying everyone practiced homosexuality. This is Aleister Crowley. Freak Aleister. The marriage of the sun and the moon. This takes place in a man when the heart and the mind are joined in eternal union. It occurs when the positive and negative poles within are united, and from that union is made the Philosopher's Stone. What the fuck is this? From these outpouring streamers of forces, derived to popular belief that angels have wings, so falling stars. These wings are corona-like fans of light by means of which the celestial creatures propel themselves through the subtle essences of super-physical worlds. Manny P. Hall. That's too hard to understand, bro. And everything made of sulfur, salt, and mercury. Many initiates in the ancient mysteries stated emphatically that they had conversed with the immortals and had beheld the gods. Manny P. Hall. Then we have Will Smith, and he's getting married to the devil in front of an Epstein Island altar. Why? That's just weird. But it's another coincidence, according to Destiny. Just like Will Smith's emotional slap of that small man, he's doing the hidden hand. Another coincidence that lines up perfectly with Masonry. Basically, if you don't subscribe, you're going to burn in hell. I've read so many books for a year straight to bring you this knowledge. The least you can do is subscribe. Don't be disgusting. I need everyone to subscribe by the end of the week. And may God be with you all.